Hi everyone! Did you have a great time in the PUBG Mobile Global Chicken Cup? The new Frost Festival event is coming soon. Let's huddle up and enjoy the wonderful experience of icy football. On Erangel, Giga Footballs have become icy Giga Footballs. They can be pushed around. These icy Giga Footballs have a certain amount of health and will explode after taking a certain amount of damage. After exploding, a smaller sized cover will remain. Use it well and gain the upper hand. Furthermore, when you kick an Icy Wonder football, it will slow enemies upon impact. Don't let anyone escape. At the same time, Gearfront's much beloved skills gameplay will make a return in this Frost Festival. Vehicle airdrop, black market, healing smoke, lucky backpack, and more. These 8 skills will let players enjoy a more dynamic battleground. Let's experience it together. During this period, you can get fireworks from the event center when you log in each day. They're throwable items, and up to 10 fireworks can be brought to Spawn Island before each match. They can't be brought into the match itself. Throw to see some spectacular fireworks effects. During this period, fixed spots to watch a fireworks display will appear in matches played on Erangel and Living. Their locations will be displayed on the minimap. After arriving at the fireworks stage, tap the light button to set off a fireworks display as well as enter into photo mode. The fireworks display will show all kinds of effects and last for about 1 minute. During that time, you can take a group photo with your teammates on the stage as a memento. During the fireworks display, you can still be attacked by enemies. However, the fireworks display will not be interrupted. Make sure to stay until the end, as you'll be rewarded with a ton of supplies. Be sure to collect them with your teammates. Fireworks displays can only be activated at the same spot once in each match. The fireworks display can only be seen by players standing on the stage. Those not on the stage won't be able to see it. At the same time, participate in the New Year's Fireworks Show event to get a free 2023 anniversary frame. What are you waiting for? Come collect your reward. That's all we have for our introduction to the Frost Festival updates. In this season of love, let us be grateful of our loved ones, and be there for those important to us in PUBG Mobile. So huddle up and celebrate the new year. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Well, it's coming close to an end. The long journey that started almost a month ago, and it has been absolutely wonderful. Obviously, we have PMNC 2022 South Asia Wildcard Grand Final. This is going to be the day number 3. But before we start, let me introduce myself. I'm your host and caster RC, and I've been joined by none other than this wonderful human being with me, and definitely a wonderful caster. Terror, how are you, and what are you feeling about today?
Hi man, thanks for the lovely introduction as always, and of course day 3 man, I'm expecting a lot more action here. I'm expecting some of the teams that haven't been performing that well in day number 1 and 2 to come up and take a chicken dinner and make things interesting, right? And especially the top 5 teams here, it's a very close battle. Like, we do have the top 5, but then the next couple of teams are also quite close. I think the teams such as SITM are at risk of losing their top 5 finish here and qualifying for the global series. So they are definitely looking to outperform their competition today. I'm really interested to see how they are going to perform, because this was the top team coming out of the semi-finals by a huge margin as well. But they haven't technically lived up to their own expectations, I would say. So I'm expecting this team to come and kind of demolish day number 3 here.
But as we were discussing a bit earlier, we have the format in front of us. It has been a long journey. We got in-game qualifiers, then we got 16 groups, then we got 8 groups, then 4 groups, then 4 groups again of 32 teams into the quarterfinals. Then we got semi-final with 10 teams coming from the quarterfinals. Then we got like PMCO, 3 teams PMCO Spring, 3 teams for PMCO Fall coming to the semi-final. And after that, after like a wonderful battle of 4 days, then we got like 11 teams, top 11 teams coming to the grand finals, and the rest of the 5 teams came from the PMPL, the last PMPL that happened, and now we are battling it out on the this grand finals. And from here, top 5 teams will go into the obviously it's going to go into the PMPL as well. So that's the first thing these teams are fighting for. But the second thing, which is obviously the big amount of prize pool, that's these teams are exactly fighting for. It's going to be in front of us in a few seconds. It's going to be like $30,000 prize pool. It's an insane amount of prize pool, wonderfully divided among these 16 teams.
Yeah, it is a lot of money to go around, and of course, once it is first place going home with 10,000 US dollars, and then afterwards it kind of reduced significantly going down the line, right? So obviously, you just don't want to qualify. You want to be the top dogs qualifying out of the wildcards as well. So all these teams are fighting for that number 1 spot. Having said that, I feel like we do have the point structure on screen. Obviously, we have seen elimination points as well as placement points are massively important. You need to be able to have a balance of this in each and every map that you play to be able to compete at the top. And we have seen the top teams going in for this big number of eliminations as well as getting these placement points that is required for them to stay at the top. We have very consistent teams like Team Seal here, Seal Esports, who have been doing absolutely wonderful throughout the first 2 days. We'll have to wait and see how they do today as well. And then we had teams like RGC Esports come forward and take the fight yesterday and grabbing themselves that number 3 spot as well. They were bottom of the group, I think bottom 4 at the end of day number 1, but they came back strong yesterday on day number 2 and managed to grab that 3rd place. But right now we do have the squads on screen that will be taking part. We have Gremlin Storm, we have A1NB Esports, we do have TRD Esports 1952 as well, who had a reasonably decent day. They got a chicken dinner as well. Seal Esports, one of probably the most consistent team that we have right now. SITM Esports, the top dogs coming out of semi-finals. Bad Intention expert. We have some huge names here, especially Matt there. Stronger Esports getting 2 chicken dinners yesterday. Victor Gaming not really living up to the expectation. Equinox, Team Classic, B Esports is a Team Classic as well, very strong team. NB Esports finished day number 1 on the top. I haven't been able to hold on to it. Astra Esports, MAKPEN, RGC Opex, again a team that has not really been living up to the expectations that we have had from them. But going back to what I've been saying, I really want these teams at the bottom to come in and take a couple of chicken dinners and shake things up. One of the teams that I'm really interested to see is Victor Gaming, who have the talent that is required to make it to the top. We did see them come back very strong in the semifinals after having a very slow start in that 6-day series of semifinal matches, 4-day series of semifinal matches, where I kind of towards the latter part only they kind of stepped it up. So I'm expecting them to do the same thing this time around.
But in front of us is overall ranking post match 12 day 2 with Victor Gaming at at the bottom. Then we have RGC Opex at 15, MAKPEN 14, 19, 52. Then B Esports, obviously stronger Esport, didn't have a good last game, and then we see them losing their position. Then we have Astra Esports jumping up a bit, Gremlin Storm as well. They weren't exactly like the top notch, but think that the team that might just jump up to the page number 1, maybe in the top 5, is the stronger Esport. They have the capacity to surprise us a lot. They were the only team right now in this page that got 2 chicken dinners. I mean, that's like the NP Esports, Equinox. There's not a single team having 3 chicken dinners, and that's the team on the page number 2 having 2 chicken dinners. So that is a team that I'll definitely be looking out for. They have some great potential. Obviously, going to the grand finals, they might be just turning things around wonderfully for them. They have a comeback potential as well. So yeah, that's one of the teams. The other one is the Bad Intention. They came yesterday with a wonderful back-to-back performances. Obviously, they couldn't get the chicken dinner, but they were consistently being top 3 in every other game. So yeah, that's a team I will be looking out for there as well. But look at that, Seal Esports with a wonderful chicken dinner, 1 at the top position. NB Esports having a bad day, bad day 2. They have 129 points. That's still at the number 2. But something that is obviously that you mentioned a bit earlier, SITM. This is not the position that we are used to looking at them. This is not the position they're used to be at themselves. So yeah, going into today, we'll be definitely looking at A1 and B, and especially SITM.
Indeed, and of course, the Cinderella story was for TRZ Esports. They are ending day number 1 in bottom 4 and then coming back to day number 2 to finish it off at the number 3 spot. But top performance here we had Canoxes from Team Classic, absolute dominant performance yesterday with 26 eliminations coming on. Fistboy again, not the best performance yesterday, but day number 1 was absolutely huge for him, coming in with 23 at second place. We had Rogue from Seal. Seal, I guess the entire team are very decent overall. I feel like they perform equally well. Then we have Bad Intention X Matt or Dylan right now on screen. This man was absolutely insane in the semifinals, and he's keeping up to that performance come grand finals as well. Then we have 90 Degrees from TRZ, who had an amazing performance yesterday, ratting around, getting those final elimination even when his teams were down, getting those elimination points and getting those placement points as well. I think this man was absolutely insane and was a key factor in TRZ's performance yesterday as well. But overall, I mean, these top 5 players, we've seen these names pop up time and time again in all of the match performances that we have had. So I'm not expecting this to change too much with day number 3, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm looking for a surprise here.
Obviously, but talking about the day number 3, we have the Erangel at the match number 1, then we have Miramar and Sanhok at the match 2 and 3, then we'll have the same rotation again for the match 4, 5 and 6. So we're having 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars and 2 Sanhok, and a team who's like good in all of them might be just the top team as well. So it's not like unfair, it's not like it might be favoring one team who's like really good at one of those maps. It's equally divided among these 6 maps. You have the equal chance to play all of these matches equally. Obviously, this has been a schedule that has been followed for the last like almost semi-final and the grand final as well, and this will be the day. This will be the schedule for the tomorrow as well. So yeah, that's going to be very interesting. Obviously, we're going to see everything out there, every strategy being tested. There's weird circles coming in, the forest of Sanhok, and there's like open terrain of Miramar, and there's bushes and these these farm areas of the Erangel as well. So it's going to get very interesting. But one thing that I wanted to point out, as we were discussing a bit earlier as well, is the potential of every team right now, the unexpected turn of events of yesterday, and performances of the team we were expected to perform, and they didn't. Obviously, SITM not at the place that we wanted them to be. Then we had Team SEAL Esports coming up. At the same time, we have Team Classic as well performing, Team TRZ getting the winner chicken dinner, Team Stronger Esports getting 2 chicken dinners. So obviously, going into this game, a lot can happen. Even A1 and B can come up and turn things around. 1952 is a team that is looking really good. And something that you mentioned quite earlier into the game is Victor Gaming. They have the potential, they have the manpower and the strategy and the mechanical skill, and whatever category that you want to define them in, they are a very good team. So going into this day, I can expect a lot for them as well, even despite the fact that they're at number 16.
Yeah, indeed. I feel like they are a team that has a lot of potential and has not been able to live up to it coming into the grand finals, because even in the semi-finals, I think they were number 7 coming out of semi-finals in the overall scoreboard, or 7 or 6, and that was a comeback story that they had for themselves in the semi-finals as well. So I'm expecting them to repeat that feat going into day 3 here, especially since we have had these matches happen for 2 days already in the grand final. This has given the teams time to kind of analyze what their opponents are doing, which opponents are easy to take, what areas that you want to push in each and every map, especially because now all the teams are used to where they are going to be landing. And the interesting part is the top 5 is a mix kind of the invited teams from the Pro League as well as the teams that have qualified from the semi-finals as well. So it is a bit of a mix. It's not just like the teams that came from the Pro League are just outperforming everyone. It is an absolute mix here. So things are definitely going to get interesting as we head into the last few days here, and I feel like teams at the bottom really will step it up, and I'm hoping that they will, because it makes things even more interesting. But right now the eye is on the top 8 places, and then moving down from like 5th to the 8th to 11th place. I think the scoreline is very close, and anything can happen between those teams. And if one of those teams don't really perform on a particular day, especially today, if they don't perform, they're going to fall behind, and that's going to be a lot of pressure going into day number 4 as well, because you need to be able to outperform everyone going in. It's going to be a tough one. I mean, I can't even imagine the pressure that these teams are under.
Obviously, but going to the day number one, match number one, the predictions will be right in front of us. I wanted to go with Seal Esports by myself. I was like hoping to see them perform again. Obviously, this is a team that have been very consistent throughout these 2 days of the grand final. So yeah, this will be very interesting. I want to see. I want to know tell exactly which team you predicted and why you're going with that.
So I'm going to go with SITM. SITM always seems to have a bit of a slow start even during semi-finals. They had a consistent performance, but they do have these slow starts where they are not the teams winning chicken dinners. But then you see them coming back and winning 3 chicken dinners back to back. We saw them do that in the semi-finals, and I'm expecting them to be able to do that yet again. But here we go, day number 3, match number 1 on Erangel. Oh, interesting path. I mean, this it's going to be a tough one for the southern side of the map. Teams that are used to, landing towards the southern side of the map, but especially towards military base. This is a tough drop angle.
Definitely, but for now we have 16 teams, 64 players, and it's going from prison towards a shooting range and over the Georgia Pool area. It's going to favoring the north part of the map. The south part includes that ferry pier and those areas like Quarry. These are like a bit far away from the game, also from the plane path as well in general. So it's not going to be easy for these teams to reach towards the southern or southwest part of the map. As especially if the circle goes there, we might have seen some early rotations coming up. But the teams that love to play the southern part of the map as well in general, like Nove Pinoy and so like the military base, that's a bit difficult to reach. But we have Team Seal Esports right at the start, they are dropping, possibly they are over the Milta power right now. But it's gonna get very interesting. Even if the circle favors toward the north areas, we might see a lot of clashes happening for the early rotation. But if we have a circle like Puchinki towards the Yasnia Polyana favor, being the normal side, I feel like it's gonna be just like a normal circle with the teams holding those areas, just not making any kind of too much of an early rotation.
Indeed, and of course, the interesting part here is our team's going to be contesting these top couple of teams off drop is going to be another question. We saw that happen yesterday where Gremlin kind of went in strong against. Actually, it was I think Victor Gaming took the fight to Gremlin at the beginning of the map. I think it was on Sanhok where they took the early fight. But in the meantime, we have a elimination already. It was Seal taking out B Soldiers. They are already into. We just started, and already we have an elimination on screen right now, and it was a drive-by from Seal Esports.
And as we was looking at the circle right now, look at that. Obviously, as Terry is pointing it out, we have the military base and ferry pier circle right now. It's favoring the main island and almost the military base as well. Equally, at the same time, we have a lot of water area that is included in the circle right now. That gives very less room to teams to hold those areas. But at the same time, it means we might see some early rotations coming up. Something that is very difficult is going to be for Team VG, as they were looking to start their day on a good note right now. This game is not exactly is not going to be exactly easy for them to play, especially they're 70 right now and they have to come all the way towards the center, maybe towards the military base as well. But Seal Esports, as they're trying to rotate towards the southern part of the map or using the bridge, Team Bad Intention is on their right side. There's a very slight chance as well they might just get into a fight. But okay, as one of the players is like, I don't know, is it a glitch or is it just he's just sitting on that bonnet and waiting for something to happen? But yeah, that's dangerous and obviously very, very fun.
Indeed, yeah, this ring is definitely an interesting one. This is going to force a lot of the teams to rotate quite early. The teams that are right now in trouble is probably Victor Gaming here, and then we have Opex and SITM who are quite far outside the ring, and then you will have the teams coming in from the east side who will have to cross through the bridge into Military Base Island, or they will have to take the long way around as well. So this is going to be a tough one for the teams that are rotating out from the east side as well as the northern side of the map. But anyone who was already very close to Military Base side are going to be quite happy. The crossings are going to be very important. This is going to be get kept majority of the time, and the next ring, where will it pull? Will it pull towards the main island, or whether it will pull towards Military Base is going to be the question, and that's going to be a prediction that these teams are looking to make, and we'll have to wait and see who gets lucky with that prediction as well. But I feel like teams like SITM has been really good at predicting rings throughout at least the first few rings, right? Meanwhile, we do have engagement here already. We have B Esports taking on it was A1 and B there, and they're already losing out on 2 players being eliminated already off the bat, and things are already heating up right into ring number 1 here.
With the bad intention, they are right next to Team B Esports as well. Dexter gets spotted with the Mehdi going down. The Dexter is in a strong position, but Siam deals a lot of damage while Dexter tries to jump from the first floor to the ground floor, and Dylan will make quick work for him. Eliminates him from the game as Mehdi still bleeding. It's Dylan providing his support and the wall of defense between Team Bad Intention and Team B Esports. Siam on the backside still providing a good amount of cover. Dylan is also very low on HP. He has a first aid kit, but before popping that off, he's just gonna go for that aggression, go for that knock as well, because he understands that he has the advantage over B Esport as he's very low on HP, but B Scooby is still holding that angle, and now for the few seconds that he got, he was able to pull off that first aid kick, and now he's trying his best to support the last player. B Scooby gets spotted, is gonna go down. Dylan's trying to secure that elimination, and Siam also gets Scooby. So that's 3 players down on the side of Team B Esports. It's not looking really good as the Bad Intention has a great start to the game. They got their hands on a very good part of the map. They can rotate towards the southern island as well. At the same time, they got 3 elimination points without losing a single player. So I feel like it couldn't have been better for them.
Indeed, and getting these early elimination points, you're not pressured to go for eliminations early on, and it allows you to rotate safely and not look for these early fights where you want those elimination points as well. And B is a team that has been ahead in terms of the overall scoreboard, overall points as well. So they're not looking to take too many aggressive fights. Basically take what is given, and right now they were handed a couple of eliminations on a silver platter there. In the meantime, looking at the map, we have Gremlin swimming right across, coming in from the east side, trying to head towards the military base island here from the south. By the looks of it, I don't think they'll cut across. Whether they're going to be spotted by Equinox, I don't think they were spotted, but they might run into TRZ, and TRZ as well as Seal are in a really good position right now. They rotated early, they're holding a very good position, but the problem is if the ring does pull towards Ferrip here, they are going to be in a bit of trouble, because A1 and B can easily hold the crossing that is there, and they might have to use water to try and cross as well. So there is a lot that can happen with this ring. It's a really interesting one to start the day off. It's not a standard one, and meanwhile we have OPX outside the circle here, just looting up and taking their time to rotate into the ring. But majority of the teams have already rotated in. We have NB just heading into the ring right now. Victor Gaming still far out, but they will be coming in. Might be held out by MAKPEN for some time, and then we have Astra as well heading in from the western side of the map towards Gatkan Ruins as well. So things are definitely, we might not see any engagements until this ring is just about to close, but until then, meanwhile, we do have Gremlin now heading back into the island. They have come in from the southeastern side of the map through the water, and they will finally hit land, and we have BIT crossing for absolutely free. I'm just questioning this, why Equinox did not hold the bridge, because they were in a position to load up and go that way, but they did not hold it. So BIT manages to get into the ring for absolute free.
But B Esports, the rest of the, I think, with the not the B Esports, Ryuk from B Esports probably going to go towards ferry pier, wanting to use a boat, probably going to swim his way towards the Sosnovka military base. 2A coming from that side as well. That's like a lot of easy rotation till the Pochinki area, not till even till the ferry pier. The main challenge will be to getting to the main South Island. At the same time, there's not a lot of team that is camping the. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry about that, but. Yeah, it's Team Equinox in the Nova Pinoy, and they're just looting. They're going to be happy with their drop spot as well, as they are toward the southern eastern part of the circle. They have the great loot. Obviously, the Nova Pinoy generally offers a great amount of loot in those containers. You get level 2 helmets, level 3 vest as well, maybe some med kits, a first aid kit. Even look at Kage, look at Kesek as well. So they'll be very happy with the amount of utility they have as well. So going into this game, they're in a good spot. They are on the safer part of the circle, and let's see exactly what they like. I'm expecting an average or above average game for them. Obviously, it will be very difficult for them to push from the right side, but looking as they at their position as compared to some other teams who are right now on the main island, they are still at a very advantageous position. They have the loot, they are on the edge of the circle, and that edge will remain within the circle for the next 3 to 4 times. So all they have to do is make their way towards the they have to avoid bad intention, maybe get into the fight with bad intention as well. If they got a knock or two, they might just rush towards them as well. But looking at the circle for now, it's going to take a shift towards the military base again, and to the outskirts of the military base, going to go away from the Pochinki area in general, but still holding those 2 islands right now. But this will probably the last circle that will hold these 2 main islands. After this circle, we probably will be deciding going towards the southern part of the island.
Indeed, and by the looks of it, Team Classic is in a really good spot. They will be able to hold this bridge as well, which is going to be key, right? And we have 1952 quite divided here. They are across, maybe just looking to divide their resources and play for placement more than anything else here. But in the meantime, BIT is going to be able to hold off Equinox as well, who will have to rotate in from the eastern side of the map towards the ring as well. And then TRZ is still holding a really good spot here. The Gremlin might get actually sandwiched between BIT as well as SITM. TRZ there, so they need to be careful as well. And in the meantime, we did see A1 and B lose out on a player, and we already have Team NB fighting up against Stronger Esports. Stronger trying to rotate in from the water here, and Fitzboy is going to be pushing this while his teammates are holding from his left flank. And this is something we have seen a lot here, where one player is off on his own, but you will have your teammates holding different angles and making sure that he does not get pushed from behind, whereas he is going to be able to provide cover for the entire team and stop anyone from rotating in. But Stronger Esports in the meantime are going to be in a little bit of trouble, because a couple of teams are looking at them. We have NB Esports looking at them, as well as SITM looking at them as well, and we did have SITM grab an elimination as well. NB has lost Mondo there very early on, who is one of their top players, I would say, from what I've seen from this team, and it's not going to be easy losing out one of your top guys at the start. But in the meantime, Stronger Esports are going to be rotating out right back into the ring, trying to find a different angle to head back in, because they were being held out by NB as well as SITM. So they have got out of dodge here and will try to follow through. But meanwhile, we do have a fight here. SITM fighting up against OPX here. A couple of shots being fired, but other than that, no real knocks whatsoever.
I feel like, yeah, there's not been near knocks on the either side, even for the first 11 minutes of the game. I feel like it's just like some knockouts happening throughout the whole right and left side in generally. But other than that, we have like lost like a total of 7 players in those 11 minutes. But yeah, other than that, I feel like there's just teams are trying to rotate. SITM obviously trying their best to land some shot on the teams that are rotating. But for now, they are looking decent. Team SITM, obviously, they have found themselves on the northern-west part of the circle. But looking at the circle right now is going to be SITM, MAKPEN, and Team OPX like fighting those areas. Then we have NBS coming from the right side. They're in a good spot in generally. Team Esports like obviously went for the military base. They are holding those areas even right now. Things are going to get very difficult toward that bridge that is going to be in the center of the circle right now. Team Classic, Team 1952, A1 and B. At the same time, Team GSM might just be going toward that area as well. Team 2A on the left side. It's going to get very messy, obviously, with the circle coming in, with the circle obviously taking a shift after this, after a couple of minutes. So let's see where it goes and how it's going to get interesting. Team OPX obviously held for a few minutes before going into the circle. They want to make sure that every team has started to rotate into the circle, and that bridge will be obviously not occupied by any team at this moment. But Rowdy gets his hand on Twist and also takes him down out of the game. Gio tries to spot anyone, and his cannon Illusion is like right on the top of the tower, is not making himself vulnerable in any kind of position, and he's just holding that position to get any information as he can. Giro SITM is generally holding that, but unfortunately for that, third circle is gonna be coming in, and that they are almost a kilometer away from that circle. It's not gonna be easy for them to rotate just into the circle now.
Yeah, and in the meantime, while all that was happening, Equinox did get eliminated. I think it was by Gremlin there, who managed to pick up all 4 eliminations. They did lose out on one of their players early, but they did grab those 4 elimination points. And for teams like Gremlin, it's going to be very important that they have a balance between eliminations and placement to try and climb the ladder in the overall scoreboard as well. In the meantime, like I said, SITM has a long rotation ahead of them. Meanwhile, we have Team C fighting up against MB. It was Fistboy who was going around in a car. He's going to be held down because he's running into his teammates as well. Seal is going to have a very good angle on Fistboy there, but I don't think maybe the distance just saving him there for the time being, but might get pushed. They are looking for the rest of NB Esports, not really finding anyone in the vicinity. They have only lost 1 player. But other than that, all 3 players, I'm not sure how far they are divided, but now we do see them coming in through vehicles. So they are going to be heading in and to cover off his teammate, Fistboy, who did rotate in early. So we do have the rest of the players now rotating in to try and help out Fistboy, who was under fire from Esports Aero there, who was taking pot shots at him. Meanwhile, he is going to get this information that everyone is rotating in, trying to get some shots off on Kasek there. Not really. Whoa! onto Fistboy, extremely low, landing some really good shots there, but not getting the knock, and will be backing off. But they are going to be in trouble, because if we have team OPX in the vicinity as well, so if they do decide to push this, NB might be in a bit of trouble. In the meantime, OPX managed to find a pick off. They did get a knock somewhere, I'm not sure onto who, but Team Classic is going to be holding this off as well. So NB is going to be in a bit of trouble here. They are going to be held off by a couple of teams, but they have managed to bunker down inside a house. And the resurrection comes through, but the knock to follow through, and he is going to be able to get inside the house. So he will be rest again. That was Domi on the side of it was I think it was a player from the side of Team Classic there, but he is going to be resurrected. In the meantime, SITM is going to be in a little bit of trouble with OPX taking out one roll up with retaliation onto Domi as well. That is going to be SITM losing Dobu as well. Multiple fights breaking out across the map, but right now Seal Arrow is going to get shot from multiple angles as well. Stronger taking the fight to Astra as well, and they will find a couple of eliminations there as well. So the map is lighting up. The elimination scoreboard is lighting up as well. Meanwhile, SITM is down 2 members already, not completely eliminated, but down 2, and they will have one of them eliminated now. So SITM not off to the greatest starts that they wanted. They have 2 eliminations. They need to be able to get the next player up if they want to try and go in for that chicken dinner, but they are not going to be able to do that with 2 players being eliminated already. Right now, the strongest position is probably BITX, that is Bad Intentions X, as well as as well as Team Seal, who did get a couple of eliminations but is down on numbers. In the meantime, B Esports is gonna get eliminated, and that's going to be a sad finish for them yet again on day number 3, map number 1. MAKPEN is in a little bit of trouble as well. SITM taking the fight now, even with a man down to A1 and B there, getting a knock and an elimination to follow through as well, I think. But yeah, things are definitely heating up. Meanwhile, we have NB in a close quarter fight up against Team Classic as well. They are very well surrounded. Look at the positioning that NB has taken here. So multiple angles being covered. Team Classic is not going to be able to rotate out of here for free. They will have to take this fight up against NB, looking at the angles that NB is holding them off from.
You're right. Things are gonna get heated up really quickly as we are talking about things heating up. Ericas goes down at the hand of Hitman. Things are looking very difficult for him, as he's gonna be run down by a vehicle at the same time. Victor Gaming, they're gonna get a great elimination for like a wonderful squad. A1 NB, it's gonna be very difficult for them to rotate, as we were talking about them. If they get eliminated by B Esport around those runes area, but for now SITM, they are holding this position within the center, not the center, the southern part of the circle, but they have lost 2 of the players, Dobu and QB. Obviously, it has not been an easy ride for him. The way the circle has taken the shift multiple times away from them, it put themselves in a very difficult spot. But for now, they're looking to rotate into the like a safer part of the circle. It's gonna be very difficult, as he was surrounded left and right by multiple squad. Team Seal Esport, despite the fact they've lost 2 of those players, they're still in a very great position within the circle towards the northern part, like northern eastern part of the map, and they're holding those areas. Like they've found themselves like a great lower ground, and they have a cover from the even left and right angle. Obviously, if a nade gets connected, it might just take down 2 of them, but I feel like there's no one near them that will probably get those nades out. But for now, Team Victor Gaming, they are looking really, really good right now. The team which was furthest away from the circle found themselves in the greatest comfortable position right now, with 4 players alive within a circle with covers left and right. Obviously, they're surrounded, but this is like the story of every other team out there. Every team is surrounded left and right by other team. The circle doesn't have the capacity to be like create any kind of distance between the other team, but Gon has to be careful, as his vehicle has taken a lot of damage. As for MAKPEN, Palzang goes down at the hand of Victor Gaming.
Yeah, and multiple teams being kind of eliminated off the bat, and we don't see a lot of the teams that we wanted to perform, like A1 and B getting eliminated early, and then B Esports as well, and Equinox also, who were within the top 8 there, going out early in this map number 1 for day number 3 as day number 3 as well. But the interesting one here is how much can SITM, Desert and Jero do to try and take up as many elimination and placement points as possible. In the meantime, Stronger Esports is going to be in a bit of trouble there with Seal putting in the pressure. They already have 2 players knocked, and the last player surviving, 1 player gets eliminated as well. So this keeps 1 alive and 1 knocked on the side of Stronger Esports. So not off to a great start, and this is a team with 2 chicken dinners in the bottom 8, and with that I think Stronger Esports loses out and will only have 1 player remaining with 3 eliminations to put. They're going to be happy as long as they can ride themselves into the circle and get as many placement points as possible. Gremlin in the meantime are in a good position. They do have 3 players remaining. OPX, same story. BITX with the same amount of players alive, as well as Victor Gaming, who still having got one of their players knocked, has 1 elimination, so has all 4 alive. This might be their game. We'll have to wait and see. But in the meantime, we have Bad Intention X putting pressure on Gremlin there. They will lose out on 1. The resurrection will not come through, and he is going to be eliminated. And we have now Victor Gaming joining the fray as well, getting a knock. No elimination to follow through. But yes, now they do find the elimination or the knock. I think it was another knock. But no, that was actually an elimination that they do find. In the meantime, they are putting pressure onto SITM as well, and they want SITM out here. Gone, the man who was on absolute fire during the semi-finals, is now putting pressure onto Jero as well as Desert here, who is hiding out for the time being and trying to get as many placement points as possible. But Gone needs to be careful. He might get pushed from a different angle, and there isn't a lot. His teammates are not around to watch his back, so he needs to be careful. TRZ is going to be pushing from his northern side as well, so it's going to be a tough position for him to get out of. So he is laying down smoke. He is trying to cover his retreat, and in the meantime, Gremlin is gonna get eliminated. They were in a really good spot until they were not, and in the meantime, damage has been knocked. BIT is going to be in a little bit of trouble with Team Classic putting the pressure onto them as well as onto NB Esports. So this is a massive fight breaking out. It's a 3-way. Team Classic looking to third party this fight and get as many eliminations possible. And BITX down 2 players already, and they are going to be losing more. In the meantime, Seal is putting the pressure onto MAKPEN. MAKPEN down to their last man, who is up and 1 knocked as well. Going to be made quick work of meanwhile, NB Esports in a lot of trouble with Victor Gaming joining the fray as well. So this is almost a 4-way fight here outside, and Team Classic here once he just looking through, and we have TRZ joining the fight as well. There's absolute chaos inside this house, and with as the dust settle, we have MAKPEN getting eliminated. We have Jiro taking a elimination onto Victor Gaming as well, and TRZ 9 degrees onto NB as well. That's going to be NB Esports eliminated and out of the lobby. And in the meantime, TRZ is going to get pressured from Team Classic as well. We have SITM even with 2 players alive looking for more elimination. They have 1 knocked already. They need to be careful. TRZ will lose out on a couple of players here, down to the last 2 with 1 knocked on the ground and only 2 eliminations to boot. But with these final circles coming through, it's absolute havoc here. Mamba is going to be in cover for the time being, has a decent position to keep himself secured, but not going to be easy for him to rotate out of here. With BITX on his left side as well as in front, there is this absolute chaos with Stronger Esports, Team Classic, as well as I think it was SITM in the midst of all of that. I have no idea how SITM is still surviving. Jiro with no HP manages to pop a medkit and heal up as well. Victor Gaming down to Warzone as well as damage there to survive and try and get as many placement points as possible. And as I say that, SITM does lose Desert there, so down to their last man now on the side of SITM. Desert is going to get eliminated from Canoxy there. So SITM looking to get a chicken dinner might not be possible, but right now BIT as well as 1952 are primed up to take this as alongside OPX, who has the numbers advantage. But in terms of position, I feel like Team OPX has the better position to come into the ring, not really going to have any pressure coming in from the left and the right, so he is going to be in a really good position here. In the meantime, we have 1952 putting the pressure onto Seal as well. Seal losing out on a couple of players, and BIT also getting a player eliminated as well as 1 more down as well, down to the last 2. Mehdi, they are in a fight against OPX by the looks of it, going to get pressured here. BIT, they will lose another, down to the last 2. The resurrection will come through, but it's not going to be enough, and now down to the last man. In the meantime, Hopeless because he's going to get shot from the far. SIM will find an elimination, and that's going to be SITM getting eliminated from the lobby as well in the meantime. So third parties all around the final circle is definitely heating up. 13 players left with 5 teams. 1952 primed up to win this with the numbers advantage as Seal gets eliminated as well. That's going to be your top dogs out of the lobby, leaving Team Classic with 2 down as well. This is a really good position for 1952 to be in. Let's see what Team Classic can do with only 2 players alive, trying to get a resurrection off if possible, but they are getting pressured from all over the place. In the meantime, a grenade kill on to CSC as well by the looks of it. That was I think it was BITX getting eliminated completely, and it is 1952 having a player down. OPX putting the pressure as well. Team Classic also on the other side putting pressure, and I don't think they can get any of these players up. 1952 in a tough position here because Team Classic is going to be crawling their way close now to try and take this fight, and with only 2 players alive, they're still putting the pressure. In the meantime, Damage from Victor Gaming gets knocked and eliminated, leaving just 1 player alive on the side of Team Victor Gaming. Stronger Esports in the meantime will get eliminated, leaving only 4 teams alive with multiple players down. 10 players alive within these 4 teams, and OPX has 3 alive to take this fight, and 1952 has all 4 players up and running to take this fight as well. It's going to be a tough one. They already find the elimination onto CSC as well. That's Team Classic out. That's Hopeless eliminated, I think, and entirety of Team Classic eliminated completely, and now 3 teams left with 8 players alive. 1952 prepped to win this. Warzone so far away, he can try and spoil this, but the fight is between OPX as well as 1952 who are taking this fight. Warzone actually is going to spoil the party and will take out a player on the side of OPX. Down to the last 2 now. 1952, will they come back here with a chicken dinner to start things off? And this is a team who has not been performing, and I think RZ mentioned this as well. 1952 might just be able to claim this. They need to get through here. They have a good spot for the time being, but Warzone is going to be looking. Victor Gaming is looking for placement as well as elimination. Can he pull it off for his team? They need a really good team. Can he clutch this out again in a 3v4v1 here? Can he clutch this out? Is going to be the question, but this is going to be a tough one. RZ, things are definitely looking good for 1952 here.
Obviously, with the Lukashi going down and the Warzone on the right side, it's not going to be very easy as we had thought of it, but Fantastic takes a lot of shots, obviously, as he tried to rotate into the circle. Team 1952 left draw on the back foot, and they it cover as from the Fantastic in general. Now OPX is down to 1 player. Fantastic goes down at the hand of Team 1952. Unknown is just have a lot of utility on his head, throwing those nades left and right. It might just get connected, but now the numbers advantage is absolutely a lot. 1952 with it's a 4v1v1, and with the Warzone on the right side, VG Warzone, and even now OPX are looking to end their game at number 2 right now with 12 points. They have to be careful, and Draw takes a lot of the damage from the nade coming from Warzone side. Unfortunately for Team VG, he's still not able to get a knock or maybe even an elimination. Draw is still surviving. Lukashi takes a lot of damage. Unknown is still holding those areas, gets spotted as well. It's just shots coming left and right. Is able to deal a lot of damage to one of those players. Draw also gets spotted. Unfortunately for Draw, he's still surviving. Unknown finally gets spotted by a CY and takes him down, and this is 1952 left in this whole map alone with Warzone. Warzone is just holding those angles right now. They don't know exactly where the last player is. He's just waiting for the right moment, but it's just a matter of second. You might just be able to take one of those players down with those shots coming for Warzone. Now they know exactly where the last player is, and now these 4 players are just going to be rushing towards him from left and right. He has a bit of cover, but how long can you survive with the 4 players with a good amount of utility and a lot of gunpowder running towards you? See one gets spotted. Shots are being landed on him. As he able to land one shot, he has to go back into the cover, especially with the Lukashi coming in from the left side. So nades are being thrown. Obviously the Molotov gets connected. He has to get up, and as soon as he got up, 1952 takes him down, and they will secure a wonderful winner chicken dinner. Somebody's this something that they were definitely they were looking for, something that is definitely needed while they were going on the day number 3. They weren't able to exactly be in the page number 1. They were in the top 5 as well. So this chicken dinner will put them in a very great spot, obviously, and to a wonderful start to the day.
Indeed, and what a performance coming out from 1952. They were quite silent towards the early part of that game, but coming back strong with multiple elimination to try and to basically claim the winner chicken dinner. Is it going to be enough to put them in that first page top 8 is going to be the question. We'll have to wait and see when we see the overall standings. I don't think it's going to be good enough for them to claim that top 5 spot, but they are definitely going to be in one of the teams in contention to try and make a massive comeback in this grand grand finals. But what a performance. And even Victor Gaming here getting second place, placement points is going to be a key for them, as well as getting multiple eliminations to follow up. So we did have Damage doing a really good job, and Victor Gaming overall, I think they had a decent performance considering from where they had to rotate. They were in the worst spot possible when the first ring was seen on the map. To the northern part, they had a long way to cover, but they came back strong and managed to grab that second place placement point, which is huge for them. And I think this is the reason I said, like, Victor Gaming does have the talent that is required to take the fight, and they were able to. And even with numbers disadvantage, managing to grab that second place placement point is going to be huge for them. But let's take a look at the match statistics from this game number 1 of day number 3 here.
Obviously, I feel like it's gonna be 1952. Obviously, they got the winner chicken dinner, but like look at entry draw as he was on the back foot, on the providing support from the backside for his team. He got 6 eliminations, then he got 611 damage or 142 damage received. Lukashi, at the same time, C1, all of these players, they were in the center of those fights. Then they got 326 damage received. C1 got 3 for 13 damage received. Obviously, they were going ahead. They were looking at the center. Even the last cycle, Lukashi, junior actor at the same time, C1. These 3 players rushed to the center of the circle by using a vehicle. Entry draw was just left a bit farther away from the team. We were supposed to provide good amount of support, but we have head-to-head in front of us with 1952 and Seal Esports. Look at the massive amount of difference in terms of elimination and assists. The damage is almost 450 difference, but there's elimination 7 more elimination on the side of 1952 and 4 more assists.
Yeah, this is just going to show how much staying alive towards that latter part of the game is so key, because you are able to pick off multiple third-party fights, and having those numbers advantage definitely helps. But post-match review, it is going to be Becca versus entry draw from 1952 here. 6 eliminations to the 4 damage dealt, going in favor of Becca here. But in terms of knocks as well, but survival time, those 4 minutes difference made sure that 1952 were able to close that game out and grab that winner chicken dinner as well. Taking a look at the overall match summary here, we have again the highest eliminations coming from 1952, as well as Naim with the highest number of damage from OPX coming through. That's something that I was not expecting. Highest assists also is going to be from entry draw here, as well as Farhad joining the fray with the most number of healing done with 660, as well as Naim with the most number of knockouts with 6 for him on the side of OPX as well. So OPX was involved in a lot, but not being able to get the eliminations. But let's take a look at who the MVP for match number 13 and match number 1 for day number 3 is going to be. It is going to be none other than entry draw from 1952 with 6 eliminations and 611 damage, as well as a survival time of 25-19 to follow as well. So a really good performance coming out from him to ensure that his team managed to grab that winner chicken dinner. Taking a look at the top players, we have Becca joining the fray here, Desert from SITM as well, Naim from OPX, as well as Hopeless from Team Classic. But the top player for match number 1 is none other than entry draw from 1952. What a performance from this team.
Obviously, I feel like by the same time, looking at those highlights in front of us, this was at the start where Seal Esports Becca was able to run B over right at the start of the game. That put them in a really great spot, obviously, but not just for bad luck for B in terms of getting run over. They also got caught out by the hand of bad intention, and that was one of those players also getting eliminated. 2 more players getting eliminated, only leaving Duke behind, who later rotated towards the areas of Ferry Pierre. But this was SITM trying to get a bit aggressive, but unfortunately for them as well, they were not in a great position within the circle. As for Team Classic, they were looking really good. Obviously, they had the 3 players alive, maybe 4 players as well. But them getting eliminated at the hand of those nades coming in, that was quite unfortunate. But for now, they also got themselves into a great spot. When 1952, the way they played into the circle, the way they held their position towards the northwest part of the map, that was quite impressive. They didn't do the single player, even there were teams left and right or next to them as well. They were trying to make sure they hold their ground, and it worked out for them. In the end, it was very easy for them to take this fight as they went into those last circles, into the last fights with the numbers advantage. So in the end, it was 1952. It didn't look like they tried very hard to get that winner chicken dinner when they had to take some huge engagement, but it happened over slowly over the gradual amount of time where they were absolutely gaining advantage minute by minute, seconds by seconds in terms of map control as well. And in the end, it looked very easy, but I still feel like there were a lot of steps and process that involved them getting the winner chicken dinner.
Indeed, and the tough one here is looking at the damage graph here. OPX with 2,200 damage, but only 5 eliminations to show for it. So involved in a lot of fights, not being able to get those final knocks. I mean, they are going to be very disappointed with the number of eliminations that they got for the amount of damage done. But whereas we have 1952, just value for the amount of damage done, right? 1,400 damage with 13 eliminations. This team is going to be extremely happy looking at that damage graph. But in the meantime, we have the standings for match number 13 here with 1952 with the chicken dinner, as well as 13 eliminations to boot, 28 points. We have Victor Gaming coming in at second here with 15 points, going to be very key. OPX at third place with 15 total points and 10 placement points and 5 eliminations to boot. Team Classic coming in at 4, Bad Intention, the Expert at 5th, Stronger Esports still performing really well. See Esports not off to a great start, but I mean they're still quite safe in that number 1 spot there. SITM with 5 eliminations and placement points of only 1, getting only that 8th place. TRZ had a really good day yesterday, but in 9th place. Gremlin Storm here at 10th. NB Esports not having the best of starts for the day. MAKPEN, B Esports, Equinox, Astra Esports, and A1NB Esports not having a great start at all. But I think Victor Gaming is going to be very happy with their start to the day. Yes, they were not able to get as many eliminations as they normally do get, but those placement points are going to be key in their overall standings and their road to their comeback. But top performance, we do have it on screen. Kenoxis still holding on to that with 26 eliminations. Matt moving up a little bit here with 25. Fistboy still holding on to the third place with 24 eliminations. And we have 90 Degree from TRZ moving up a place with 22 eliminations, as well as Rogue at 5th with 22 eliminations as well. Just on in terms of survival time, 90 Degree just moving up above still Rogue there. But overall, I feel like I said, I don't think this will change too much as the day goes on. We'll have to wait and see if a player just comes out and goes in for one game, 11 eliminations or something like that, which we did see in the semi-finals. But it is definitely possible, but I don't think it will happen at this stage of the when it's the grand finals. I don't think anyone can be able to do that. But we are looking at the schedule for the day. We do have Miramar coming up, as well as then Sanhok to follow up, and Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok as a repeat as we go on through the day. So these teams are going to have enough and more opportunity to come back.
Obviously, this is like one of those maps where you have the most control in terms of generally a map in terms of rotation. Maybe your strategy will be tested definitely here. You have like nothing is like unpredictable, nothing is like shifting a lot, even the circle taking a shift away for you. Like you have the your game sense will be tested, your circle prediction is also being tested as well. So I feel like this could be a good game for those teams that are looking to make their mark, they're looking to come back. Obviously, teams like especially the stronger teams like A1NB, Team SITM, Team ESPORT, Team NBES, this could be their map. The next map will be unpredictable. We have seen different teams win this one, especially the team that you never expect to win. Those will be the team winning the map of Sanhok. So Miramar, this will be very interesting, and the teams that will be that teams you need to look out for will be definitely the top team, the top dogs that were favorites, and definitely the top contenders that came into the grand final, whether they were invited or whether they were like qualified from the semi-finals.
All right, so like I said, like RZ said as well, we will have a tough day on our hands with these teams all fighting up, but with that we do have Miramar starting in a little while, so it's going to be even more exciting. It's going to have a lot of strategy involved with these teams rotating in, but it's what again it goes back to what teams are going to make a comeback is going to be the question. But with that, RZ, I want to thank you for joining me for game number 1. You have been absolutely amazing as always. I hope to be able to cast more and more games here of PUBG Mobile as the days go on, and of course tomorrow the final day as well. So thanks thanks so much man, for joining me for game number 1, RZ.
Obviously, it was a pleasure to be here, but see you soon.
Thanks, man. So with that, we will be heading into Miramar in a little bit, but before that, I am going to introduce another friend of mine who is going to be joining me for game number 2. It's none other than Nikhil. Hi, man. What's up? Are you here? Yeah. There we go. Now I see you.
I am here. I'm really excited, man. I think day 3 for me is the most exciting day, because going into day 4, right, you can almost expect comebacks, but Day 3 is all of surprises. It might be just like day 1 and 2, the teams that are consistent, continuing their form. It might also be teams that are really feeling themselves like TRZ did yesterday to pull off a miraculous comeback from the bottom of the table, reaching towards the very top. And I think that's what day 3 is all about redemptions. And I want to see which teams are able to do just that. Heading into Miramar, all about consistency. You guys detailed it perfectly, right? Unlike Sanhok, it's all about the teams being rewarded who play the very best PUBG Mobile. So let's see which team is able to pick up the win.
Indeed, and like I said, I think we already might have a redemption arc here with 1952 grabbing the winner chicken dinner with multiple eliminations to boot as well. I think 13 eliminations with the first place placement. So might be, who knows, if they can continue this performance, we might see a redemption arc just like we did see with TRZ coming up and taking that, grabbing that third place in the overall standings. We might even see 1952, you know, coming forward and doing the same thing. So we will have to wait and see as the day goes on what will happen. We have 5 more maps left. So it's a lot more PUBG Mobile action coming your way here, and all these teams do definitely have the potential and the talent to make it all the way. And Victor Gaming, I think, has might have started the redemption arc here with a couple of eliminations and a second place finish. So they do need a lot more because they are at the bottom of the table. They will require a lot more today, and they need to be very consistent today to be able to make it to the top 5. But it is not impossible. It is not the first time that they have done it, and if they can do it again this time around, they did it during the semi-finals. If they can do it during the grand finals, I mean, what a story. I mean, this might be dubbed as the team who makes the greatest comebacks. We'll have to wait and see whether Victor Gaming is going to be able to do that. But who are you favoring?
And
Okay,
that would be an absolutely miraculous comeback for sure. And I really like the fact that you brought up 1952 as well, because it would be an ironic redemption arc for this team, because they were one of the best teams on day 1. Then we went into day 2 and they completely disappeared. And coming into day 3, they picked up a chicken dinner already. So it's like a sine wave, you know, they're going up and down and up and down. And I wonder if today they will actually go up. Hey, you asked me who I was favoring. I think for this matchup, I'm going to go with SEAL Esports. They have been one of the most consistent teams all the way around and continuously delivering, and I think one of the few teams that were invited that have displayed the similar caliber that we expected from the invited teams consistently. So I think SEAL are definitely favorites for a top 5, and to get a chicken dinner right here will set themselves up for that. What about you?
I'm going to stick with SITM, and I really want this team to, you know, outperform, because this is the top dogs, right? I mean, they came from quarterfinals with a massive margin, and they come into the semi-finals, absolutely demolishes the competition. And now grand finals, I feel like, are they out of gas is going to be the question mark here for everyone, because they're still in the top 5, but have they lost momentum is like the question that everyone's going to be asking here. This is the team to beat. Like, coming on to the semi-finals, this was the team to beat. Does not seem like it anymore. We do have a team Classic performing really well. We had team Bad Intention next, and now team SITM has kind of taken a, you know, a backdoor seat here. Like, I feel like they haven't really given us what they're capable of. Even though they are within the top 5, I'm expecting a lot more to come from this team. We had the likes of Jero, Desert. These guys play absolutely amazing PUBG Mobile. Their positioning is really good. They take these different angles. They play this 3-1 kind of strat as well. They play the 2-2 split as well, where they are able to pinch down teams. We haven't seen a lot of it from this team at all. I mean, day 1 and 2 they have been silent. Day 3, it looks like game 1 they were silent. Yeah, we did see a couple of fights here and there, but I feel like they haven't gotten out of these situations that they keep getting themselves into. And even during semi-finals, we saw them, you know, in really bad situations, like today when game number 1 where Victor Gaming had to rotate all the way from the north and the ring was, like, you know, very far away from them. SITM actually did that. They came back from that and they managed to claim the chicken dinner as well. This is a team who comes from impossible situations and does the impossible as well. But we are not seeing what is even possible from them so far. So I feel like, you know, this might be day 3 might be their time to shine. This is a team that took a back-to-back, or rather 3 chicken dinners in a row. So I feel like they might, you know, surprise me with game number 2. So I am going to stick with SITM. I have been sticking with them since day number 1. So I'm going to stick with them for day number 3 as well.
Yeah, I'm sure the fans are hoping the same as well, because what a heartbreak it would be to see a team that was, like you said, one of the best coming into the grand finals week to just drop off right now. Just on the very edge of this grand finals, no less. So we'll have to see if SITM can indeed recover. But hey, with no further ado, let's get ourselves ready for Miramar right here, right now. It's going to be quite a standard flight path here, starting from El Azahar, heading in towards the Ladrilera area, and quite accessible for every team wanting to go wherever they please. But I think the circle possibilities are what I'm excited for, because I have this weird feeling that we might actually see a Los Leones circle right here, maybe a Chumisera circle even. What do you think, Tarun?
Indeed, but I mean, we were quite surprised with game number 1 circle to start things off for day number 1. So I'm not even, going to even predict at this point as to where the circle might be. I want to see something interesting, and game number 1 gave us that. But the entirety of day number 3 is always, like you said, it's one of the most exciting days when it comes to a grand final. A 4-day grand final where teams are making back and forth comebacks, and day number 3 is definitely the highlight for a lot of teams, and where a lot of teams will start to make a comeback. But with that, I think as casters, we want to see these weird circles happen, and that's what makes things interesting, as well as make those early fights happen as well. But like you said, Los Leonos is going to be looking to be quite possible. It's a very standard ring to start things off, quite accessible to everyone, so we might not see too many early engagements unless teams decide to fight the top dogs as well, because we did see that a little bit yesterday, where a team or two might try to fight one of these teams early on and try to knock them out early, and make sure that they don't get any more points. It might be possible. We'll have to wait and see, because it is again, even the top 5 teams, top 5 teams do qualify, but again the prize money kind of drops off after that first place finish, right? You have $10,000 for first place, and then second place is half of that. So you need to these teams will be fighting to be the top dogs as well, because that money definitely is going to be an incentive for these teams as well. But having said that, very standard drop. Looks like no teams are close to each other for a fight. It might be just Bad Intention X Equinox might be in a bit of a stuff early on, but they do seem to be spreading out quite thin. So I feel like we might not see any early engagements. Maybe inside Los Leonos, if SITM decides to fight up against Team Classic here for that position that they are holding, but I feel like a lot of teams will be playing it safe for the early part of this game, and it is a very safe circle for a lot of these teams.
100%. And look, what is really interesting is with the way the circle is, right? Considering the fact that most of the teams are either already in the circle or at the very edge of the circle, like Stronger, B Esports, or Astra Esports, it means that the density of the circle is going to drastically reduce coming into the second. And like a Miramar we saw yesterday, unlike the usual where we see most of our fights really pop off towards the 15-20 minute mark, I think again that 10-12 minute mark is going to be crucial. Now, you see SITM picking up Los Leones nice and early. My eyes are actually right now on Bad Intention X, because they made some good moves, dropping down quite split up. It was a risk, but it has paid off, because now they get access to the mountain range on Power Grid, which is smack bang in the middle of the circle, gives you access to both the highways heading into Los Leones or heading into Hacienda del Patron. And with the vision of both the highways, you can control that high ground and really deny teams, put pressure on teams that are trying to rotate. So I wonder if they will stick to that position, because right now they are in a bit of a heavy split. 2-1-1, Matt left on his lonesome, Siam left on his lonesome, while the rest of their teams try to make their way in. But other than that, it does look quite standard, like you mentioned earlier, Terror, and we'll have to see which teams are quicker on those moves to try and get those high grounds, because you got several mountains to play around. You got the Junkyard ones, the Picardo ones, of course, the ones just south of Los Leones as well. So a lot of options right now for the teams, but the options are sure to run out soon enough.
Indeed. What I'm worried for is, like, looking at this is going to be for Victor Gaming when they are coming in, because TRZ is going to be holding them off. So they need to get through TRZ to be able to get into the ring as well, or take the long way around towards the southern side of the map maybe. But if they do decide to fight, Victor Gaming really does need to win that engagement that they do take, or come out with the least amount of casualty, win and come out with the least amount of casualties if they want to have a chance of getting even more placement points and elimination points as well. Having said that, I think BIT X has moved away kind of from Power Grid. They are looking to hold off a couple of teams who will be rotating into the ring. So it is going to be Astra Esports who might be the first one running into BITX. Here, Bad Intention has been that consistent team, especially with the help of their number one player, who is Matt, who has been destructive across the board from the semis to the grand finals. He has not stopped, outperforming everyone in his team and just carrying his his team as well. And in the meantime, like you said, SITM here in a really good spot, all the way right in the middle of Los Leones. Here, Team Classic is going to be in the area as well. But like you said, the density within this circle is going to increase very, very early on, because there isn't a lot of rotation for these teams to make. Due to the way that the circle has situated itself, you only have like one or two teams who have to rotate out from the circle. So B is going to be one of them. We have Astra Esports who are going to be coming in, but BITX has moved out a little bit, so they're still playing that 1-1-2 split here. It's going to be Matt and Siam who is going to be holding off Astra. I don't think they have been spotted yet. They might be spotted as they climb over the mountain ridge. But in the meantime, where is Seal? I'm trying to spot Seal right now.
Right there, Monte Nuevo.
Yeah, okay, just saw them. So they are quite safe as well. They might be able to kind of third-party Team Astra who is going to be heading in as well. I don't think they have been spotted yet. If they are spotted, they might get sandwiched here. Astra Esports might get sandwiched between BIT as well as Seal. But they are taking the highway, and Seal is going to spot them while they do take the highway. And we do see BIT heading back into Power Grid, and it's going to be holding that mountain ridge. But look at Los Leones. You can barely tell the teams apart right now. The density is insane. We have A1 and B there. We have got Team Classic there. We have NB Esports. We have SITM. We have Team Classic. Who else do we have here? We have, good God, we have MAKPEN coming in as well. I really can't even tell the teams apart at this point. Los Leones is just an absolute cluster of teams just running right into the middle of the circle.
Yeah, just like we expected, right? I think teams really prioritizing that move so they can get into a decent position to try and ensure that they're favored in those future circles. So what that does mean is that the circle, even if it takes a slightly unorthodox shift, like a little more to the west or a little more to the north, a lot of the teams are going to be caught hapless with their pants down and nowhere to move because of the density of Los Leones right now. So we'll have to see if the circle does indeed take standard shifts and gives us that urban finish. That's going to be a pleasant affair for us to witness, considering that teams are going to continuously be able to take fights without actually being free to commit to any fights altogether. But talking about fights, Naeem has spotted out MAKPEN right here, and now Ali is taking just a couple of shots. He's all alone, so MAKPEN could look to retaliate, but not for long. OPX have come through on the backup, and now I think OPX with the clear insight here will try to just maintain this high ground and deny MAKPEN from moving away. But MAKPEN not necessarily in a tough spot, anything like that, Terror. They're happy to just disengage from the fight, and we see this from many teams, especially in Miramar, right? The disengagement is usually better off. You're usually not worthy taking those long range fights because more often than not, you're just attracting attention to yourself, which is not really what you want. Plus, more importantly, this is day 3 of the Grand Finals week, so you don't want to put yourself in a position where you make a slight mistake and it's GGWP. So that's why I think teams are going to just look to play it safe. And I see B Esports still in the blue zone, so opting for a very late rotation right now, B Esports. They might run into a bit of a trouble because of that.
Yeah, I think that teams definitely need to be careful rotating into the ring, especially if you're coming from outside, because the density in the circle right now is absolutely insane. A lot of these teams are going to be watching anyone who is going to be rotating in late into the circle as well, so they are going to be held off. But the circle seems to it is very much favoring Los Leones area, and SITM is in a really good position alongside Gremlin here, as well as Team Classic. BIT will be rotating in right about now, so they are going to be holding still a part of this mountain range, looking down. They might be very happy if the circle does switch to kind of pulls towards the western side, but I don't think that might happen. I feel like the circle will still pull towards the middle of very close to Los Leones actually, and I feel like this might be SITM's prediction as well. They haven't really moved from where they are at. In the meantime, we have A1 and B coming in, TRZ at the back of them. We might have an engagement here. SITM going for the airdrop as well. Doesn't manages to pick it up. And as I say that, we have Team Equinox getting a knock onto Team Classic as well. So now we have a couple of engagements breaking out, and that has to be the first knock in the game as well. I did not see another knock before that, so that's going to be the first knock in the game. But I don't think at the ranges that they are taking the fights right now, I don't think the elimination will follow through. But having said that, NB Esports have been they are in Junkyard, right? If I'm not mistaken. Is it Graveyard? But they are right now.
Graveyard.
Graveyard, right? Yeah, they are in Graveyard right now. They are going to be quite happy, not really contested. They are in the ring as well. They don't really have to move too much. They are going to be quite happy with yeah, they are going to be quite happy. But in the meantime, we do have MAKPEN coming in from the western side as well. In the meantime, B is going to be the last team to rotate into the ring. In the meantime, SITM is in a bit of a scruff against TRZ. It is 90 degree, the man who was on absolute fire yesterday for TRZ. But Desert is all on his own. His teammates are close by, but he is taking the spot shots on his own. But look at the angles that SITM has taken. This is what we are talking about, how well they position themselves, where they go for this split kind of, everyone's on their own, but they watch each other's line of sights basically, so that even if someone is spotted, or you would see your teammates getting backstabbed or something like that, you would always have backup in a matter of seconds with the line of sights that they do have among their teammates. In the meantime, we do have Team Seal picking up a couple of eliminations onto Astra, and Jiro here laying it into TRZ all the way from the mountaintop. And this is why high ground is so important, looking for the elimination, not really finding it, finding a little bit of damage though. That's a lot of damage being done into TRZ. They still haven't gone for the resurrection. Oh, QB finds another, so that's going to be TRZ with 2 players on the ground, and they will get the elimination onto 90 degrees as well. Twist from Equinox finds another player on the side of TRZ, and TRZ is in a lot of trouble here with 2 players being completely eliminated. Where did the Equinox player come from even? That's what I'm wondering.
I'm sure they're wondering that as well.
Yeah, SITM is so confused right now because that was their elimination. They managed to get the knock, but did not find the elimination, and Equinox comes from nowhere. I don't think they're even nearby. Where does he land the shot from? It's so far away. I think it was Twist.
Yeah, yeah, it was insanely long range. And hey,
Oh no.
crucial shot. It gets them those important points as well, right? So, great opening altogether, I would say, for Steel Shaw. Twist right there. And hey, on top of that, I think I'm glad we're seeing a little bit of an action, right? We've got those couple eliminations nice and early as teams look to get better positions. Look at QB though, man. Where is he going? Hey QB, come back.
He's like, I'm done with this.
He's like, that was my kill. I didn't get my kill, GG guys. I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out. He's definitely pissed with that one. But we have Team Seal who's going to be rotating in late from the southwestern side here. Might be held off by A1 and B, but we'd have SITM still in a fight. Zero finding another elimination there onto A1 and B, and this might be the playground for SITM. SITM has such a good positioning so far, very early on in the game, and then so far holding on to it as well. And he's going to be holding off A1 and B for the time being, and Seal is going to be pushing them from the other side as well. In the meantime, we have Karoxis going down on the other side to MAKPEN, and that's one of the top dogs in the side of Team Classic being taken out. I don't think he was eliminated though. Was he eliminated? Wait, why is CSC? Yeah, he was eliminated. So Karoxis is out that early is going to be a tough one, and in the meantime, Hopeless gets knocked as well on the side of Team Classic. So Team Classic is not off to a really good start here, but they're within the top 5, so they're still very comfortable. SITM just holding on to the high ground, looking at every possible line. Look at the split. Look at where Desert is, and we have the rest of the 3 players on SITM just looking at all the angles of anyone trying to come into that mountain range and taking pot shots and looking for any easy eliminations that they can find. Whereas Desert is in the thickest of things, just running at people right now with his teammates overlooking him. But as I said, that 1952 has joined the fray as well, going in for an elimination onto CSC, and that is going to be Team Classic eliminated. That's the first team to be eliminated, and this is one of the top teams eliminated really early in. I mean, they're the first team to get eliminated, so this is going to be a bit troubling for them, but all the other teams are going to be happy. So this is one of the top teams not getting any points in this map number 2 for the day as well.
Yeah, and quite a few fights breaking out now as teams in a lot of trouble. Craven's actually down by a Molotov, I believe. So Bad Intention X as well in a bit of trouble right here, as SITM have situated themselves in that perfect high ground just towards the north of Los Leones. So it means they get to catch any team straggling towards the end trying to get out of Los Leones. It also means that they get to put themselves in a position where they can rotate very easily if the circle takes a drastic shift towards the west away from them. But considering the value of their position, they're under a lot of trouble, and they're all split apart, so they could all fall through, as Bad Intention X are trying to do exactly that. Hold down Los Leones and deny SITM the opportunity to become kings in their position. But For Bad Intention X, it really has been about this one player we see on the screen. It has been all about Matt and the performances he can deliver. Now, you can see with the circle taking the shift towards, I believe, is that? Towards southeast almost? Yeah, I think so. B Esports still in the blue zone. I say that just as that they leave it. So be very late on the rotations right now. I'm curious to see if that actually plays a role in the later circles, because I have this feeling that B are just going to run straight into the middle of a crossfire and either cause a ton of disruption in the sense that they might third party a existing fight, or they're just going to get massacred themselves. So B in a unique situation somewhat compared to the rest of the teams in our lobby.
Indeed, and Victor Gaming also has been quite B Esports and Victor Gaming both among those bottom 8 teams as well, so they are looking to get as many points as possible. MAKPEN, they have a long way to go. They have quite a distance to cover in their rotation, so they are looking to move a little by little, but being very careful about it as well. MAKPEN, another team that we haven't seen perform that great here, so they will be looking to get themselves as many placement and elimination points as possible, but with the ring coming in, they are going to be forced to move. They don't want to spend too much time inside the ring. In the meantime, we have Kage GG on the side of Equinox, all alone on the left side of the map. In the meantime, NB is going to be in a fight, and that's going to be a grenade knock coming through onto B Esports there, and B is going to be a player down for the time being. I don't think they can get the reds off, because we have OPX watching them from the left as well, and they are going to be naded in a lot. Ryuk is going to get resurrected up. He's going to be carried away to safety. What teamwork here. He is going to be carried away to safety before the resurrection comes through here, and he will go for the revive. So good teamwork coming out from B. The smoke's laid down by Dexter there, and gets his teammate out of dodge and will find the res. But in the meantime, Seal has been active with 3 eliminations. MAKPEN also a little bit active there. And we are looking at NB, who is going to be pressured by B at some point. By the looks of it, they are surrounding them. And NB Esports are not in the best of... I mean, they are holding out 4 different houses. We have a couple of teams pushing them, but B is looking to push them off of this. Obviously, the utility is going to be very key when they are trying to take this fight up against NB, who are holding out multiple houses or multiple compounds, and it's going to be a tough one for them to push through. But in the meantime, we have SITM getting active yet again into A1 and B. Will find an elimination, and Equinox Twist goes down outside of zone by the looks of it, and Victor Gaming joins the fray as well, finds a elimination onto Seal Esports as well, and that's going to be a tough, a big blow for Team Seal, and they will find the elimination onto Aero there. Warzone getting very active, and Victor Gaming taking the fight to the number 1 team right now in the overall standings is going to be huge. QB in the meantime finding another onto another one to A1 and B, and SITM are making quick work of everyone around the mountain range, putting the pressure onto Stronger as well as Equinox, not Equinox, Team Seal, and in the meanwhile, A1 and B will get eliminated by B. B getting the final knock on them, so 3 teams already eliminated, and B Esports looking to still fight up against NB Esports here, who is huddled up in multiple compounds here. They will have to move at some point depending on where the ring comes in. Equinox in the meantime will get eliminated also. NB Esports down a man, so it is going to be interesting to see whether they do push. And in the meantime, I think Team Seal is in a whole lot of trouble, and they might be... Where is Team Seal? Hello? They're down 4 already, yeah. And Team Seal is actually eliminated.
Done.
They're done.
Yeah, they have been eliminated by Bad Intention X, no less, but the fights are not done just yet, as towards the edge of La Bendita, you can see 3 teams right now caught in a bit of an awkward situation as NB Esports make quick work of B. Scooby still looking in the shadows, waiting for them to drop down, and he spotted out. That's B Esports done for, and this is what I meant. They just get caught out in the late move. NB Esports able to pick up some free points for themselves, and now continue to push forward for that number 1 spot that Seal have occupied right now, but have been eliminated from this lobby. So NB Esports in a great spot to pull it off. Damage with a crucial kill, off with a nade, and the vehicle comes in to finish off Stronger. Victor Gaming coming up with a huge fight right now, but still not in the greatest of positions as they have to inch their way into the circle. Farhad, the last man standing here for Stronger, I believe. And will have to make a miracle happen. Finds Zerkos, takes him down, and now Farhad will have enough space to set up the heals. He can't be pushed just yet, but this is enough time for Warzone to bring damage back to his feet. But Victor Gaming inside electing not to do that. They're relying on Gon to make something happen, and just like that, 3 members of Victor Gaming down. It's all left to Gon. Farhad on his lonesome has turned that fight around, and Gon surely can't reach it in time.
That was not something they were expecting, and they will find the elimination. Stronger Eastwood Farhad making the play and might get the resolve onto the team as well. And that is going to be Victor Gaming eliminated by SITM, the final man going down to SITM. But in the meantime, SITM going to be in a little bit of pressure coming in from Gremlin there, who was putting the pressure. And but the story was Farhad making the play onto Victor Gaming and just getting completely demolished. In the meantime, TRZ Mamba will get taken out by SITM. SITM still holding multiple angles. They're putting the pressure on multiple teams. This has been absolutely insane coming out from them. Look at the positioning that QB and the rest of the team is at. QB is basically holding off 2A or either Astra as well as NB Esports, and the rest of them are holding off the rest of the teams as well. So it can be a tough one. And look at the position that NB has. NB has a very bad angle to rotate in from. I mean, out in the open. That's going to be a tough rotate for them.
They finally find a small shed with the car to give them a little bit of cover, but it's still not much space in the rotations, and as the circle shifts away from them, they're going to be in a bunch of trouble. And it does indeed do exactly that. Circle taking a southeastern shift, and now NB Esports in a very difficult spot to try and make the rotations happen. SITM have their eyes on them, so do Gremlin Storm, but with Astra Esports eliminated, NB Esports just buying time for themselves as much as they can now. They do lose one player as Gremlin Storm moving in to try and cut them off, deny them that rotation. They won that finish, they won the elimination, but at the same time Gremlin Storm know that they can't just play to fight. Given the nature of the circle, if you don't reach first, you'll lose that high point. So Gremlin Storm trying to do both, juggle them with both their hands, but right now not necessarily able to commit to a particular one either. Instead applying pressure to the teams trying to rotate. The likes of Stronger, the likes of SITM holding on to their positions. It's TRZ, man, with a really interesting spot. In the circle, with a small shed to get cover for themselves. They're susceptible to a slam coming in from an opponent team. But while they have this, they get a huge advantage. Just get to play that cover as much as possible. And now Gremlin Storm as well, having gotten cover for themselves. Currently looking like the favorites with the best position in the circle to win this all out, Gremlin Storm.
Yeah, indeed, and this is a team that has not performed yesterday. So looking for a couple of pot shots there, not really finding a bit of damage. SITM quite far away. NB now trying to come in, finds a tractor as cover for the time being as well, but this is a lot of open ground. And in the meantime, SITM Desert, Gremlin Storm putting the pressure onto SITM will find a knock. But in the meantime, Stronger Esports are also going to be pressured up by QB there, who is in the vicinity. So multiple fights breaking out. The teammates are taking multiple fights. And this is exactly what SITM thrives at. They are so good at doing this. Jiro, in the meantime, will put the pressure onto TRZ as well. Finds a knock onto them, down to their last man on the side of TRZ. SITM with 8 eliminations. And it is just SITM, NB Esports, and Gremlin who are going to be with the numbers advantage here. TRZ down to their last man. OPX down to their last 2. And Stronger Esports down to their last man as well. So 6 teams with 3 teams with a full 4-man squad. Going to be a one hell of a final circle here, and with that there's an airdrop coming in which is going to be claimed by NB Esports, and QB in the meantime will find Senna there on Strong Esports, and they're going to be rotating around. They do find a shed on their right side, but Desert is going to be holding off NB Esports all on his own, while the rest of his team is going to be putting the pressure, and that's going to be Stronger Esports eliminated down to the last 5 teams. And look at the split that SITM is taking. They are making sure that no one is going to be coming in from the back because Desert is going to be holding them off. And he does have kind of a high ground over NB Esports, so he's going to be able to hold this off very well. But in the meantime, Gremlin is smack that in the middle. They are looking to push forward, but they don't really have a lot of cover to work with. In the meantime, QB lays into Strong OPX there. And it's going to be OPX eliminated. That's multiple eliminations.
Oh, the circle.
Going in. And the circle, wait, is it favoring them?
Oh, that shot though from QB lands a headshot on Rowdy and shuts him down. A huge one right here because now both Gremlin Storm and NB Esports are under pressure because while the circle shifted towards them, it's SITM with the man advantage, with the height advantage, my bad, trying to hold them down, deny the rotation. So SITM can continuously just damage them and move in for the kill. But amongst all this, TRZ has managed to play it safe. TRZ are playing it slow, and they are the snake in the desert right now, in the dark, waiting for their moment to strike. Desert himself, though, he's been taken out. I think his team trying to set up the smokes to give him the cover to be brought back to his feet, but that has slowed down SITM to a large extent, and they can't afford to lose much more time because the circle is now closing in on them. SITM making the moves as Gremlin Storm run into the path of NB Esports, and they pay the price. Field shot has been down for QB. He'll claim the point, and just like that, QB finds another on Mondo as well. That's NB Esports done for, but they did the damage to Gremlin Storm before they died, so it's all down to TRZ to stop the hunt of SITM. Another player down right now, but SITM, they're on a roll. Another crack in headshots, and Rowdy's got a hell of a headache at this point, man, as Desert finds him this time. And SITM popping the heck off, but TRZ, they finally strike. They take QB down, and that's going to be a breath of respite for GSM. But SITM still on a roll. 3v2v1 right now with 15 elimination points. If they manage to get an 18 elim game with 15 placement, I think that will be the highest point finish we've ever seen. But TRZ coming up huge. They take down Desert. Mamba not yet able to finish him off, though it should just be a matter of time. And just like that, he's able to secure that one in the bag. But Dobo and Jiro moving in for the kill. Dobo and Jiro spot them all out, and Gremlin Storm, they're instantly shut down. Last player standing for Gremlin Storm here, Memo, trying to make his mark. But in this 2v1v1, SITM, they have the circle, they have better positioning, they have the util, but they left it in their hand, and Gremlin Storm against all odds come up. Huge, man. The timing of that, he pulls out the Molotov and Memo takes the peek, gets the chicken dinner. SITM once again denied.
That's just so unfortunate for them. The Molotov timing, and TRZ in the meantime was pressuring the rest of the team. SITM down to the last man, and the timing just so horrible. He was spraying into the smoke laying the cover, and just the timing just not working for him, taking the Molotov into the hand, and Gremlin Storm just peeking at just the right moment to close things out and grab the winner chicken dinner. And what a performance it has been, and what an encircle that was. But I think the biggest upset was TRZ, the amount of havoc they managed to create in those last few seconds, where they gave a breathing room to Gremlin there, because SITM looked like primed up to win that. They had the man advantage. They had 4 players alive. They were in a 4v2v1, 4v2v2, and TRZ just upsetting all of their plans and making sure that Gremlin Storm actually grabs the win there with just 3 eliminations. But having said this, though, SITM should still be on top of the scoreboard at the end of match number 14 with the number of eliminations that they have. What was it, 15, 17?
Yeah, 15 eliminations, I believe. Maybe 16 if they managed to get the last TRZ player as well. But geez, man, SITM, what a hell of a game. 28 points on 19 eliminations.
What?
Wow. Okay, that makes sense. They got the two members of Gremlin Storm besides Memo, and then they got both the members of TRZ. So that's 19 eliminations, 3.6k damage, but it was simply not enough. Memo sends them a memo, says, hey, chop chop, the chicken dinner is for me instead. You can keep all the elimination points.
Indeed, but that's crazy amount of damage and crazy amount of work, and QB with 8 eliminations coming out, 1364 damage there, 348 damage received, so thickest in the thick of fight, 9 knocks, but in the end not being able to close out. And Memo, just the 3 eliminations, but managing to close out the game and grab that winner chicken dinner for the team with a survival time of 25-25. And what a performance this team has had today. Didn't really be there in the thickest of fights, but managed to grab that chicken dinner in the end. But if you check the overall summary here, QB in the top of absolutely everything other than the highest ceiling done, which goes to Dextera on the side of BE Esports. But the rest of it is QB, Dobu, and then again QB. Dobu coming in with 5 assists. But if you take the overall, top 4 or top 5, it is all SITM. You can see SITM across the board here. It's just such a huge game for them. But being denied the chicken dinner yet again, they are not going to be happy with that.
Yeah, but I think this is one that they'll be fine with, considering the fact that they should be comfortably setting themselves up in the top 5. They've definitely leapfrogged a couple positions. I think they should end up in 3rd or even maybe 2nd, possibly so. So that's something we'll have to see for sure. Now, what is crucial though right now for SITM is to continue this run of form. QB especially, man, that headshot he landed on Rowdy was absolutely nasty, and you can see in terms of the damage as well, almost double the average damage overall. So QB is certainly earning that MVP spot.
Indeed, definitely earning it, and what a shot that was. But let's take a look at the top players here. It is going to be 3 SITM players in the top player list here. It's going to be QB Desert and Jiro coming in at number 5, with Billy making his way into the top 3 here with strong esports Farhad. And Farhad had a massive 1v3 there. Who was it against? I think it was BITX. Who was it against? I keep forgetting now, but he did have like this 1v3 fight. We should be able to see it in the highlights as well. But overall, what a performance coming out from Farhad as well. And these top 5 players definitely deserve to be there, especially QB, Jiro and Desert. Like, look at the elimination points among these 3 players. I mean, it's 18 among these 3 only on the side of SITM. So just 1 elimination point going away from the 3 of them with the overall score. And we are looking at the highlights right now.
Yeah, and I think it was against, I believe, Victor Gaming actually. And so that's going to be an interesting one, because again, they just not in the greatest of positions overall. But hey, what is even more, I think, funny is the way this game started off. Like we're seeing it right now in the highlights. This is what I meant. Farhad, man, pulling that 1v3 off. Huge for Stronger, really, because they themselves had off day 1. They had a brilliant day 2. They picked up 2 chicken dinners, but now they're trying to recover for their to the very best of their capabilities and make day 3 count. And they needed that from Farhad to do that. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated very, very early. But man, these last fights were intense. Memo with peeking out in the nick of time in a 1v2, finding a chicken dinner. I'm so glad production got us his POV, because that was insane.
Yeah, absolutely insane, because we were looking at actually Desert's POV, I think, in the end. But I mean, he went for a 1-2 there to grab that chicken dinner, and what a performance that was from him. And look at the damage chart. Good God, look at the disparity between SITM and the rest of them. Like, you know, that's crazy. They are almost up 2,000 from the next highest. Next highest is actually Gremlin there with 1,400, and they are at 3,600. So they are more than double the amount of damage points coming out, and they have 19 eliminations to show for it.
Yeah, exactly right. And hi, look at that damage chart, man. 3.6k almost. And then the next closest one is Memo's Gremlin Storm with 1.4k. Jesus, SITM just dominated this lobby, all in, all out, and there was no match for SITM altogether. They were just the better team, and I must say that essentially does mean that SITM, the one we expected, are now starting to come out looking damn strong in their ability.
Indeed, and looking at the standings, they will take that number 1 spot with 31 total points against the 18 that is coming out from Gremlin Storm, with the chicken dinner in number 2 spot. TRZ and NB Esports continuing their very good performance that they have, very consistent performance that they have had stronger esports coming in as well. But overall, Bad Intention, Expert, one of the teams which are in the top 5 not performing, and Team Classic as well not really performing in this game. Victor Gaming getting a couple of points, but that is not going to be enough for them to make their comeback. They need a couple of good games here. 1952 with 8 points as well. So overall, I think 1952, they are on the correct path, but they need a better finish than the placement points that they have managed to get. 7 eliminations, really good, but not enough placement points overall. But let's take a look at the overall standings as well to see what has happened in these standings. I think that's going to be a bit of a shuffle here. We do see Victor Gaming moving back down again. MAKPEN at number 15. A1 NB and Equinox both losing out on a couple of places. But overall, I think that these teams in the bottom 8 really have some work to do if they want to fight for that top 5 finish. But let's take a look at the top 8 to see how it has shifted in terms of who has gone up and down. And there we have it. So SITM moving up a place, grabbing the 4th place, 143, just a couple of points behind TRZ and NB. But Seal Esports just extending their lead little by little. They didn't really get any points in this particular game, but they do have a decent lead. Bad Intention next losing out on a place. Team Classic as well. Gremlin Storm moving up a place with that winner chicken dinner, and 1952 also moving up a place, coming in to that number 8 spot.
Yeah, and Look, I think that top 4 is getting real spicy. Just 8 points differentiating our first team and our fourth team. But QB with 8 eliminations picked up this game. He's barreled his way into the top performers list in that number 4 slot. And man, these top performers are a lot closer than it was in semi-finals week. 26, 26, 25, 24, 23. Every single player from a different team really popping off. And I love it, man. It shows us the level of competition we've got in the grand finals week.
Indeed, and this is just going to keep on getting interesting as the day goes on. We have 4 more matches left as well, and for the day, and then again tomorrow as well. So we have Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok again to end things for the day. So a lot more action coming your way.
Well, thanks a lot, Terror, for joining me. That was a fun game, and I'm sure you'll be happy with SITM's performance as well. But for now, we will bid you adieu and hope you have a great day. It is going to be
Thanks, man.
RZ joining us up next, and hey, thank you, Terror, for the cast. Just like that, we're done with 2 maps, nice and early, ladies and gentlemen. Now ready to head into Sanhok, and boy oh boy, this day already getting spicy, RZ, I must say. And it really does mean that I think anything can happen, at least, but the top 4 have set themselves apart. We've got the likes of Seal, NB Esports, Classic, and SITM really stepping up the pace, and now it's just about trying to break these teams down.
And at the same time, all these 4 teams, out of these 4 teams, 2 were unexpected. Especially NBES going to the grand finals, never expected them to perform the way they performed. But the Team Classic, they had been maybe an average team in the semi-finals. Obviously, the qualifier, they're a great team, but in terms of these top dogs that are right now dominating the grand final, like, oh, they might just not be the top 5 teams. But that is a good surprise from their side as well. They have turned things around for us, and obviously, I feel like it has been very interesting to see them perform again and again. So yeah, we have SITM, we have Team Classic, then we have RGC Esports, and lastly we have NBES. But one big question that still exists: where is A1 NBE, the A1 NB? The way they started, they couldn't keep that momentum going.
Exactly, right? A1 and B, they got off to a great start in match 1. They're now, I believe, all the way in 10th or 11th in the main standing, so not looking so great whatsoever. Almost 50 points away from the top 5 altogether, so it does mean that both of these teams right now, not just A1 and B, but also teams like you can look at MAKPEN that got off to a decent start on day 1, are now 15th overall in the standing. They just dropped off completely, and it's something that does sadden me to a certain extent, but it is the ultimate price in the grand finals week where consistency is king, and every team we see, at least in our top 3, top 4, have been consistent to a large extent.
I mean, and look at that. At the same time, we have Team Stronger Esports getting 2 chicken dinners in the yesterday as well, but they weren't being consistent to all the rest of the 10 to 12 matches that we have played over the time being. So yeah, even if, despite the fact that you've gotten multiple chicken dinners, that doesn't really matter. Even look at SITM, despite the fact they couldn't get the chicken dinner, they got themselves really huge amount of points. On the day one, they got 62 points across the 16 matches, making it 10 average, 10 points per average per match. So in generally, I feel like you have to be consistently good or above average to make sure you end in the top 5, and then you can have 1 or 2, maybe 2 or 3 good games, really good games, just like SITM had right now, to put you at the top. So this is what the strategy is going to be, but it's going to be Sanhok in a few minutes, and I feel like you, me, and Sanhok, as I discussed a bit earlier as well, CA, we have a very different chemistry when it comes to Sanhok.
Oh, absolutely, man. Sanhoks are always amazing. We get to witness some top tier action overall, and it does allow us to really see teams at their very best, and I'm excited for particularly that. I want to see teams thrive in their ability to deny the top teams and start that comeback story to a large extent, and if they're able to do that, maybe then we will see teams succeed in their ability to really pull off those redemption runs that we really want to see. So hey, I think one thing is for certain: what we will see changes completely in Sanhok, and what we can expect is just the unexpected. We can expect for teams to be really different in their approach, and what I do want to see is something that we did see changed yesterday was Seal targeting Victor Gaming on Sanhok particularly, and changing up their spot where they would, sorry, not Seal, Gremlin Storm, where they would initially clash with Seal Esports in their drop. They changed it up to instead go and target Victor Gaming instead, which can be a smart move considering the fact that Victor Gaming have been one of the teams that have performed in the lowest of marks. But when they did that yesterday, Victor Gaming made them pay. So Gremlin Storm with a curious decision to make here coming into this Sanhok.
But looking at their history and past with the Gremlin Esports, I'm quite sure they'll probably be, even if they change their top spot, they're probably going for another clash landing in generally as well. Obviously, it was quite understandable why they went for VG, but VG is not someone, despite the fact they're 16th position, you shouldn't mess with them in general. They're a very good team. But talking about Sanhok, I feel like I have went with MAKPEN as my, I've predicted MAKPEN to win as well. Generally, this is a team that have been that still we're waiting for them to have a chicken dinner for the longest amount of time. The way they have they have the potential. Obviously, they are in the grand finals of the South Asia wildcard. Obviously, they are here for a reason. So I'm expecting them to win in this game number 3 of the map of Sanhok. Obviously, the unexpected might happen. That's the unexpected thing. But let's see. But my question is who did you go for and why? See.
Oh, I actually went for TRZ because I think they've been on a great run since day 2. They've continuously managed to push back, and they've emerged like a team that we expected towards that top 5 in terms of the invited teams, right? And I think they're due a chicken dinner win, and their style isn't necessarily like SITM where they play safe, where they play safe to fight, but it's not necessarily like Bad Intention X either where they're continuously looking for fights. TRZ happy to play the very safe game like we saw in Miramar as well, just hiding till the right moment, and I think that might work out in Sanhok if fortune favors them and they get a relatively good circle. But what about you, man? Who have you gone for this match?
I went for MAKPEN as my I told you I want to see them perform in generally. This is a bit unexpected thing because obviously they haven't been able to do a lot in the grand finals. They came relatively close in the in one of those map of Sanhok as well. So going into this match as well, I am expecting for MAKPEN to win. Obviously, I can be wrong. They haven't been able to top notch or top 5 as well. Maybe the number or not on the page number 1 as well. So let's see exactly what's going to happen. But we'll have Sanhok in a few moments. Gonna get very interesting, ladies and gentlemen, and let's just head over to the map of Sanhok to see where that plane takes us.
Yeah, we'll find out soon enough. And ooh, interesting flight path here, really favoring teams like SITM who like to go over towards Camp Alpha, but certainly not favoring teams like Gremlin Storm and Victor Gaming. And I mentioned those two teams, so let's see if Gremlin Storm decide to once again take the fight to Victor Gaming, or do they go back to Seal, or do they go for a completely different drop altogether? Because this is the team that won the chicken dinner in our very last match. They want to continue their form heading into this particular one as well. And Gremlin Storm, you can see, I think likely going to clash once again, not changing their drop location necessarily. I don't see Victor Gaming anywhere close, so hold on for a second. Yeah, Victor Gaming going to a completely different spot, I think.
Yeah, I feel like they just want to avoid everything, and they go they want to at the same time turn things up a bit. I feel like that's not really a great move in generally, because we see them going towards the Camp Bravo area, the northwest side of the map. The west side east side of the map generally it's a great loot. They'll find great loot. They can rotate to the center of the map as well. They are away from the cluster in generally. But things that have been I want to discuss is the cluster that will form towards the east side of the map, and then west side of the map, then we'll move to the center. Team in Pinard, boot camp, outside the boot camp towards maybe Query area as well, team like Team Classic. The moment these teams start to move towards the center, that center area will get contested a lot as well right now, because every team right now they're comfortably in their loot spot, and everybody will be let's just have 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and then we'll try to rotate towards the center. But the center itself will not be easy to hold. So I feel like while Sanhok does you should prefer circle in generally. This is the center where it will not be easy at all to hold it. While the rest of the teams right next to you, Team Classic next to Gremlin, Gremlin is right next to Team Stronger Esports, then there's Team TRZ, Team A1, NB in Painan. We have MAKPEN might just coming from south as well. They will definitely try to push into the center as well. In bad intention, the way they have been aggressive, they might just come from the right side of the map. So a lot of potential fight happening, at the same time a lot of clashes in the close vicinity, while the early part of the map, like early stages of the map as well.
Yeah, 100%. And hey, all of this really shows us that the ability for either of these teams to try and pull this off will be diminished because of the fact that they're all going to be in that short density, which means that unlike the usual Sanhoks that we've seen, where in general teams do like to take it slow, and we see teams generally play it like a fast Erangel almost, might not happen. And hey, at that point though, I think teams will have to make some tough choices now. Looking at the rotations, right, for me what is really curious right now, RC, is the fact that Victor Gaming and Gremlin Storm, while they didn't necessarily go for the drop clash, they are quite close to each other, and Victor Gaming have gone for an interesting 2-2 split where they've got access to Camp Bravo, but they've also got access to the small compounds towards the south of it. So they're in a brilliant spot to take up early quarry control. But you look at Team Classic, again a top team for us right now, they've taken that already. So it's where the clashes might happen, as I expect teams to start condensing around that quarry area to pick up those small compounds here and there. And there is a certain mountain just towards the north of quarry which is going to be just as valuable, and I think 1952 are headed there right now.
Yeah, and they have to be careful. Obviously, there's a lot of dispersion between 1952. That's kind of dispersion I am generally awkward with right now. With the two players using vehicle right outside Paradise Resort, while the two players are moving toward Curry, they might just get spotted and get eliminated. At the same time, vehicles in Sanhok is always not a great idea. VG damage is right in front of gone a bit in in terms of distance. The distance is between too much. They will obviously, there's no one right next to them that's will put them in a risky position. But something I am curious to see is how SITM will get themselves into a good position in this game. They are not favored by the circle at all. They might just get themselves into the edge of the circle. But coming to the main island and getting themselves into a good position, that's going to be a very difficult choice. They can't use the boat as well, going from Camp Alpha to all the way towards the right side of the map, maybe towards Camp Bravo. That can work. It will take a lot of time. Obviously, it will take a lot of damage from the circle as well. But coming from north to or west, west and towards the south as well, there is no point of entry that I can see towards for them to have a decent position within the circle. It's just going to be the edges, and hopefully while praying to God that circle shifts toward them.
Yeah, and I must say, look at this, man. Teams are moving in like a swarm of zombies right now. That mountain is well occupied by Victor Gaming and 1952. Gremlin Storm have moved into quarry. And it's going to be an interesting affair for the likes of SITM, who have to contend with long rotations, man. SITM in a really clean, comfortable spot right now, and should be able to take full value of this, especially if they're able to continue that move in that fashion and try to make something happen. But I must say, where they're going to go is a big question for me. I wonder if they can go for a long rotation to Bantai and then look for the water rotation maybe, because trying to go through the bridge is going to be very hard. If you try to go to Painan, you'll run into the likes of Equinox. So definitely not an easy decision right now for our top team in SITM to make.
But for now, as we discussed a bit earlier, generally that teams will try to move toward the center part. Look at the cluster holding toward the center. Team Classic, Team Gremlin Esports, VG also coming from the Camp Bravo towards Bhan area. Team Stronger Esports leaving the areas of Lakavi. Team NBS also leaving Paradise Resort behind, trying to move toward the center. 1952 making all the way from Tatmok areas to between the areas of Boot Camp towards the Query. In generally, this is going to get difficult. It might just look like there will not be a clash, but Sanhok in general is not a place where you can hold the compound and have some long range fight.
And look, Oh, and a huge one for Victor Gaming right here. They pick off Mondo.
Yeah, you're right. But unfortunately for NBES and VG as well, both of them lost one of their players. I mean, NBS lost 2 players, VG lost 1 player. So in terms of yeah, VG might have won that engagement for themselves, but other than that, I feel like they will not be happy probably with that outcome in generally. Uh, as I mean, losing a player going after 7th minute of the game, especially in such a prime spot, this will be difficult for them. At the same time, Gon takes a lot of damage from Stronger Esports, and he goes down. Fortunately for him, he might be just in cover, or then one of his players come up with the vehicle right and trying to park it right in front of him, trying to give him some kind of a cover. VG reviving this player is very vital. It's probably the most important part of their game. They cannot suffer to lose another player.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it's not something that they want either. So they'll probably just play the safe game all in all. And hey, I think we're in a very fun spot right now in terms of the circle, RZ. Because look, teams already fighting. NB Esports, Victor Gaming, they've exchanged some blows. And Astra and OPX doing now exactly that. And putting them each other in a very tough spot. Unknown caught in the open now. They can't even revive him when Billy is marking it, but Billy's marking it solo, man. I don't see the rest of Astra nearby, so they're now coming in for the backup Astra, making sure that OPX don't get away with this, but it's a tough spot right now for OPX. Even more so, they try to come out to try and revive their teammate, but instantly Reefa has been shut down. Astra taking full value out of OPX's mistakes, and they pick up a couple of easy eliminations.
Team Astra Esports, they have been playing wonderfully. Obviously, they didn't try too much to push into the circle. They were on the edge of the circle and towards the Camp Alpha. Now they try to rotate into the safer part of the circle in generally. But for now, look at that. Team Astra Esports. For now, I feel like in generally they're going to be looking to hold these small compounds, going to be trying to loot as much as they can, and obviously trying to push a bit into the circle. This 1952 on the other side of the map. They have to be careful because it's not an easy clash. But something that we talked about, the teams that are in the center, like Classic, Team 1952, Team Astra, Team VG, Team NBS, these are the teams that will have the most difficult part of the game, as they will try to hold the center part of the circle, while the other ones will be making very difficult for them. Aero gets knocked down, but Sancho is right there with him to revive him. At the same time, A1NB, they're holding those compounds a bit further away from Team Seal Esport, trying not to get a bit aggressive. Seal came up with a vehicle, tried to use a bit of smoke to revive their player.
Yeah. And Seal now just trying to focus in on the rotation. His damage is certainly living up to his name. He's down one of the topmost players from our last game in Fahad. Seal though just trying to play it safe, pick up that high ground for themselves. As I wonder where SITM are, and there they are still in Camp Alpha. So SITM playing very late on the rotation, making sure that they don't necessarily put themselves in a situation to be caught out. Meanwhile, all the teams now starting to get focused around Quarry. It's just Equinox, B Esports and Seal themselves left, making that rotation. And B Esports towards the northern side as well, trying to just play that safe game after taking that initial blow against Victor Gaming. And interestingly enough, Victor Gaming actually turning up in this match so far, and it's all due to the high ground that they've got for themselves towards Barnes. So let's see how much more value they can accumulate off of that position.
NBES, look at their movement right now, going out of the circle on the compounds outside Camp Bravo. They are just looking to get furthest away from any kind of clash, at the same time trying to get the maximum amount of loot and the first aid kit. Obviously, I feel like their strategy right now is possibly going to be going for that heal batter into the into 5th or 6th circle, and thus trying to play the edges as much as they can. And obviously, Fistboy is just going to bait Akhazai, as well as with the Akhazai going further into the circle, and with the Fistboy following if the path, if the areas are generally safe. This is their strategy. What strategy is going to be with the SITM, obviously, as we discussed a bit earlier, in generally they're just waiting for the circle to take a shade. Probably will wait a bit more just to make sure those rotations will be safe, because obviously when you come this late into the circle, try to come to this late into the circle, even those key areas like bridges near Pioneer, bridges towards like boot camp, those will be empty, because every team will try to rotate into the center as much as they can, making it safe for the teams that try to rotate very late into the game.
Yeah. Look, funnily enough, bad intention, not surprising at all. They're in a fight, and unfortunately, they found MAKPEN. Your prediction team, unfortunately, getting a little unlucky here because Bad Intention X, one of our top teams in day 2, day 3 so far, and Craven's picking up the pace. He spotted out Pelzong as well, and it's just a matter of time before they're hunted down. Luckily to get into his vehicle and look for that individual player. Will take his sweet time with Matt now finding Illusio as well. I think that leaves Pelzong as the last player standing right now. But with Siam being down, Bad Intention, they have to give Pelzong some time as Siam has to be brought back to his feet. So Pelzong might just be able to make a quick getaway.
Siam, he was knocked down. Cravens and Dylan at the same time. Mehdi coming in from left and right, try to provide as much cover as he can to make sure that they get revived. MAKPEN, they're not going to be happy with this outcome. Just so will be me, as I was predicting for them to win this game. But the start they got, I feel it's going to be very difficult. But Pelzang also gets spotted. Dylan coming in with that shotgun. He was dealt a lot of damage, but it was Mehdi who delivered the final blow. And MAKPEN, who is the first cause to get eliminated from the game at the hand of team Bad Intention. And this was not a very good game, not at all a good game. This was a very terrible game for them. But for now, we have NBES team SITM Seal Esport taking damage from the blue zone, and I think NBES and team SITM, they were looking to rotate late into the circle, especially as NBS, after losing 2 of their players, they were like, oh, let's just go back outside the circle, get as much as loot as they can. But look at the SITM, they're coming from the north side. They waited for the teams to make as much rotation as they can, and now they can move even to the barn area. That wait part that they did for the 13 minutes of the game, 14 minutes of the game, that was a wonderful tactic for them. So if the circle is away from you, if the rotations are difficult, you just take damage from the blue zone for as much time as you can without putting yourself in danger, obviously. Then try to rotate into the circle, now which makes the edges quite easily accessible.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, I think the way the circle is shifted right towards the western side, it makes it even more crucial for teams like SITM to play the smarter, longer game right now, as it's all based around that single mountain range we see just towards the slight northwest of Quarry, where 1952 is situated, and where Equinox might actually come up huge if they're able to sneak in behind 1952, take them down, take control of that small mountain area for themselves. Then suddenly they get a brilliant spot in this circle and a viewpoint towards every single team to try and deny. But I must say, with the way this match is going through, I think it might just be, for both of these teams right now, a situation where they can't really decide how things go. It's all about that timing factor for both 1952 and Equinox right now, and the team that gets the better timing might just get that position and eventually the chicken dinner as well.
They are just looking to hold their position, and look at the 1952, they got the winner chicken there in the first game, and obviously they're looking to continue the momentum they have for the day going. They have a great position within the circle. They have 4 players alive. Obviously they haven't been any part of any kind of engagement for the last 15 minutes of the game, so all they have is just the waiting game. And obviously this is like a really strong team right now. At the same time, there are a lot of teams that we discussed a bit earlier, just not 1952, the team Classic, maybe team 1952 as well, especially team NBES. But NBES and VG, both of them got themselves into a clash, but both of them at a difficult position. But these were the 4 to 5 teams that were looking really good, and now we have just left team Classic and team 1952 out of those 4 to 5 teams that were in a great position. Now they have 4 players alive. They're holding those positions of carry, and when the circle takes a shift, this might be the team that will definitely be in one of the most advantage. But the team Gremlin as well, as we discussed them being right next to VG, there was a potential clash happening, but it didn't happen. But now Gremlin Esports is also playing a lot passive right now with holding their position. Oh, Dylan at the same time gets spotted while he was trying to use his vehicle. Eric is just showing trigger discipline as he realizes that it will be very difficult to land some shots. Dylan gets out of vehicle, but fortunately for him, as soon as he gets out of that vehicle, he was able to go back into his house safely.
Absolutely, and look, again, it's all about the rotations now. Is Classic actually looking to play it safe and try to catch someone out? But it's V Esports to come up huge and down 6-9 from A1 and B. Classic right now just looking for that long range battle, as Bad Intention X have got into a battle with Seal. That's one I like to see, because these are both teams extremely aggressive in their approach, and both teams towards the very top. For Bad Intention to take down Seal would ensure that they're put into a position where they can try and rally strong and find the victory in this map. The nades coming out. Matt, their top player, moving in for the kill right now. And Sanchez, he's caught out. Matt will finish him off. And now Aero left on his lonesome with an impossible task as Rogue comes through with an outstanding answer. Shuts Matt down. And suddenly Seal, they have a chance to pull this fight around. That Matt in cover should be able to brought back to his feet as Aero will try to get the heal back online. The damage has been done to Seal and they're not necessarily in the circle as well. So in a bad position compared to Bad Intention X, who should be able to get Matt back to their feet and reset.
SITM, the Desert is very low on HP as he's holding the place under the house with the trying to revive as much as he can. VG coming from the left side with the God has his hand on a wonderful shotgun right now. He needs to be careful, but the Desert finding Aircast takes him down. Also is able to secure that kill. Gone is able to take one and the second player down with a wonderful shot coming, but it's the Desert who's still surviving despite the fact he's able to take him down. But Dylan finally coming in from the right side, spots him, takes him down, and SITM will be the third team to get eliminated from the game. VG is also not gonna be happy with the outcome as they have lost Aircast in this whole clash. Damage is still surviving, Gone is surviving, but SITM, they were going with an advantage into this game, especially after taking one of the players out of VG. They were in absolute dominant, but VG player coming with that shotgun, it turned things around very much for them.
100%, man. And now SITM in a difficult spot, most definitely. All of their players eliminated. Sanhok has never worked out for them, and they'll hope that the likes of Bad Intention X, Gremlin Storm, Classic, who are close to them in that points table, are not able to make their move. Equinox, on the other hand, trying to do exactly that. And look, Equinox in that number 9 spot, just on the verge of being kicked out of the top table right now, trying to make this game count and find the chicken dinner. Bad Intention X, on the other hand, just caught out in the back of the circle. The revive coming online, but do they have enough time to heal themselves? The answer seems barely yes for most of them, but Siam, he will pay the price. He goes down to the circle, but TRZ eliminated. Oh boy, I must say now, this is where the circle gonna get spicy as 19 minutes in, teams just don't have enough space to play in, and the moment they try to rotate, they're sprayed down, they're gunned down because of the open land, the nature in which we're seeing this battle turn out.
Bad Intention looking really good right now. Obviously unfortunate for them as they have lost, yeah, but fortunately for them, they got themselves 6 elimination coming from the west part of the circle. They have found themselves really great spot. Obviously Dylan still trying to push as much as he can. He needs to be careful because he might be just walking into a lot of trouble with Team Equinox coming from left side, Team 1952 on the north side, and my Team Classic on the south side as well. But Dylan, that is not just gonna stop him from taking Equinox out as well, as he's one of the best out there. He got himself into a comfortable cover right now, spots the player from Equinox, takes him down, but unfortunately he's still not able to secure that elimination. The rest of Team Bad Intention just followed Dylan as well into a great safe cover. At the same time, Team Classic, oh, they just got their hands on a wonderful airdrop coming right next to them, but 12 teams alive, 40 players, 5th cycle is gonna be coming in really soon. There will be a couple of knocks happening all across the map right now with the team, even the D46 getting his hang on one of the players of Team B. But the things that will be very interesting is for 1956, Team Classic and Team Gremlin Esports, as they were in the most comfortable position within the circle. I want to see how this turns out, or whether they will be punished by the circle or just by another team.
Certainly doesn't seem to be the case where one team can just walk away with an easy victory, but right now I must say Equinox and Bad Intention X in great spot. Equinox particularly so, if they can wipe out Bad Intention X and make their way towards the northeastern part of the circle. On the other hand, we've got Bad Intention X just trying their best to slow down, playing for their dear life and hoping that they can pull out the victory and they're able to move back, as it's actually Equinox dealing blows with NB Esports, which puts them down and slows them down. Now they're able to finish them off, but they will lose a lot of time on the rotation, and it's time that they'll have to make up later instead. A difficult run right now as both of these teams stuck in awkward positions, and similarly so is the case for Hitman. I think he might just end up looking to play the healing battle, but oh, never mind, he doesn't have any first aid kits left. He's got to move in for the kill. Spot Scooby out, that's a free elimination he will pick up, but that's likely all it will be, as Soul is just on the other side waiting for him to move in. Will likely finish him off. A shotgun blast through the face.
Satisfaction at its finest. The way he was jumping into the circle. Solus was exactly waiting with the aim set, with the hearing obviously, and it was like, oh, this was just me like having wonderful satisfaction. Oh, this was a shotgun that was used to its finest. But with Team Gremlin Esports, they're on the east side of the circle. They have 4 players alive. They're holding the multiple amount of compounds right now, trying to punish as many team as they can while they're trying to rotate into the circle. That's going to be Team Stronger Esports as well. At the same time, Sanhok going out to dying outside the play zone. One of the players, Farhad, is also trying to rotate into the circle as well. Or at the same time, Memo gets his hand on Kenny Oxy, takes him down by the Kage steals it away from him. But that is a huge loss on the side of 1952, as they were trying to secure as much as a good amount of points in this game. But unfortunately for them, they get themselves eliminated. But for now, Team Stronger Esports also get eliminated by VG. But I feel like it's just not VG that's eliminated them. I feel like it's just also Team Gremlin Esports on the right side of the map is trying to hold. But yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it's a tough task right now, most definitely. As Bad Intention X as well, caught in a very awkward position. Equinox behind them, Classic right next to them as well. It doesn't look like they can really move anywhere, stuck between a rock and a hard place. And all of this favors that team in the center of the circle as these teams look to fight it out, duke it out against each other right now. So though they've trying to play it smart, trying to make their move in. That nade might decide this fight, and one nade finishes all of Equinox off. Craven coming up absolutely humongous, buying Bad Intention the time they needed to make play for the rotation towards the circle. But this is what I'm talking about. Gremlin Storm and 1952 are the teams in the best position, especially 1952, man. Already in the circle with a great position to try and deny every single team altogether. And we'll have to see if they're able to do exactly that.
Oh, Hopeless tries to get a bit hopeful in the sense that he could make it into the circle, but unfortunately he was caught out by Team Gremlin Esports, and they were safely into the cover. Vanzi trying to put off the last first aid kit. That's the unfortunate thing for him, as he has to rotate into the circle. Now we have 5 teams alive with the Bad Intention and Team Classic very low on the place, but Team Gremlin and 1952, they have the advantage with the Gremlin Esports having the most advantage. Vanzi tries to go into the circle. Fortunately he couldn't make it just in the nick of time, but he doesn't have any kind of good amount of healing. He has only 5 bandages, no first aid kit, no med kit, and he can be hopeful to fulfill maybe get some kind of healing from putting 100% of his stamina. And obviously he will try to survive for as long as he can, but the moment he gets spotted, he'll get eliminated. Same time, VG Damage and Bad Intention Craven, he's still there, the last player from their squad surviving as well. But it is gonna come down to Gremlin Esports and 1952, these two teams with the most advantage of getting a chicken dinner. But look at that, 1952 getting favored by the circle again and again and again, and now it's Team Gremlin who has to make the rotation once more time, and it might be their last one since they are coming from the low ground, and also they have to move into the circle. Team 1952, especially one of the players of CR in the high ground, he could get some free elimination, punish Team Gremlin Sports as much as he can.
Oh, and it's going to be a tough ask, that's for certain, but these teams trying their very best to pull out the chicken dinner, and Gremlin Storm in a great position to pull off back-to-back ones. They were rats in Miramar and made it work. Memo especially standing up to their mark, and now they're in a great position to make it happen once again. Damage shut out by Lukashi is now Victor Gaming. They will exit the equation, putting Gremlin Storm in the best spot with 1952 as well. But Gremlin Storm, now the circle going to put them into a bit of trouble, as 1952 will automatically pick up the winner chicken dinner instead. Beautifully done. They find the win, and 1952 rallying back on day 3 after, I must say, a horrendous performance in day 2, keeping their dreams alive, and rightfully so. 23 points picked up. That's going to be huge for 1952.
What a day it has been for them, and it is far from over. We are just done with the 3 games and getting winner chicken dinner in 2 of them. That has been a wonderful performance by their side, and especially while going into the circle, while looking at those played path and their position to the circle, we have predicted Team Gremlin Esports, Team Classic, Team 1952, VG and NBS to be the strongest one out of those 16 teams that dropped on the map of Sanhok. But it was Team 1952. Obviously things were looking really good for them as they were in a great spot, but at the same time, fortunately for them, don't get me wrong, the circle has taken multiple shifts towards their side, so that put them already in a very advantageous position. And Team Gremlin Esports, out of the multiple times out of the way, they had to go for those rotations, and obviously being caught out in those angles, that was just a tad bit unfortunate for them. But I feel like they shouldn't get this to their heart. They had a wonderful game. They were able to secure some wonderful elimination points as well. But we're gonna come back to the team stats of post-match 16 with 1952, and they look at their players elimination as well, with the entry draw and Juniatsar, I feel like he got like 3 eliminations as well, but Lukashi and C1 only managed to get one single elimination in this game.
Yeah, and look, really 1952, like you said, fortune did favor them to a certain extent. They didn't really have to contend with any fights on the rotations like Gremlin Storm did, and they were able to take full value of that fortune to pick up the chicken dinner and deny Gremlin Storm back to back for them. So very, very well done, I think, overall. And hey, the fact remains that a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner irrespective of the way it came about. Now, the other thing though we do see is Bad Intention X continuing their aggression, their ability to continuously find these eliminations every single game. Matt especially, man, that nade onto Equinox with the help of Cravens, those two were absolutely phenomenal in Sanhok.
I mean, at the same time, Bad Intention, it was difficult for them because at the same time they had to make multiple rotations just like Gremlin Esports. But look at that. I mean, the guy is out of this world. He deserves something better than this, what this game is offering. Again and again and again, he is being consistent with those eliminations. Look at, like, he make it look so easy for us. 6 elimination, 1111 damage, like 589 damage received. That doesn't mean he was getting knocks or like those eliminations very easily. 7 knocks out, 11 minutes, 21 minutes, 34 seconds survival time. That's not like obviously he's getting the winner chicken dinner. They were consistently being part of multiple fights. We have seen them from the start of the game till the 21st minute of the game. They were trying to fight as much as they can, and look at that again, dominating those 3 categories of the knockouts, damage and elimination. He's at the number 1. Who else it can be? And at the same time, he has number 4 of the assist and highest healing done as well. I thought it was more high healing done on his side since he's taken a lot of damage, but I feel like this guy, he's been immaculate as compared to his team or as compared to anyone else.
Oh, 100%. And really, I must say, to a large extent, it has been the strength that he's offered that has helped his team out and keeping them alive in that top 5 run. But I think if they are to make the top 5, they'll need more than just him. In this match, at least, he was enough. 6 eliminations, 11 damage. Almost double the average damage right here. Just slightly under double. And just like that, man, Dylan should be able to secure his spot at the top of the top performers list as well. Back in familiar ground, the king of the hill.
Very interesting day it has been, but we have top players in front of us. Obviously, it's going to be Till at number 1. Then we have Rowdy at number 2. Gremlin Esports, the fact that they have a wonderful position till the 6th part of the circle. The 6th circle, they got wonderful elimination throughout the game. 4 elimination for Rowdy, then 3 elimination for Dexter A, and then 2 elimination for VG. Damage, probably the damage was the one who was responsible for taking SITM out, the way he played with that shotgun. Then we have 2A, the Riley, with 3 elimination at number 5. But I feel like one thing that I've seen throughout the semi-finals and finals as well, there are some consistent names that came from some teams again and again and again. And when we talk about Bad Intention, we have Dylan. Then we talk about SITM, we have QB. Then we talk about NBA. Then we have Fistboy. When we talk about VG, we have Damage. So I feel like there is one player for every single team that we expect them to perform again and again and again. Even from, I feel like MAKPEN Zhang that shines once in like every 3rd or 4th game. So these are the players that we see even from Astra Esports, the Riley, the way he ended up himself in the top players. I feel like these are the fragger for their teams, and the way they get themselves those eliminations, that's wonderful, and they like fulfill their job perfectly.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think right now every single one of these players and teams are in a great position to continue that form and to try and prove themselves to be the crucial factor in getting their team to that mark, right? To getting their team to the PMPL stage. And Gremlin Storm, they tried their very best. Memo as well, trying hardest to pull off yet another chicken dinner, and I'll applaud that effort. But 1952, just too strong in that position, were able to make it happen. And just like that now, our first rotation of the day done, RZ. And coming out of this, we will see, I think, a similar situation in the top half of the table, but a lot more closer with the likes of Bad Intention X, with the likes of Gremlin Storm, with the likes of 1952 as well, making their move up. Equinox as well had a decent game, 939 damage, 5 eliminations picked up. So all in all, I think SITM, despite their crazy Miramar, still under a decent chunk of pressure because they are the team in the 3rd, 4th spot.
I feel like at the same time, look at the damage graph. It's very satisfying. Like, it started from team Bad Intention number 1, then Gremlin. Obviously, there is a bit of like 1952 with 8 elimination. We might see VG on the other side, but it feels very satisfying that the damage has been equally divided among the whole teams left and right, and it wasn't a very one-sided affair on the side of like just like the SITM in the last game, but it was equally distributed throughout the whole team. But look at that as well, and we see that in terms of like match standings as well. We have 1952 with 23 points. Gremlin Esports right behind them with 21 points. They should be very happy with this outcome. As for the Bad Intention as well, with 16 points right at number 3. Then we have Victor Game at number 5 with 15 points. Then we have Team Classic at number 5 with 13 points as well. So I feel like where some team got more elimination, they got less placement point. There's some team who got more placement point and less elimination. Then we have two teams who got a bit of both, like Gremlin Esports and Team 1952. So it was a very, I feel like, fair game for a lot of these 5 teams. Generally, we predicted VG, we predicted Team Classic, Team Gremlin Esports and 1952 to be the top 5 teams while they dropped into the map of like the areas of query. We also expected the Team NBS to make those top 5, but unfortunately for them, they got themselves like into an early clash with lost 2 of their players, and they had to rotate out of the circle just to survive for a longer amount of time.
Yeah, and it does mean that they're now in a difficult spot compared to the rest of the lobby. But as you can see, Equinox still in that 9th position by 108 points. Not too far behind, I must say, from the top 5. As long as they can pick up a couple more chicken dinners, be consistent in their approach, I would say the likes of Equinox, very much still alive, RZ, have an opportunity to try and make their efforts count and really push strong in these next few lobbies. But I think what is even more interesting right now for me, and to see which team will be able to stand up to the mark, is going to be in the likes of that 5th to 10th spot, like the 5th to 8th spot even more so, with the likes of Bad Intention X, 1952, and where they are right now, and Gremlin Storm moving up to the number 6 spot, putting a lot of pressure onto Team Classic, SITM and TRZ. But honestly, even the top 2, because still they're not too far behind. From 1st to 8th, we just have about 24 points of difference. That's one chicken dinner basically to change it all.
This will make things very interesting, especially the top 5. Look at that. The top 5 is like 138, 144, 144. I mean, the champion is being contested multiple times. We thought NB Esports, with the wonderful performance on the day number 1, they have kind of created the lead of like 32 points, maybe 30 points as well, and going to the day number 2 or 3, they will absolutely continue to do so. But the way the other teams have stepped up, and the way not just 1 or 2, multiple teams coming up, TRZ, then we have Team Classic, then we have Seal Esports, 1952, then we have Team Bad Intention performing again and again, SITM dominating one of those games. It has been a different team coming up and taking those contesting the top 5 spots right now. Even the top 8 looks very shaky and very unstable, but we have top performers, and one thing that is consistent in all of this that gives me a bit of comfort, and in all of this like ever-changing situation, the overall standing is Bad Intention Dylan at number 1 with 31 elimination in 15 matches. He got very the least survival time as compared to any other player in the top performers, 33 hours 45 minutes, while the next player is like 4 hours 48 minutes, 1 more hour of survival time. But it's still Bad Intention Dylan. I was like, I don't need more time to do what I'm supposed to do. I will get more elimination than you, and that's 5 more elimination on his side.
Classic Matt, right? He's just better in his ability to be able to pull those moves off, and it has been a little harder, I must say, considering the fact that we saw him at the top of the leaderboard from semi-finals all the way through. But not impossible, most definitely not. And Matt has finally made his way back into that top 4 spot, so top spot. So kudos to be given to him, and he does it in his most signature style with way less time than any of his opposition. So I think Matt has certainly proved that he's one to play. But 1952, man, with 2 chicken dinners already picked up today, they're on a roll so far, and if they can continue this form, maybe they're able to make themselves the redemption team today and find themselves in the top 5 at the end of the day.
And Before the day started, it looked very difficult for them to like do any kind of like maybe dent on the overall standing, but back-to-back performances from their side, even a winner chicken dinner from SITM turned things around for both of those teams. But going to the second part of the day, since we're done with the first rotation, can they keep the momentum going? At the same time, one thing that is still being in like questionable, Stronger Esports, team RGC Opex, MAKPEN, teams like who are the page number 2 who are looking somewhat different, especially A1 and B, they cannot perform. Even Stronger Esports with the 2 winner chicken dinner yesterday, they weren't able to keep the momentum going. That was just it. Their performance throughout the whole grand finals, and right now things are looking very dire for them. As we have like forgot the bigger picture, see, we are done with the like 70% of the grand finals. We are left only with 9 games, and if you're not performing in the day number 3, the day number 4 will never allow you to like come back and do something wonderful, because the way the cycle have been unpredictable, the way the cycle have taken a shift, and the way the teams have been playing, you will not find it easy to come back on the last day. So if you're looking to make sure that you qualify for the PMPL, this is the moment to start to do something, maybe come back, maybe change something, just try something different. But whatever you're doing right now, it's not working out for you.
Exactly, and right, like you said, only 9 games left. Half our day is over already in day 3. So if the likes of 1952 are to make a stand, just chicken dinners won't help. They need to perform consistently in the games that they don't have chicken dinners as well. They need to push forward and push strong, because that's what the top 5 are doing. That's what the likes of NB, Seal, SITM, Team Classic, and all of those teams in that top 5 are able to do, where even if they don't get chicken dinners, it's okay, because they get eliminations like Bad Intention X, or they get placement points like SITM, and consistently they're able to maintain that top 5 spot, and it's going to be easier said than done. Now there is an alternate route here where 1952 could look to directly target one of these teams, but I must say that's a scary one, because first of all, 1952 not an aggressive team by nature, and secondly, all of these teams are damn strong. They're likely to adapt and deny that drop clash in the very first place. So heading back into Erangel, I think it is the time for teams to either accept that, hey, you know what, we are just not the kind of team to play it consistently. Ours is a bit of a more random approach, and go for that drop clash, or they have to shore things up. They need to refine their gameplay and make sure that consistent run comes out, because I don't want to go into day 4, man, thinking, oh my god, these 5 teams are already set, day 4 kind of pointless. No, I want teams to be fighting with each other till the very last moment for that PMPL slot.
And I feel like this is exactly how CA is wishing it to be, turning it out to be as well, with the top 5 being consistently contested throughout the whole top 8 or top 9 as well. But going in the map of Erangel, I'm gonna side for the team Seal Esports, and I'm gonna predict that they win, and because they have been consistent throughout the whole day. But as for you, CA, I would like to know, like as I would like to know, a lot of people would like to know which of these teams are you going to be going with.
Hey, I think I'm going to be going with SITM once again. I think they've been so close so many times to pulling off the chicken dinner, but it just hasn't happened. I think they've got it in the bag this time around. Erangel has generally been, with Miramar, some of their favorite performances overall. It's been where they've really thrived, and we must see if they can do it one last time, because look, they're in that spot where one good chicken dinner will put them in number 1 directly and put them in a very, very safe position. So to do that, I think would be the SITM way, and in like a positive way, almost a redemption arc, where SITM have been continuously trying to battle for top 5 across day 1, across day 2, and that's not the SITM we expect coming in from the other matches, the semi-finals week that we have seen. So for SITM to take the top spot at the end of day 3 would be the redemption that they truly need, and I can see the players already popping off today to try and make that happen. QB especially, I've got my eye on, man.
And the last game performance, no, the second last game performance was something that was more of SITM domain. This was something that was their territory for the longer amount of time, coming up, destroying everyone out of the like game, and just absolutely dominated. Doesn't matter if they got the winner chicken dinner or not, they got themselves some sweet 19 elimination as well. So the wonderful domination by their side. But obviously at the same time, things are not very easy as compared to semi-finals, with the 5 teams coming from the grand final, some teams just performing out of their way into the semi-final, like obviously a Team Classic team VT as well, they were looking very good in semi-finals. Now they're looking super good and super confident into the grand final. So it is not very easy and very expected for team SITM to perform the way they're performing. But we have the map of Erangel, the match number 16 in front of us, and the playing path talking about it is going from Saverny towards the military base. We have School, Pochinki, Rozok right in the center, and looking at the playing path, it is just tiny bit favoring towards the left side of the map, nothing too much. You can almost go anywhere you want to go. The military power might be inaccessible, but I feel like there's a great road network that will take you there.
Yeah, and look, very simple paths right here, which usually means, Harzi, that we get a very spicy circle. So, hey, this time I will not let, my words influence what they give us, and I'll ask you, what is the kind of spicy circle that you would like?
I feel like the military base, Novrip Noi, has been a wonderful circle, but we have seen twice or thrice of that. So I want to see a bit of Georgia Pool, maybe towards the left side of the map that has still been not been any in part of the circle. We have Yasnia and Stalber circle as well. In the grand finals, we have seen military base, Novrip Noi circle as well. We have seen maybe Query, Getka circle as well. But I want to see a Georgia Pool circle. Those containers and those compounds in the Georgia Pool, that coming into play. I want to see who exactly is able to pull it off. But for now, we're still waiting for it. Okay, come on, PUBG guys, listen to me for the one time. You always listen to CA. I am a bit jealous now. You don't listen to me at all.
You gotta make the secret deals, man. You gotta slip them a couple of chicken dinners here and there, and then it works out.
Hey man, here's a wonderful leg piece underneath this table. Take it. Here's a whole chicken. It's like full. It's like healthy. It's like fat as well. You can take it. You can eat it. Obviously. But I feel like thank you for that advice. I'll definitely try to follow it for the next time. I will have a circle wanted on my side.
But hey, we still get a decent one right here. It's probably gonna end up with a mansion likely setup, like just towards the south of Yasnaya will likely have our circle end up, or maybe it takes a drastic shift and ends up towards Rozok instead. But either ways, I think it will definitely favor the team I predicted, which was SITM, dropping towards Yasnaya in a great spot right now. It's a spot that they've been very comfortable in past circles where it has been a similar one to just control all of Yasnaya at once, right? They like playing that 2-1-1 split where they have players giving them information of people moving in each cardinal direction, and that gives them a lot of agency to take fights on their own terms. Now, talking about agency, we've got quite a few teams actually on the western edge towards the outside, so I actually want to see teams like 1952, for example, who have had 2 chicken dinners today, try and maybe change it up and play to gatekeep instead, because there's a lot of value to be had from teams that are trying to rotate into the circle, not the first circle, but maybe the second one out. And if you can get yourselves in a nice high ground position and chunk away at all those teams trying to make the rotations, then it really enables you in the later circles to play the long-term game. But wait, Bad Intention X just entered the lobby with 1 less player. Oh no, that's not going to be helpful for them, but thankfully that player is in math, so they've got him at least.
I will let Bad Intention know these are the exactly things that are being said about them. But yeah, I'm fortunate. That's good news for Bad Intention as well. It's not going to be Matt who's not going to be joining us in this game, as Dylan is super great throughout the whole tournament. I mean, it's not just semi-finals. As SITM, they couldn't perform in the finals despite the fact they performed in the semi-finals. But something that has been consistent throughout the whole tournament and gives us a bit of satisfaction is just Dylan performing again and again and again, being the top of the top performers generally. And you're right about the fact that Bad Intention is on the luckier side that they still have him in their game. And looking at their position within the circle, it's not to be a very risky situation. They can go towards the farm to Milta, maybe move towards the mansion as well if they're able to avoid NBA ES generally. But the things are gonna get very difficult as their teams, they will try to move towards the center part of the map for now, especially from the west side with the team TRZ, Team Classic, 1952, Team OPX, B Esports, Team 2A and Gremlin Esports, as they will try to rotate at the same time. There's probably a lot of knocks that might just happen on their side. SITM, they're looking really good with the Yasna Poliana drop. They can just loot there for the next 7 to 8 minutes, maybe 9 minutes as well, then try to push towards the mansion area, or then just go. They can just still hold those areas and wait for the 3rd or 4th circle to come in.
I think at this point though, a lot of teams just gonna play it slow. NB Esports early rotation, trying to get their way towards mansion. Classic holding on to Pachinki as usual. We got MAKPEN towards Rozok as well. Eyes on 1952. 2 chicken dinners picked up earlier today. They got to play on the rotations now as Mehdi has been caught out all on his lonesome. Chunked out as well, but K9 not able to finish it off. So Mehdi lives to fight yet another day, and that's a lucky one, man, because Bad Intention X, they enter the lobby with one less player. If they'd lost Mehdi there, that might have been the end of their Erangel right then, right there.
A1 and B on the other side, the team that will have probably the most attention, my most attention in this game. The way they have started the day, or they started the grand finals, they couldn't keep it going, and they are a wonderful bunch. A1 and B, even Hitman, QB, Sinister in general, Sketch, they are a wonderful bunch. They have the mechanical power it needed, and looking at the strategy, especially in the game number 1 of the day number 1, I feel like they got what it needed to continue that domination. Obviously, after that, they lost their momentum, they lost their, I don't know what, they lost just everything in terms of like getting of those points. So I feel like I hope things turn around for them, but things are looking very dire for them right now, especially the way the grand final is going, and it's almost coming to an end. We're almost done with the day number 3, and after that we only have one more day left. So it's not gonna be like the life is not gonna give you any more chances as well to qualify into the PMPL. So you have to be careful as you came from the PMPL, and generally you should have been one of those teams that should dominate the scene right now. But unfortunately they weren't able to do so, especially with a lot of teams performing again and again, with the team 1952, Steel Esports, team Gremlin, team NBES, SITM, with the multiple performances coming in from there. So team A1 and B is finding it consistently difficult to land any kind of damage or deal any kind of dent on the overall scorecard.
And oh, again, Victor Gaming catching out. I think that's Mehdi again. Mehdi, man, just driving around the map, attracting fire from multiple points, but still manages to get away. I think that's Mehdi too, right? So he's just hunting for loot in his vehicle and pulling off a lot of teams' trigger off their fingers and making them push it, making them intense, but doesn't really result in much now. Talking about results, Equinox in an interesting position here. I think Ligro has chunked out Aero, so hunting for the elimination, and the rest of Seal not too far away, so Seal could just regroup and re-hit Ligro, who's all on his lonesome, while Equinox are not too far away. They're not close enough to trade him out.
Ligro on left side, Aero on the right side. Aero also using the path on the right side of the bridge, and probably going to use that to come back to a Sanchez side. He's a bit low on HP. Equinox, the rest of those players still holding that bridge on the other side, and on the high ground on the other side of the bridge. Aero needs to be careful, and he might just get spotted, and if he gets knocked down, it will be very difficult for his team to revive. But he's still on the move right now, with trying as much as he can to reunite with his teammate. And Sanchez has also taken a lot of damage. He's down 30% of HP, but this is a lot of like long range knocks happening from the long range engagements happening from the either side. Aero spots one of the players trying to like go on the top of the hill, but the distance is a lot between him and that player. But for now the circle is going to be closing in, and Team Seal Esports, they have to do something about their position within the circle. It's not a comfortable position, especially they're on this side of the bridge, as they have to move to the other side, and at the same time they have to move to the center. So Team Seal Esports, it's not going to be easy to find a great spot within the circle or just to survive into the later part of the game.
Interestingly enough, if you look at the way the teams are set up right now, quite a few teams outside the circle. Seal expected, of course, they're coming all the way from Sosnovka military base, opting in for the longer rotation. But I must say, I'm surprised to see Equinox there as well. I think they're just holding on to the bridge, hoping they can make something happen. And they might just be surprised in that hope, because if they keep trying to do that, they're going to be in a position where they will get denied in that approach now. All in all, one thing is for certain is that with both of these teams, all of these teams just trying to get in late. Okay. I don't think B Esports got their driver's license. That's quite a tumble, man. Stuntman style from B Esports, and I'm going to say I'm not surprised whatsoever that is B Esports will do that.
Or if they got their driver's license, it's definitely not for driving a buggy like that. It's a license for something else, definitely probably to pull off some stunts like that. But yeah, great job by them, Seal Esports. I feel like that's a decent strategy for them, just to avoid Noise Bridge in generally. But look at the circle, the way it has taken a shift all the way towards the Stalba and Savernia area, still favoring Team Yasnia, Team SITM in generally. So I feel like a lot of this, we see a lot of rotations coming in from Team Gremlin Esports, Team Stronger, Team NBES, trying to go towards the northern part of the map, and that could be a great great thing because these three teams will be the first one to hold that area. But as for team OPX9, he gets spotted, get knocked down, and will be eliminated from the game. But at the same time, Scooby takes a lot of damage. Solus also takes a lot of damage. So this is a fight that is not fortunate for both of these teams. But OPX, as soon as they've realized that, they have tried to rotate out with the rest of the remaining player, peek at themselves some two wonderful elimination, and also try to rotate into the circle.
Yeah. OPX right now trying to hold on as Esports in a tough spot. The airdrop coming out looted by 7 from Stronger, so that puts them most definitely in a great spot. But hey, even more so, I think what is interesting right now is the fact that the circle takes a northern shift. So Yasnaya really coming into focus right now in SITM, potentially under a lot of pressure in Classic R as well. The fights are already popping off as Gremlin Storm, they take one out. MAKPEN as well, losing a player, and I can barely make the teams out. SITM lurking towards the east side of Yasnaya though, playing it safe.
SITM needs to be careful because the last time they were favored by the circle is within the Yasnaya Polyana. We have Equinox coming in, rushing them out, and obviously taking 2 or 3 of their players out. So they have to be careful within those compounds. They cannot exactly stop the rush coming in from that side. Just players rushing those compound, parking their vehicle outside and going into those compound, and you cannot exactly find in which of these rooms are those players holding. So you have to be careful about those compounds, especially with a lot of cluster, a lot of teams moving on yours, and with Team MAKPEN, Team Classic, at the same time VG, Team 1952 and A1NB also pressuring you from other side. You have to be careful as you are at the center of these things. Team Stronger Esports, they are looking really calm right now. On the east side of the map, they are rotating from prison right now. They're just putting themselves really away from the cluster, and hopefully they're just trying to make sure that if the circle moves away from them, then they will probably try to go for those knock circle, but for elimination. But for now, they're just holding the east side of the match, and they're just looking to like play a bit passive before the storm like settles down.
Playing it safe right now. And you can see TRZ as well, smack bang in the middle of that fight, hoping to see one of their opponents make a mistake and find the punishment on the basis of that, but it's just not happening right now. Steel, on the other hand, are now coming in on a very late rotation from Sosnovka, and they'll actually get easy access because, as you can see, every single team concentrated towards Yasnaya in the circle. Takes yet another radical shift. Northwestern, and that bridge is going to turn that river into a sea, into the Red Sea. Blood going to be spilled all over that bridge as the teams try to rotate just to get denied. And I must say, the team I really like in this position, not MAKPEN, not Astra, not B either, it's Gremlin Storm, because they've got the high ground overlooking that entire bridge and they can catch people out. But similarly so, look at NB Esports coming in on the long rotate from the northern side. They might catch Gremlin Storm from their back.
But it's going to get very difficult for a lot of those teams out there. Every team is trying to rotate from the northern part of the circle, but this is the strategy for every one of there. But Balzang, he's in a good spot right now as VG try to rotate in front of him. But VG, they have taken a bit of damage. Unfortunately for MAKPEN, they have lost one of their players. Momo Illusion throws out a nade, or at the same time throws that nade onto the VG. It didn't get connected, but VG holding themselves into a small compound. One of their players goes down, but fortunately he might just get revived. Shots are coming from MAKPEN side as well. There's a bit of damage for VG. Gone smokes are being deployed left and right. Illusio gets his hand on the last nade. If it gets connected, might just steal the give. A lot of breakthrough for the team MAKPEN, but no, unfortunately for his side, things are just done on the side of for the nades. But now all they have left is a couple of Molotovs right now. VG Warzone on the right side is also taking a lot of damage from 2A Riley, and MAKPEN Valeska is on the left side. Team MAKPEN has almost got them covered, and with the 2A on the right side, Team VG is just looking to hold this position. A lot of smokes are being deployed left and right, and VG is just trying to calm the dust down, calm the storm down, but they might just not be able to do so.
A very interesting situation now is teams, they definitely did not expect the Northwestern shift coming out from the circle, and they've been put in a very tough spot. Victor Gaming now caught out, trying to get themselves away, but MAKPEN just playing it patiently. They hear them out, they're spotted as well. One single nade into this house could end their dreams right now. And Valeska priming himself for just that. Spots out Warzone as well by his feet, and he's gonna shut Warzone down. The counter nades though coming through. As now, Victor Gaming trying their best to hold on. They've lost one man, and MAKPEN, they're moving in for the kill. In a matter of seconds, they may all fall apart. It's down to Gorn, it's down to Gamage to make something happen for Victor Gaming. They fall, and MAKPEN remains strong, but not before a little bit of damage is done. Illusio as well taken down, and suddenly Gorn in a 1v1 might just pull this one off.
With a VG gone, trying to land some shot through the smoke, it's difficult for him. At the same time, Valeska, he's just coming to reviving his player. I'm quite sure VG might have just heard that damage, also giving a lot of information to his scan. He has got his hand on the one nade. Gone, trying to go out of his way to spot Valeska. He has been able to do so. He knows the plays outside, goes for the kill, goes for the elimination, and is able to do so. Takes MAKPEN out of the game, despite the fact they lost two of their players while going to this fight. VG has been immaculate in this fight, but unfortunately for them, they lost two of their players. VG gone, and damage is still surviving. Let's see what's going to be the outcome for this team in this match. It's not going to be looking very easy, despite the fact they've won this fight, but they might just have lost this map.
Exactly right. That fight, it was a fight of mutual destruction for sure. Victor Gaming able to pull it off. That 1v1 clutch coming in strong, but unfortunately for them, it meant that their rotation now very late, and A1 and B in a similar unfortunate spot. 3 players knocked out just on the edge of destruction, and they might just fall as stronger trying to set up on the rotation, now denied from NB Esports instead. And it's ending up all in turmoil, all in a heck of a lot of chaos as teams scramble to make their way in with no idea of where or when they can expect the opposition to pop out of. Equinox doing the same thing, and Mondo just not able to land the spray today.
NBES, as they're trying to land some kind of shots on the teams rotating left and right. Unfortunately for them, they haven't been able to do a lot of damage, but at the same time they got themselves two elimination points as well. They're looking really good. At the same time, there are 4 players alive. 1952 on the other side, they have been completely passive and trying to rotate into the circle as much as they can, as much as like finding themselves a good spot. And something that you discussed a bit earlier, they're not in a very aggressive team. They don't go out of their way to take those fights. They just is a bit of a bunch who just likes to prefer rotation and who just like to get themselves into a good position and try to hold those points. And this is probably one of those games that is turning out to be. But TRZ have their aim set on at the team what's left of the VG, and on the other side what's left of team 9 what's left of the whole of team 1952. So team TRZ is in the center of these two teams. At the same time, they're looking really decent right now. They are on the edge of the 5th circle, but if the circle takes a shift away from them, the things will get very dire for them.
Things are already starting to look quite dire for all of these teams, and the circle as well, putting teams like 1952 and TRZ in a great spot. We're trying to hunt Victor Gaming down, but it's really, again, SITM. Look at the way they're trying to make the rotation happen, hugging the edge of the circle to make sure that no team able to catch them out. And I think just about they will be able to get themselves into the northern part of that circle. So SITM in a great spot as well. 4-man strong. They've been very quiet in this lobby so far. Unlike the SITM, we know, but it's around the 20-minute mark that they truly look to start popping off. And look at the circle, right? I think that's, yeah, SITM right now just staying towards this side of the bridge, hoping that the circle shift pans out. And the circle shift is going to be huge. In the next 40 seconds, teams likely to look to take it slow just to deny rotations. As towards the western flank, we see the Esports now shutting down yet another team as Gremlin Storm as well engaged on a fight just towards that western end. I think it's with Equinox and Bad Intention in the picture as well. So Equinox currently under a lot of trouble as we making quick work of them, and Desert now chiming in on that fight, and Seal as well. NB Esports meanwhile, A1 NB Esports meanwhile have been eliminated, and Gremlin Storm likely to soon follow suit.
Despite the fact that Gremlin was one of the few teams that was favored with the circle, but unfortunately they got the Gravity, D46 and Steel Shot eliminated from the game. Memo is still surviving, but the way he's trying to rotate into the circle is going to be very difficult as Team Equinox is right next to him. They have got him spotted, the shots are being landed on him, and as we have predicted a bit earlier, he will bite the dust, and Team Gremlin Esports gets eliminated from the game at number 12. 11 squads alive, 32 players, and Becca gets put down by a Molotov coming in. He goes down, and Team Equinox is not looking really. Team Team ESPORT is also not looking really good with the Sanchez, Rogue, the only team surviving right now. Aero has already left the game. Baka is like taking a lot of damage from the utility being thrown on his side. Rogue on the other side comes up with a lot of good news for his teammate, throws a couple of smokes in front of it and goes for the revival process. But unfortunately for Team Equinox and Team ESPORT, they are 237 meters away from the circle, have to make a rotation really quickly because the circle will be pushing in a few seconds. But unfortunately for VG, they have lost damage and gone at the hand of Team SITM and gets eliminated from the game. Team B Sport, look at that, 6 elimination, 4 players alive within the circle. Dexter and one of their players also outside the circle, but unfortunately for them, their player has also already spotted, like secured a good spot for you within the circle. But Rogue gets spotted, Rogue gets spotted, and he gets taken down at the hand of B Ryuk.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think right now, none of the teams are really in a good spot. It really depended on where the circle shifts. And Sanchir had a bit of an high ground, but a beautiful spray from Ryuk shuts him down, and the rest of his team in no position to help him out. Meanwhile, we've got players in the water as well. You said no, we did not get the spicy circle, but it seems like the end of it has given us just that. Equinox now caught out, as they are in the water taking a swim. Seal have been eliminated, and SITM facing pressure from stronger esports. It's all falling apart. It's absolute mayhem and utter chaos.
Team B Sports got themselves to elimination. 1952 good player got spotted, takes a lot of damage, but he has a very little amount of cover, next to no cover right now, with the Solus just pinching him down and trying to get himself cornered as well. At the same time, Dexter gets himself a great angle, takes one of the players down from the 1952 and also eliminates it from the game. Entry Draw is the only player left right now, and they have 0 elimination as they try to prefer circle as much as they can. Unfortunately, they were getting eliminated left and right by multiple teams who were holding the circle right now. Entry Draw doesn't have much left. ERC player also gets spotted. Scooby lands a lot of shot to him and takes him down, and he will not get revived in this game as Team 2A also takes a lot of damage from Team B Esports right now. Siri goes down, Ryuk goes down, and now B Dexter will be the first player to get knocked down, but right now the rest of the team is right next to him, and Scooby is gonna start the revival process right as soon as he can, with the Solus throwing nades left and right. Riley and Domi is on his right in front of him, and Solus, if he gets the nade connected, one of the two players, one more player from the side of 2A might just go down, but no, the 2A is really far away. The Dexter gets revived, pull off the first aid kit, is holding the circle, not the circle. Oh, the circle has taken a shift, and now to B Esport has also make a 70 or 80 meters rotation into the circle, and now there are very few amount of players within the circle.
Yeah, and look, it's a very funny position right now because the river involved as well. It's going to be all down to teams that are able to hold on to their position in the coastlines. But the coastlines are even more dangerous than the river because it's where you're going to easily get spotted out. So I think teams in a lot of confusion right now. Comms have to be absolute chaos. Ooh, STRZ almost spotted out. Legro gets pushed in. Equinox have been eliminated. We still got 7 teams left, but a lot of positions denied. B Esports surprisingly in one of the best spots, but they're outside the circle, so they're trying to play the time game, hoping that teams will be forced to come out. But all the teams right now in the circle are in the water or right under the bridge, playing it damn safe, just not willing to move whatsoever. So let's hoping to catch DRWR, but I guess it's just not gonna happen. Aye.
B Sports 13 eliminations already, they're looking super good. The only task they have right now is how they get themselves 70 meters into the circle. They're still waiting for the other teams to make some kind of move. SITM, despite the fact they have lost one of their players, they're also in a great spot right now, coming from the north part of the circle, north circle. They have a good spot. They're trying to punish as much as they can. They have a couple of smokes left on their end as well, but they have like 42 meters to go into the circle. QB makes a move so that they have, at the same time they play. Tobu also tries to rotate into the circle, but this is it for QB. One more smoke, and he will have no more cover left in front of him. Jiro also uses a lot of his smokes and only left with one. Rolla on the bottom on side of their team, SITM. They were trying their best to spot the player as he can. They have to be careful of that angle, obviously, because if he comes out of the water and give you a backstab, team SITM might just be done. So they have to be careful of this fight. At the same time, they're looking to push into the circle. Team TRZ, they have chosen to go into the water really early into the game. It might work out for them, but I feel like they might just get punished as well with the 3 players into the water. I feel like that's a very different kind of strategy that you don't see from the teams playing normally.
And like you said, this is not normal in any way or form. Look at Rola, man, just chilling in his car, taking an underwater swim right now. But hey, we'll have to see B if they can make their move, because like you said, they're the best position in this lobby right now. For SITM, no slouches either. Hugging to multiple positions along the coastline. Dobo might just spot roll off. And QB shuts Domi down. SITM now pouncing on the fight, looking to make their moves. And Soulless, remember, with the way they are in the water, one single nade might just destroy all of TRZ's streams, but it needs to be appropriately placed. Instead, B taking fights on multiple fronts right now, trying to hold TRZ down in the water, trying to deny SITM their rotation into the circle. It might result in success, or it might be utter chaos, allowing teams to isolate. And Mad Cat has drowned that nade perfectly set up, but TRZ, they still survive. Rola now trying his best to come out. Dobu in a very uncomfortable position with Jiro as well. And Rola just stuck in the water, cannot move, playing the healing battle instead.
He's using the vehicle within the water to pull off some healing right now. SITM QB using the last of his nades on the team 2A right now. I think he got one of those connected, take one of those players down. Riley is very low on HP, but TRZ, they bites the dust at the hand of Team NBES. Where did Team NBES just came from? I feel like it was just Team B for TRZ, SITM, maybe some leftover Team 2A and stronger, but Team NBS coming from that angle have absolutely dominated Team TRZ out of the game, looking really good. Gio throws the nade on Team Stronger roll-up player, and obviously this is the nade that gets connected. Also eliminates Team Stronger from the game. Now we are left with only 4 squad, with the Team SITM looking really good. Team B Esport as well, they have 3 players alive, so 3v3 with Team 2A and NBS only left with one of their players. They'll be just looking to hold that position, not trying to make not any like much noise in this cycle. Obviously they will be looking to secure as much survival point as they can, but unfortunately for Astra Esports, they get spotted by Ryuk on the right side, gets eliminated from the game, and they have like total of like 1 elimination point. NPS Akhazai is left on the bottom of the ground. He has the water to like get himself a cover for a few minutes, but the B Dexter Solus is right in front of him, and he's just looking to loot a couple more time. Needs to be careful, because I thought he might have been just hurt by the side of Team B. At the same time, he's just in the center of both of these teams. Should be hopeful to not get spotted, but as I was pointing it out, he gets spotted by B and bites the dust. Now we're left with only 2 teams, with Team SITM having 3 players, with Team B Esport also having 3 players.
And SITM, man, might just get me my first prediction point right here as they hunt B Esports down. Dexter taken away. SITM in a brilliant position to close this match off. Pushing in strong, they spot out Ryuk as well, and they know exactly where Soulless is. Has spotted out, and SITM picking up the winner chicken dinner. Let's go, RZ. I finally got a point.
I feel like this was it. This was the thing that you were waiting for so long. RZ, I got a point now. I would like I'm the same point, like I'm the same level as you guys. Come on, we're not doing great. CA, but we're not doing great. Generally, we got only 1 point as well. But Team SITM, they have been wonderful throughout the whole day. The way they like the circle after taking a shift from Yasnia towards the north part of the map, that shift was very scary. SITM was almost done because the cluster was on them right now, and after coming in from that right angle, I felt like it will be very difficult for them. But they made it through. They made the rotation. They finally got themselves the edge of the circle. They tried to push a bit, just a tiny bit in the circle again and again and again, with those wonderful smokes being used on their side. I feel like it was a wonderful game on the side of Team SITM, and it has been their day so far. As compared to 1952, it was like they did wonderfully as well, but SITM, they are not far behind with those wonderful performances.
Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah. What a match it has been. SITM with that performance as well, I think will propel themselves to the top spot on the table. Just like we talked about, the Kings of the Hill back to play. 27 points in this matchup, 28 points in Miramar. They have had an amazing day today, and it has all been back on the likes of Jiro, QB, and Dobu. Desert actually having an off day so far, but that's okay because his team is picking up the slack.
all of them. Look at that, the damage has been done throughout the team. Maybe Desert in generally they deal a lot of damage, didn't get a lot of damage as well, but Geo 719 damage, 371 damage received as well. I feel like it has been a very tough game for him as he got himself 5 of those eliminations. It's not been an easy outcome, but look at that, with Team B Esports and SITM on the right side. Team B Esports won in the like terms of damage and elimination. They lost in the like category of assists, but in generally they got more points out of this game when it comes to those elimination. But I feel like they got eliminated in number 2, SITM got eliminated in number 1. Not eliminated, they got the winner chicken dinner. So I feel like both of this team will have almost the same point, will have the same points in the match standings. So but for B Esports as well, they were looking really good. They tried to punish as many teams as they can, as they got the circle like the edge of the circle. At the same time, I feel like they were trying to push in as much as they can. They were like getting eliminations all across the map. So it was a wonderful game for B Esports as well.
100%. B Esports really stepping up. Continuously aggressive from the very start and panning out towards the end. I always feel like B Esports thrive when the circles are intense, because then it becomes the fact where they have to rely on their adaptability and individual strengths. And in terms of that mechanical prowess, B Esports have got tons and tons in the back. But SITM, man, despite the lesser eliminations, they will care about that chicken dinner, because they finally get one in the bag, and what an important one it is. It gets them into that top spot. But wow, talk about an MVP performance right now. Ryuk, besides assists, which rightfully he has eliminations, why will he have assists, right? He has everything else going in favor of him. Highest eliminations, highest damage, most healing, as well as highest knockouts.
I mean, it has been a wonderful game for Yuke as well, but look, I thought he might be just like having like dominated the assist as well, but he's nowhere near top 4, so he might be like number 5 or number 6, but he shouldn't be too much sad about the fact. But he has had a wonderful game, and probably he might just have been the MVP of the game number 6 in general. Sorry, game number 4, because obviously he had a wonderful game. Look at that, B Rook with the most valuable play post match 16. He has 6 elimination while the average was 4. Then he had like 25 minutes 18 seconds survival time. He also landed one of those headshots, but the damage is insane. 983 damage from just a single player is I feel like top-notch thing. But obviously Team B Esports, they have their moments like after some time. When the day number 1 they got the wonderful chicken dinner, and this is the second performance we saw from them on the day number 3, but this is not consistent. They still have to go a lot of the way. They have to cover a lot of the distance just to make sure they end up in the top 5. It's not going to be easy, it's not going to be impossible, but obviously it shouldn't be too much difficult, as they are someone who's a really good team.
Yeah. Ryuk, I think will likely pick up the MVP spot. Dexterra as well, not too far away. B Esports with a great matchup overall, but I think with obvious consideration, it is going to be SITM who are our highlight. Because as soon as we head on towards the main standings table, you're going to see SITM propel themselves to that number 1 spot, and NB Esports, Seal Esports under a lot of trouble, because suddenly all the pressure that SITM was facing, that Classic was facing, is on them as well now, because these teams like the likes of B Esports are pushing back, the likes of 1952, they are pushing back. So the last few matches of today will decide who heads into the next day looking like favorites to qualify for the PMPL mark, and who can really contend for that $10,000 prize.
But this was the fight between VG and Team MAKPEN generally, with the MAKPEN going at an advantage in this fight. But unfortunately for MAKPEN, they lost 2 of those players while against going VG. Gon was the immaculate as he pulled off a 1v3 in this fight. But Team B Esports, I thought this was NBS was just being done in this fight, but NBES, they lost all of their players to B Esports, but one player coming from that right angle from the underneath that bridge and taking all of TRZ out, that was quite impressive. I didn't see exactly what happened, obviously, while we were focusing on Team SITM and Team 2A, Team Astra Esports in generally. NBES player Khazai coming from that right angle, taking all of the TRZ out, that was impressive in itself. But SITM, the way they have taken the shift in this fight and the way they have positioned themselves in, pushing from right and left angle, that was interesting to see. And obviously they got a wonderful chicken dinner, and this is a team that will definitely be in the top 3 or top 2 after this performance, as probably with the number 1 as well, because even from the top 8 to the number 1 position, it was like a one winner chicken dinner game. So SITM in generally, they probably might just have got themselves number 1 position in the overall ranking. But we have the damage graph in front of us with the Team B Esports dealing like tons of damage.
tons of damage indeed, man. 2.8k with 15 eliminations picked up. B Esports had a phenomenal game. They get almost equal points. They actually get literally equal points as SITM from this game. So they won't be sad about that chicken dinner going away, considering the fact that they were able to get just as many points. And those are going to be crucial because, like you said, 20 to 30 points has been basically the idea, the difference between the top 5 as well as the bottom, the middle 5 altogether. So for B Esports now to propel themselves, I wonder where they land, and we will be finding out soon enough.
It's gonna be SITM at number 1 with 27 points, and we have B Esports at number 2 with also 27 points. Doesn't really matter who's number 1 or 2. We both have got 27 points. And B Esports with that wonderful performance coming from especially from Akhazai. He's at number 3 with 17 points. Then we have Astra with a lot of gap between number 3 and number 4 with 9 points. Then we have TRC, Victor Gaming, Stronger Esports, Seal Esports, 1952, and obviously a lot of teams from the number 10 and number 16 who got almost 0 to none points, like 0 to very few points, like 3 points for the team, very few teams. Even 1952 weren't able to do a lot in this game, but we have overall ranking right in front of us. B Esports have made a huge jump and then I got themselves at number 10. But as we were discussing a bit earlier, this is just the start. They still have a lot of distance to travel, a lot of obstacles to cover, a lot of obstacles to jump over, or whatever they would do about it. But they have a long journey ahead of them in the rest of like 8 games of the grand finals if they were looking to qualify into the PMPL. A1 and B continuously and consistently losing their position one by one, match by match. They have to turn things around. But for Victor Gaming, after this decent game by them with the taking MAKPEN out of the game right at the start, they have been able to jump at number 14. But this is not a position you want to be in. It doesn't really matter if you're 14 or 13 or 12. You're just getting $500 and you're not qualifying for the PMPL. So qualification for the PMPL is the biggest of the biggest deal here right now.
And B Esports, they only get to the number 10 spot, but not too far away. A couple more games like that and they can make it count for SITM, ladies and gentlemen. After a long set of days, 2.5 days, it took them to reach that top spot, and they had to make a really tough run, but they make it happen and they will take their top spot for themselves, pushing Seal and TRZ down. And both Seal and TRZ at least in a little bit of trouble, but more specifically it's Team Classic, because Team Classic, Gremlin Storm, 1952 and Bad Intention X all separated by just 8 points. And heading into our last 2 matches, Team Classic will be looking to clean up their run of form and make it happen, because otherwise they will lose their top 5 spot. And for that, I've got my eyes on one player and one player only. That's Kenoxy, to try and pull some insane performances off.
Obviously, he's one of the top performers right at number 44 with 26 elimination in 16 matches. So with everybody will be looking up to him to carry his team into a bit of safer position right now, where the top 4 teams are residing right now. They have the margin of 1 game, and Team SITM have the margin of 2 games if they're going to fall from the top number 1 position to the maybe 6 or 7 position, maybe 3 games as well. So at the same time, we have Dylan at number 1 with 31 elimination. He was unfortunately he wasn't able to secure any single elimination within this game, so he will be looking to turn things around in this map of Miramar. But ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the 4th game. Now we're coming on to the 5th game really soon. It's going to be Miramar. It's going to be some long range fire, some DMRs being used, and fortunately I hope we see some sniper into action as well. And lastly, then we'll have a Sanhok after this map, which is going to be very interesting, very unpredictable, and with that might just give a chance for the team that haven't been able to perform, might just give a boost that they need in terms of like going into the last stage.
And hey, one thing we know for certain is heading into Miramar, I think, considering the SITM is back on top again, they're going to be in familiar territory. So I am full on expecting SITM to just pick up the pace, pedal to the metal, keep it going. And with these last few matches of the day, I don't expect much from them on Sanhok, to be honest. So I'm basically going to consider Miramar their last match of the day to pick up yet another chicken dinner to really stamp their place at the very top. And that's why my prediction has gone once again in that way. What about you, man?
I feel like I'm just gonna go with the Seal Esports, the way they have been consistent throughout the whole journey. They haven't been able to find their mark. Unfortunately for them, they are never been able to a team that look like they are stronger for a winner chicken dinner. But other than that, Seal Esports is a team that I'll definitely be picking in this game. This is a team that are looking really good and has been like number 1 for some time as well. So let's see what is going to be. And look at that prediction score, guys. Look at that prediction score. It is 1-1. CA is gonna be very happy.
Let's go. Finally, not at 0, right? I know it's just 1, but 1 is greater than 0. Quick maths. Hey, I'm glad to be tied with Ozzy now, and it's not just the PMPL battle that is heating up, it's also the battle between the casters in production to get the most number of predictions right. So I hope SITM can do me well twice and give me yet another point, because now will be like, imagine, no, it's like very well set up story where SITM get the chicken dinner to secure their number one spot, and I get yet another point to secure my number one spot.
Oh god, you guys are I feel like every one of my casters is going for SITM, hoping they'll perform again and again. But if everybody's choosing SITM, there's nobody winning, by the way. Everybody's like getting 1 point. Come on, guys, do something else as well. So if you want to win, you need to do something out of the box. But unfortunately, if you don't choose SITM, you might just not win as well. So we are caught in an impossible situation. We cannot win if we choose SITM. We cannot win if we don't choose SITM. What do we do?
We watch the game and enjoy. I guess that's the only thing we can most certainly do. I get your predicament, and I think tomorrow it will change to a large extent. It's really the Sanhoks you have to pick up. You know, I feel that Sanhoks are the most crazy winners overall. So if you're able to get a Sanhok correctly, it's very unlikely that anyone else will go for the same team, and that's where you can find the win. But hey, now we're about to head into one of our more predictable matchups in Miramar, and I like one thing you mentioned, which is hope we get to see a lot more sniper battle. I'm expecting that from QB specifically, because he was able to land some cracking headshots the last time we were in Miramar, and SITM as a whole were taking some lovely long range battles, so maybe they can do it once again as we now head into the lobby ready for match 5 of day 3 of the PUBG Mobile National Championship South Asia Wildcard 2022.
Is going to the map of Miramar. It's definitely going to be very interesting as we are looking to end the day really quickly. The teams will be looking to gather as much point as they can, even if they have to go out of the way. The circle is going. The player is going from Impala towards El Pozo. We have some major cities right underneath that plane path like La Bandita, Los Llanos, Picado, Monte area. Even the south is very much accessible. I feel like the north, like Campo Militar, Torre area is not accessible at all. But no team likes to go to the farthest edge of the map to loot. This is the circle. This is the plane path that is going to be favoring a lot of those teams who like to play in the center, almost to the center areas of the map. Gremlin Esports taking an early exit, moving towards Impala as well. At the same time, one of their players is really far away from Impala, probably looking for those vehicles. At the same time, this is a great strategy that I've seen a lot of teams use generally, that three or two players just go for loot, try to get as much loot as they can, maybe 1 or 2 guns, but the other players in generally they go for those vehicles, try to find one or two vehicles at least, so that he could get his team ready for the rotation when they can. But if obviously, because if 4 of your players are looting for the 4 minutes or 5 minutes, then after that 4 of your players is just going to move towards left and right. Oh, where's the vehicle, and instead of that you should just let one player just loot for that vehicle and try to let your team rotate as much as early as you can.
And hey, you got yet another standard circle. Surprise, surprise, it's Miramar. I mean, we're not gonna have much difference. So just a circle based around Sam Martin right now. And I think what I do like about this circle is that we've got a lot of mountain ranges involved. So it's not necessarily going to be one team just picking up an early high ground and they win de facto because of that. No, I think considering the crazy shifts we saw in the last circle, anything is possible. So maybe this time teams will be able to make a better prediction for what is to come and may give themselves a long-term benefit just because of that. Otherwise, just standard drops all across the board here, Aussie. A1 and B quite split up in their approach, and they're pretty close to Equinox and OPX, so I think they might have stragglers getting caught out there, A1 and B.
And they will not be happy at the same time because they are looking to turn things around for themselves, but obviously OPX with the right next to them, things might just get difficult for both of this team with 1 or 2 players going down. It's not going to be happy, and as we were pointing it out, it's going to be Sinister going down at the hand of Fantastic. A1 and BK9 also gets spotted, takes a bit of damage to the vehicle. He's still surviving with 100% of HP. Fantastic trying to rush him as soon as he can. His K9 coming on the other side of those compound, try to go for that nade, but TRZ, they are just third partying as well with OPX unknown going down. down at the hand of a nade, but it's not third party, it was unknown, just really far away from the rest of his team, and that will the first player to get eliminated from the game, despite the fact he was not the first player to get knocked down. But the rest of the team, A1, K9, A1 and B, they try to come to provide some kind of support to his teammate, but Hitman takes a lot of damage, but unfortunately for him as well, he also goes down at the hand of Fantastic. He's proving to be fantastic player in this one. K9 coming from the other angle, nades are being thrown, he needs to be careful, but he was cooking that nade for too long, and Sketch was not looking to stop at this time right now. He went out of his way with that Uzi in his hand, take him down, and finally the threat to his team has been minimalistic now, and now his team can easily revive their players, but unfortunately Sinister has bitten the dust and he won't be able to revive. But OPX, the rest of two players might just be coming in for this engagement.
And look again, quite a few engagements picking off of just A1 and B being spread out. OPX, they paid the price, but A1 and B not too far away as TRZ look to take advantage and get a huge chunk of early eliminations in the back. So far, it's been evenly spread out. OPX with 1, A1 and B with 1, and TRZ with 1 picked up for themselves, but with a player of A1 and B down right now, and the other two nowhere close by to make anything happen. OPX, it's an even fight. 2v2 on the board. They can look to make something happen, but A1 and B with the better position right now, they'll get information as soon as OPX go for the move on them.
A1 hit 1 and B Esports. Hitman is losing his HP moment by moment, second by second, and they cannot do anything in this situation with the OPX just committing themselves to this fight. Despite the fact they have lost two of their players, it is an equal fight, probably a bit lesser equal fight. This is the fact they have to rush onto the A1 and B. They might just get spotted early as well. Obviously, Mifsal gets spotted a bit early, takes a bit of damage, nothing concerning. They are still gonna go for this fight. Team A1 and B just cooking those nades, trying to deal some kind of damage for Team OPX can rush to him, but OPX taking it very slowly. Both of these teams need to be careful. If they prolong this fight, there's a very good chance they might just get third party, especially with the TRZ. They're not really that far away from them, but we still have 16 teams alive with both of these teams losing two of their players. 9 coming from the left side, Mifsel coming from the right side, K9 just holding that angle, and now both of these team players just gonna use their angles, just gonna use their advantage of two players coming from one same angle. Don't want to give a 1v1 to do two of these different players, but they are just looking to rush. At the same time, Naim got his hand of a wonderful shotgun, but a nade coming from K9 has put him down to the ground. It's a 1v2 with the one player outside the compound as well. Team A1 K9 also is able to spot him out, takes him down, and OPX will be the first team to get eliminated from the game.
And K9 coming up huge. A1 and B, well, they were in a precarious spot earlier, considering the fact that they were all spread out. They regrouped and they made it work. OPX eliminated nice and early, and it will slow down A1 and B on the rotation, but it's going to be one that is worth it for them because they pick up some early points that they really needed, considering the fact that this has been a team that, despite starting off day one brilliantly with the chicken dinner, has since then only gotten worse. They haven't been able to improve their performances, and they have been put into a very difficult situation to qualify for the PMPL once again. But hey, look at that San Martin area, man. And Graveyard as well. So damn jam-packed. His team's just looking to hold it down. I really like the way NB Esports have set up. They're controlling northern side of San Martin with just one player, and in the 2-2 split, basically for someone to watch over the highway in the rotation, and for two people to watch the southern part of San Martin, with Fistboy leading that charge, considering that all of the teams are situated around that. Now all we need is a circle to say screw you to all of them and go northeast instead.
Oh, that would be very interesting, but I don't get my hopes up when it comes to the circles of Miramar. I don't get my hopes up when it comes to the circles of like generally PUBG as well. It has been like one of my favorite friends as well when it comes to like going where I want it to go. It has always been like leaving me behind and going wherever it wants to go. So I feel like I'm not just getting my hopes up. It just will be shattered, just like, and I will be naming myself CSC Hopeless as well, or RZ Hopeless, just like that player from Classic as well. So I can understand where that guy is coming from. Probably he's also hopeless just because of the PUBG, how his circles turn out to be. But look at B Esports right now, just avoiding the circle in generally, going to that northeast area. Maybe the luck will favor them, maybe the circles will favor them, and they might just shift towards the northeast side as well. If they do, they might just have a very easy point of entry, maybe to the center of the circle as well, from all the way from El Hazard to Hesed El Petron.
Yeah, it's an interesting location considering all the facts that be they always the team to make those last late rotations, right? I think it works out brilliantly when the circle takes unprecedented shifts, but when the circle takes expected shifts, then it doesn't work out at all because all of the teams have already picked up the early locations nice and early. But hey, at this point, Gremlin Storm as well in a decent spot towards the eastern edge, just playing it very, very safe. They're trying to last this out. And you can see, again, NB Esports, they have a lot of pressure to contend with. Amongst all of this, SITM sticking to Los Leones. I'm surprised they didn't move in for the early rotations. But I guess considering the way our last Erangel went, SITM want to play it safe and keep their options open. And in a matter of seconds, we will find out which team has the right read, if it does indeed go towards San Martin, towards Graveyard, or if it completely flips the script and goes in a completely different direction right now. But that's just something to find out for another day as we switch to Twist, trying to hunt the last few players of A1 and B down.
Equinox on the higher ground as well. They got their aim set on A1, K9, A1 and B, K9 and Sketch as well. Probably trying to spot as much as they can. It's a very decent chance they might just choose to rush them, but it's still the information that they're trying to get as much as. So A1 and B, in general, I feel like they should just hold those compounds. But some players doesn't realize it. The more you move, the more you get yourself vulnerable. It puts you in a difficult position that gives more of the information to the side of Equinox. But okay, Kage trying to like burst that vehicle has taken one of those players out. Might just give a time to rush, like just give enough time for Equinox to rush, but the distance is between these two teams is just too much. At the same time, this is a very difficult terrain that Equinox has to cross to get themselves to A1 and B. So for now, they are quite much into the safety. They have the compounds. Unfortunately for them, they don't have those vehicles now. Probably they had one vehicle that was just like destroyed by Kage. But other than that, I feel like if they don't have a vehicle, they will have a very difficult time getting out of those compounds.
And similarly so for A1 and B, like you said, just not going to be able to get out of this spot here. They're going to have to play the patience game and hope that the circle moves Equinox away. But for now, both of these teams in the circle, they'll look to settle in, make their way home and fight at a later point. The next 5 minutes should be relatively slow. It doesn't seem like the circle has caused a lot of teams to move, so we haven't seen it yet, but I'm expecting a centralized shift altogether. I hope we get to see it soon and see where the likes of SITM will make their move. And there we go. Yeah, mostly a centralized shift, somewhat northern, but otherwise, interestingly enough, just concentrated along all the teams. And look at SITM, man. They're the only team right now outside the circle, and they're going to have to make their move because they're heading into heavy concentration, and they're not going for the long rotation straight down the road. Instead, SITM looking to fight, and Rowdy is as well. Chunks B Esports out. Ryuk at 1 HP, but he's not taken down. He survives. Wait, look at Memo. He's going for the slam in instead with the help of Gremlin Storm. A two-pronged move, shutting B Esports down. Gremlin Storm with a beautiful proactive approach. They slammed in. They used the long-term scope of Rowdy and they made it happen. They've picked up crucial eliminations and now B Esports just left to two members. Dexter's been spotted out. I don't think that Gremlin Storm are going to let him run away.
And probably that is going to be the bigger case. At the same time, they have to be careful. They might just be surrounded by the circle as well. The Team Gremlin have bigger picture to hold. But the shots coming from their side, the distance was too much. I thought it might just not get connected. But Team Gremlin Esport is deserved where to be. They have a wonderful mechanical skills, especially on the side of Rowdy. The way he got his shot connected. Even the Dexter got showed himself for just a few moments and he got punished by the side of Team Gremlin as well. But this was Team Seal Esports was in bad intention with the Seal Esports just going for those wonderful shots and also was able to take two of those elimination and eliminate most of the team bad intention from the game. But still now we have only one team eliminated from the game, that is just going to be OPX. Other than that, we have lost a couple of players on either side of those teams, but we have a lot of those teams surviving with 4 players. SITM, even Team Equinox as well. Twist goes down. But I don't feel like Twist might just be revived as well, as Twist is really far away from the rest of his teammates and he's not really there won't be much done about him. But for now, let's look at Team Equinox right now. They are on the high ground. Unfortunately for them, that the way they lost one of their players, it was something unfortunate for their side. They were looking really good into the circle. They have the high ground as well. While you have the high ground, you need to be really careful about the fact that if you get spotted, if you get knocked down as well, there will not be any player that can come to you and revive you. But the circle has taken a shift over the power grid, Picardo, graveyard area, and towards the Monte area, towards the St. Martin area as well, as these teams are just looking to rotate towards that side. A major concern for the teams that are towards the north, as Team MAKPEN, Team Stronger Esports, as they're trying to rotate, and the rest of Team Astra Esports, it will be very difficult for them. But Astra Esports, they have spotted the rest of Bad Intention out, taken two of those players. Domi loses his HP and gets knocked down, but nothing concerning, as he will be revived really shortly. Team Classic also loses one of their players and gets knocked down, but nothing concerning for them as well, as he's gonna get revived as well. But as we're talking about the team, the circle, and these position within the circle, we might just see some long range knocks coming out from either side. If you would have to rush to these teams just to eliminate them from the game, otherwise you won't be able to confirm those knocks, as the team will be falling on the other side. But Seal Esports and Astra Esports, the fight has already started between them, with the one player going on the other side. But this was Team Bad Intention just being rushed by the side of Team Astra Esports, with the Billy coming on the right side. Dylan was very low on HP, doming from the left side. He was able to take one player out. Dylan was able to trade him, but Billy from behind was able to take Dylan out as well, and was able to secure some wonderful kills for wonderful elimination for himself. But for now, things have started to quieten down a bit for the next circle, just till the next circle, with the even Equinox holding the position that they were holding for the last 14 minutes of the game. Probably they have that high ground, they have that vintage point, they are trying to spot and get as much information as they can. But unfortunately for them, they have not been able to do anything with this kind of information. They have just been able to get one elimination. Unfortunately, they have lost twist as well. But for now, we have 14 teams alive, 50 players remaining. We have one team eliminated, 632 damage on the side of Equinox, but total my damage has always been 4k. And with that damage, we haven't been able to see any kind of long multiple knocks coming up. But Miramar, in generally, we have a very passive Miramar coming up, despite the few knocks happening all across the game. The later part of the game, after 17 or 18th minute mark, or just the last three circles, is gonna get very difficult for a lot of those teams out there. It will be very difficult to hold your position. Every team will be surrounded by multiple teams from the multiple angles, so you holding that position will be very crucial. Those vehicles, those wonderful smokes might be coming into the play. But we have the circle in front of us right now, with the Team Equinox in the Picardo area, with Team A1NB, the remaining of A1NB outside the graveyard in Picardo. Team SITM just coming from the southern side, with circle has taken a shift away from SITM. TRZ, Strongest, Steel, 2A, MAKPEN just favoring NBES, Team 1952, and some of the Team Equinox as well. Team Classic is just over the southern side. They will not be looking to rotate, or as much as they won't be looking to rotate, as they are just into the southern part of the circle. But Team Gremlin, they are just tiny bit outside the circle, as they have to come back into the circle. I feel like it's going to be not very much difficult. They have to be careful not getting caught out by 1952. TRZ taking some damage from the blue zone. They have got their 3 eliminations, but now they have to rotate into the circle. This is the only team that is taking blue damage from the blue zone. But now Stronger Esports, as they were looking to rotate into the circle, they got punished multiple side as well. Lost 7 as well. One nade coming from their side, and also a spray coming from Farad has been able to take place from the side of Team 2A down. But nothing right now, that they haven't been able to secure any kind of elimination. But Astra Esports is bleeding. 2 of their players are down. One is surviving in the blue zone, and one is eliminated from the game. He cannot revive revive them. At the same time, he cannot leave this position. He got 10 of those first aid kits. Probably will be able to survive for as long as he can. But see, ESPORT, they're also 300 meters away from the circle. Takes a lot of damage to the Becca, but now he's just looking to rotate. Takes a lot of damage more. It's just fortunate for him that he's still surviving. Needs to find some kind of cover. He's just hanging by a single thread. How long can he survive? How many lives did you come with you came into this game? But fortunately for him, he was able to survive with just 10% of the HP. Probably will be able to pull off that med kit as well, and will get 100% of his HP back.
They can just regroup on those two players, and look, that's exactly what happens. Now SITM have a forward position to easily enter the next circle.
SITM 170 meters into the circle. If they are able to do that, probably one of the teams that might just get that might be the most favorite to get the winner chicken dinner. But Gremlin Esports is not making it easy for them. They are just trying to land some kind of damage, trying to get as many knock as they can, as team SITM is looking to rotate. But for team Gremlin as well, they were hoping to rotate. When one of their players, Rowdy, takes a lot of damage on the side of SITM, he has to be careful. It's not going to be easy for them, because both of these teams are exactly in the same position, 140 meters away, have to go into the circle. 4 players alive. You cannot ignore the other one. You cannot ignore the circle as well. What are you gonna do? Because obviously both of them have some great mechanical skill on the other side. Desert try to get a bit aggressive, takes a lot of damage as well, has to go back into the safety, pull off a first aid kit. Now we're back to the way we started. What are you gonna do? Rowdy tries to go for that rotation again. Memo as well, D46 as well, try to get his hand on a couple of vehicles, try to rotate for the SITM as well. Giro gets his hand on a vehicle, because both of them have ignored the circle for so long, and they cannot unfortunately do for a longer period of time.
An interesting battle right now with both of these teams in a difficult spot. SITM, meanwhile, have comfortably made their way in. Stronger get eliminated as TRZ make it count, and I think TRZ might be the dark horses right now in this circle, because they're the only team that has the potential to try and catch another team out. They're the only team that might be in a brilliant spot to push forward for the victory. On the other hand, you've got Seal still stuck out, still trying to use the 9 lives of Becca as much as they can. He still survives, man. He's still not dead.
He has also come up with some countless amount of lives. He was being close to getting eliminated really a couple of minutes before, but somehow he's still surviving. Rogue coming in, trying to revive him. He's like, hey, come on guy, how many times they're gonna go down at the hand of the other team? Just like for once make things a bit easier for us. But things are not gonna become easier for generally for SEAL Esports, that they're like looking to rotate maybe 30 or 40 meters into the circle. Rogue takes a bit of damage, is still looking to find some kind of cover for his teammate. Unfortunately for him, he's able to park his car, try to bust his tire so that they won't be able to deal him damage through it underneath it. At the same time looking to burst that car, because after that it will be very difficult for him to rotate through this vehicle, and if this vehicle get bursted from some other team, he might just go down. So he was like, why just not take the vehicle out before and use that as the cover afterwards. But for now, Gremlin Esports, they're also looking to rotate just a tiny bit into the circle against the SITM, but this was the fight that was waiting to happen for so long, with the SITM right next to them. A1NB as well, they have one of their players right next to it. It was probably the last player from A1NB, with the one player probably Sketch. He was like like just surviving for so long. But here's the sniper shot that we talked about for so long, and it will be the victor will be the Pelzang as he's gonna bite the dust. But A1NB also gets eliminated number 10. We have a wonderful game turning out to be with all of the cluster away from the circle. Who is it gonna be that moves into the circle? It's not gonna be easy even for Gremlin, for SITM, because everybody is taking shots and everybody's landing shots on everybody. Memo and Rowdy goes down. Rowdy gets revived, but it's time for Memo to get revived. But TRZ, look at that, they're looking good, but unfortunately for them, they have to go into the circle as well.
Yeah, and Classic as well, piling on pressure from the southern part. So no team safe right now except for that purple team in the circle. And guess who it is? It's not even a team. It's lone solo damage. And never mind. Just as I mentioned him, he will get spotted out and finished as well. Giro has chunked him out. He should be able to take him down. But that will mean that now MAKPEN, I believe, will be able to get themselves an edge into the circle. But it's this fight towards the eastern side, really, with Gremlin Storm sandwiched between TRZ and SITM. That will count. TRZ looking to pick up 3 eliminations on the back of one fell swoop. But so far, they're not able to make it happen till they do exactly that. And Gremlin Storm have been eliminated. Was it TRZ? Yeah, it was TRZ who picked up the elimination. So they'll be thanking their stars, because if SITM stole that, I think TRZ would be in a rage.
TRZ, Rerex is still surviving despite the fact he's taken a lot of damage. Geo tries to land some nades left and right with TRZ coming on their right side. They have to give away shots are being landed from the Geo side. Some gets connected, some didn't get connected. 90-degree falls from the vehicle. He will not be happy pressing that exit button a bit earlier while trying to rotate, and there's nobody near him that could revive him. Now let's see with Team Seal Esports on the right side team. At the same time, SITM, they are still surviving for the 4 players, but we might see a back-to-back chicken dinner from their side. TRZ, Mamba in the center for almost everything, is trying to survive, landing some shots left and right. But okay, Team Desert, sorry, on the higher ground. Unfortunately for Team SITM, they still have to rotate. The circle has almost every time unfavored them and but a bit away from them. They have to rotate 40 or 50 meters into the circle, and same is the case with this one right now. But team with MAKPEN on the right side, Team Classic on the left side, and SITM on the south side. These are 3 teams that are pushing from the edges of the circle with everyone in the center, almost in the center. They will be punished really quickly. But for now, Vanzi goes down outside the blaze zone.
And look, Classic trying to make their move, deny seal their progression, and TRZ, SITM still engaged in this fight, by Classic try to chime in there as well. Teams making sure that they're present felt all across the map, but the silent ones have been MAKPEN, and finally they get spotted out. SITM trying to spray them down, but instead they lose a man themselves, and now SITM under a lot of pressure as Classic is raining down on them. TRZ as well, 1952 as well, trying their best to survive, but damage has been shut down, and CY not too far behind.
Victor Gaming also eliminated from the game. MAKPEN right now. Momo goes down. Pelzang takes a lot of damage. They are pinned down on the further side of the circle. TRZ, Mama place also gets spotted with the Desert getting a bit aggressive on the rock. They are gonna get eliminated from the game. QB coming from the right side, trying to pin down all the MAKPEN behind that certain couple of rocks. Now, right now, with the Giro coming from the left side as well, using those nades. 1952 also being pinned down, but the MAKPEN is... it's just teams getting wiped out left and right. SITM also looking really good, but Dobu goes down. That's going to be a very huge disadvantage. Look at that. Seal Rogue right in the center of everything. They're trying to hold that position as much as they can. Not going to be happy because he's surrounded left and right with some huge giants with Team Classic, SITM, 1952, and especially MAKPEN as well. Team SITM, they are just hiding behind a few corner. Team Classic, Eric tried to get a bit aggressive on that high ground. QB coming with a big of a rotation. Needs to be careful on the right side as he might just get spotted by the hand of MAKPEN. And Eric on the top, so it's not going to be an easy position to be in, but unfortunately for them, they have no other option to be.
Yeah, in a tough position right now, but SITM still reigning strong, still looking for that victory, and they are the ones with a better position over MAKPEN right now, raining down the spray, and they land most of it. They find one knock with Team Classic at one knock as well. SITM in prime position to finish it off as Seal will exit the lobby, and now it's SITM looking for the win once and for all, looking to secure their top spot in the lobby, but they are denied. MAKPEN, they're fighting back, staying strong. It's all down to Giro, the MVP of our very last map. Valeska trying to bring Memo back to his feet, but Momo has been shut down. Desert will find Lucio. That's the end of MAKPEN, and SITM know exactly where Classic are. They've got the man advantage, they've got the high ground, and SITM pick up back-to-back chicken dinners and get me back-to-back points. Let's go.
Oh god, I am not in a great day. Like, it's not a great, turning out to be a great day for me, as the team that I'm looking to perform are not able to perform. As a circle I want to see is not able to come out as well, so I feel like it's just not my day. But SITM, it's not about me right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's about SITM. Back-to-back performances. They are able to maximize their lead. They are able to increase the amount of lead that they have with the number one. They already was in number one position before the game started, and obviously with this wonderful more than 20 points they got in this game, they're probably going to be able to increase the amount of lead substantially. And now they're looking the top contender to get that PMNC title. Is going to be very interesting for the other teams as well, because obviously with the NBES team 1952, team Seal and team Class A, they were looking to dominate the day number 4, even 1952 as well, with the 2 chicken dinners coming in. But SITM, they're not going to make it easy for anyone out there. Back-to-back chicken dinner is a huge statement coming to the grand finals day number 3.
100%. And hey, talking about statements, right? We talked a lot about how we've never really seen SITM struggle to a large extent. We've never really seen SITM pull off victories where they were challenged, and it feels like that's what Grand Finals Day has been all about. Every single time they get challenged, every single time they need the strength to pull off a victory, they do exactly that. And SITM have proved that they're not just a team that can win through dominance, they're a team that can rally back, and props to be given to Desert. The only player who didn't have the greatest of performances in Erangel. In Desert, he pops off. In the Desert, of course, he'll find his home.
SITM in generally, they have been a wonderful bunch throughout the whole tournament as well, and the second the most consistent thing throughout the whole tournament, except Dylan right now. But we have TRZ on the left side. They have won each of those categories in terms of elimination, damage and assist, with 9 assists, 2259 damage and 11 elimination. We have SITM with 10 elimination, 1798 damage and 6 assists. It's not a massive difference in terms of points. There's only 1 point difference. SITM also got the winner chicken dinner, so that's 15 points for them, 25 points in generally. So I feel like they will be very happy with that outcome. But we have the stats comparison for those two players. In terms of maybe TRZ, it was a lot of collective team effort, but SITM Desert, we have 6 elimination on his side, 647.5 damage dealt, 327 damage received. But something that stands out in all of these stats is just TRZ 90 degree dealing 1100 damage and only getting 4 eliminations.
Yeah, he got a little unfortunate, I think, especially in the fight with the SITM, and they were not able to pull it off. But 90 degree has been one of the most consistent performers overall for TRZ, and a reason why they're still able to fight for that top 5 spot. And hey, I wanted Kenoxy to perform, and he did. Just got the most healing done inside, so not that much of a relevant stab. But Valeska, man, from MAKPEN, 7 eliminations picked up. Momo with 5 knockouts. MAKPEN had a great map here.
Look at that. MAKPEN as well, they had a decent game. Unfortunately for them, they were caught out from the right side of the map with the team Classing coming from the north angle. Let's see if they are able to do some kind of damage in the last game as well. MAKPEN, I feel like Sanhok is a bit favorable for them, as they were looking really good in a couple of those Sanhoks, but look, it's still a bit unpredictable with the circle taking a shift away from them. But in generally, Sanhok has always been favored by the teams who are in the center. If they're able to continue to hold the center, they'll definitely win. But we have most valuable play in front of us with the MAKPEN Valeska with the 7 eliminations, 590 damage, 24 minutes, 31 seconds survival time, and 3 headshots by him. That's a huge amount of headshots coming in from MAKPEN Valeska.
Yeah, Valeska just popped you off. 7 eliminations, 3 headshots. Aye. Desert not too far behind with 6 of his own. And TRZ, 90 degree and Rarex performing very, very well, getting them into the top 5 players list. I think overall, it has been a run that both teams will be proud of. SITM especially now, because they will set up a healthy 20 to 30 point lead over their nearest opposition, which puts matters into their own hands to secure the $10,000 going into tomorrow, right? So SITM will most definitely be proud to be able to now push forward for the win in these next few matches. But I think what is even more interesting is to see the likes of now Seal, the likes of NB Esports try and push back, because before, whenever we see SITM start to dominate, they never stop dominating.
That's one thing. Obviously, once they get the ball rolling, they will just keep it rolling. The 4 players will get together to keep it rolling. Maybe even put the ground a bit lower end, so like they keep the ball rolling. But A1 and B, this was OPX just rushing them and losing that fight. CL Esports trying to find 2 players of the team A. Bad intention just caught out on an off angle, but this was the rest of team bad intention going out at the hand of team Astra Esports. There's a bit of dispersion from the side of bad intention, didn't exactly work out for them, and ended up with them getting eliminated from the game. Team Astra Esports with the Riley and Billy goes down at the hand of Team Stronger. This was unfortunate, but CL Esports, they were looking good as well with the nade coming from VG side with the vehicle getting bursted. I feel like they couldn't make themselves, like couldn't come into the later part of the circle and later part of the game with 4 players alive, as Rogue was the only one surviving. But 1952 and VG got caught by the hand of Team SITM, and SITM was just like wiping the map with like by wiping every player off the map one by one. They eliminated Seal, they eliminated Classic, they eliminated Team TRZ, even Team 1952, VG as well. So in generally, they were responsible for eliminating a lot of the remaining teams or remaining players from a lot of teams.
100%, and I'd say even more so, the coolest part about the way SITM played so far today has been that it always seems like they take matters into their own hands, but with slightly different strategy, where the older SITM would immediately run to the middle of the circle and try to make something happen. Over the last few days, they've realized that this does not work, so they've been playing edge to edge a lot more, and it's giving them access to a lot more fights, and you can see that in terms of the damage curve. But man, so many teams close to picking up the victory. TRZ, SITM, MAKPEN, CL Classic, all dealing tons of damage in this matchup.
Obviously, it has been equally divided among all of the teams. Even there's not a single team that has been able to deal 0 damage. We have some amount of damage from all of the teams. Even B is for like dealing 172 damage and securing 1 elimination. From NPES, Team VG and Bad Intention, who weren't able to secure any elimination in this game, were also able to deal some kind of damage. So that is something. This was a very aggressive, very fight-oriented map in generally. But we have mass standings in front of us with Team SITM having securing 25 points. Then we have MAKPEN number 2 with 19 points. Team Classic and number 3 with 16 points. And this is something that I pointed out earlier. CL Esports, nowhere near chicken dinner. Still, despite that fact, they're able to secure 15 of those points. That's a wonderful game from them. It's not like, oh, they're just trying to hold that position. 8 survival points, 7 elimination, third most elimination within the game. Oh, sorry, 4 most elimination within the game. They are trying to look consistent throughout the whole day. So they might just make things difficult for Team SITM in the last game if they might just like get like 1 or 2 chicken dinners. Obviously, they are looking really good, and they have been able to do so without getting a chicken dinner. So it's just like one more step for them.
Exactly. I think Seal on the very edge of making it happen right now. And I must say, overall, I think the really cool part, right, with our standing stable, right, is even Equinox B and Stronger, who are in the bottom half of the table, they're still looking damn strong. So it's very much possible for these teams to have a phenomenal day tomorrow and somehow edge their way into the top 5. So we've got a lot of Cinderella storylines to try and make it happen.
MAKPEN make a shift from 16 to 15, but this page is not exactly turning out to be very different. But only the thing that is different on the page number 1 as well is CL Esports making a jump and going into the page number 2. Sorry, position number 2 with 171 points. We have a lot of the teams right behind them. CL Esports, NB and TRZ fighting for the second position. Then we have Team Classic, Gremlin 1952 fighting for that number 4th spot as well. But SITM has been able to create a lead of 26 points. So even any team from the like position 2, 3, 4 is able to secure a winner chicken, they will definitely not able to overtake SITM right now. So SITM will definitely end the day on the page on the position number 1. You have to secure back-to-back performances to overtake SITM. Them getting a back-to-back chicken dinner has created a lead of almost 30 points for themselves. So they are in a very comfortable spot. Obviously, they're looking really good. They got a train of momentum right now with them, and they have wonderful performances backing it up. So it will be very difficult to catch up to them right now.
Yeah, and the way the table is right now, 3 out of 5 teams qualifying for the PMPL are invited teams, with the 2 closest teams to the top 5, 6th and 7th as well, being invited teams. So you can clearly see that the invited teams who have slightly more experience in the biggest lobbies have been able to push back. Meanwhile, they have also got a taste of Maths, who with 31 eliminations is retaining his top spot, but Desert coming up huge in that last map, and QB popping off with 8 eliminations earlier today. And for the first time in the last few days, we've got 2 players from
from the same team in the top performers list. Is it any surprise that that team is SITM?
Oh god, 2 players for SITM. Obviously, this back-to-back performances from their side has put them in a very comfortable position. Canox is still right there, but we have the match schedule grand finals days in front of us. We are done with the 90%, 80% of the day. I don't know, it's like, okay, we have to like calculate that match, but we're done with the major part of the day, by the way. We only left with the one game, and left with like Sanhok. It's going to be very interesting. Again, a chance for those teams that could not perform in the like few days earlier, on these like couple of days, to come back into the game. Maybe they can keep the momentum going, especially for the B Esports as well. But it can be 1952 again. They're able to secure 2 chicken dinners during the day as well in the game number 1 and the last game of Sanhok as well, so they might just be looking to like solidify their lead, not solidify the lead, maybe just to like jump up a bit in terms of like position as well, maybe looking to end the day definitely the top 5. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens. But at the same time, we have SITM securing back-to-back chicken dinners, so these are the top contenders for the next chicken dinner. But at the same time, we have what you predicted. I feel like I think you predicted in B Esports, because they were looking really good in the last map of Erangel, and they also got a winner chicken dinner and in the map of Sanhok as well. So this might be the reason, or am I wrong? Tell me.
No, you're absolutely right. I think for me, B Esports has been a team that can really make it happen in chaos when the circle is very different, or when the rotations are really confusing. That's where it feels like B Esports really thrive, and that's where I think they will be able to pick up the win heading into Sanhok, because I think overall it's a map that really suits their style of play. As long as they can get aggressive, I think they will be able to pick it up. But then again, this is Sanhok, right? So I am making this prediction with a grain of salt in mind that anything can happen.
Obviously, even with the B Esports, they might just turn things around differently. MAKPEN will also be looking to end the day with a couple of points on their side. They had a wonderful last game. Obviously, they were looking to keep the momentum going. Then we have teams like they weren't able to perform, maybe stronger esports, maybe other than that. But I'm going to go with the 1952 esports in generally as well. I'm going to predict that they will win. Obviously, they have also at the same time coming up with the 2 chicken dinners in the day, in the span of 5 matches, like just like SITM. The last Sanhok went to them. They are looking to play safely within those compounds well, and favorably if they get the circle, if they get the position within the circle, they might just turn things around for them. So let's see exactly what's going to happen, but definitely very interesting.
Oh, absolutely. And the most special part about the way the lobby has been set up today is the fact that SITM have rallied back. But like you said, I think Seal are not too far away. Seal, all they need is one single ability, one single possibility of trying to find a chicken dinner, and it will all work out. So I want to see them try to do exactly that. I want to see them somehow find the strength to make those chicken dinners happen, because I think Seal have the capability to truly challenge SITM. And while I'm glad SITM is back on the top of the hill, I think Seal deserves their taste of success as well, and I'd love to see that challenge between Seal and SITM for that $10,000 prize.
But this is what you think about those teams. SITM winner chicken dinner for themselves. Then we have team 1952, they were relevant throughout the day as well. Then we have team NPS, who were spectacular on the day number 1. Then we have team Stronger Esport that were performed on the day number 2. Then we have team Classic that also performed the day number 2. Seal have no relevance like that. Seal didn't have exactly their moment like, oh, by the way, we got a winner chicken dinner on this day. We were dominating on the day number 1. This is what I was so. This is so strange, at the same time so great for these teams as well, that team Seal Esport, despite the fact they haven't been able to track zero tension from anyone, they've still been able to manage to secure the second position in this overall scorecard. That is the level of consistency you talk about. They will always end up in the top 3 or 4, despite the fact they will lose 1 or 2 players, maybe at the start, maybe at the mid. It doesn't really matter for them. They know how to make themselves available in the last circles.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, the special part about Seal has been that consistency, but also in the individual players, we've seen that consistency to deliver. While they may not be in the top 5 performance list, I assure you, if we expand that slightly a little bit more to top 10, we'll see a lot of the Seal players really stepping up to the mark, especially the likes of Rogue, the likes of Bekaki. So I think Seal have been a team that have consistently delivered, and just like SITM have just not found their lobby, their map, their circle to try and make things work out. And hey, maybe that will be today, or maybe it'll be tomorrow, because that's a storyline I would love to visit with regards to our final day, the battle between SITM and Seal, a team that hasn't picked up a single chicken dinner.
But this is where it gets interesting, by the way. We had a long journey. We came from like 25th November, then we had in-game qualifiers, then we had 256 teams, then 128, then 64, 32, then 32 again, then we got 16 teams into the semi-final, then we got 16 teams into the grand finals again. And ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very long ride, a tough competition for these teams, and it is coming to an end. And obviously, as much as we like to talk about the before things as well, 1 month of continuous PUBG and 1 month of qualification, 1 month of trying to get yourself into the final is not an easy place to be. As for these teams, they are coming with a lot of like hope and trying to qualify into the PMPL as well. And we are, as soon as we are done with this last game, we'll be only left with one more day of the grand finals of PMNC Wildcard 2022. It's gonna get very interesting, and obviously with every team having a potential of being the champion, SITM got a bit of a lead, but they're not exactly very safe right now, just like in the semi-finals. So I feel like this is gonna get very interesting, especially if any other team comes up and try to give competition to SITM.
Exactly right. If any other team comes and gives competition is where things will get truly enthralling for us to witness. So I'm really hoping CL can step up to the mark, because honestly, when you look towards semi-finals week 2, right, it wasn't like any of the teams could really match the firepower that SITM were able to bring to the table, and CL have continuously been the only other consistent team. NB Esports had a great day 1, but since then have fallen off, haven't necessarily had great day 2s and 3s. Meanwhile, the likes of TRZ, Classic, all the teams in the top 5 right now have been a little topsy-turvy in their approach. Still the only team to consistently be towards that top 2 mark, sometimes taking the top spot for themselves as well. So I think they're the only team that can truly challenge SITM right now.
Obviously, and maybe not just that, Team Classic as well, Team 1952, Team RGC Esports, these are the teams that have it in them to challenge SITM. They have done it in the couple of last 4 days as well. They shouldn't let SITM get away with this game. They should not let SITM get away with this game, because if SITM get away with this game as well, back-to-back 3 chicken dinners, they will be unstoppable. Going to into the day like last day, I feel like it's gonna be a train of momentum. It's gonna be a huge lead on their end. So I hope they are able to turn things around for themselves, or I hope some team for their sake come up and take the winner chicken dinner away for SITM, because things will be very dire for other teams if SITM get to winner chicken dinner. But we have the final game of the day of map of Sanhok, going from the plane path going from Camp Alpha towards Camp Bravo. We are favored towards the north part of the map. The south is a bit inaccessible, but I feel like this is a smaller map, a very smaller map. You can go anywhere you want to go, despite the fact of the plane path, wherever the plane path is going.
Exactly right. And hey, I think like you said, Sanhok in general, of course, very accessible, but this plane path makes it even more so. SITM dropping into their casual alpha location, and now Gremlin Storm and Victor Gaming is the ones I have my eye on. We've seen them clash in the past, but they did not necessarily clash the last time around. They instead elected for Victor Gaming to go towards Camp Bravo and change up their spot, and it seems like that will be the case once again. So no drop clashes. All in all, here are Z, but interesting circle right here. Again, base off of quarry. How many quarry circles have we got, man?
I feel like this is maybe the 4th or 5th circle. We might have just got it on query right now, but including Painan Nuns area, this will be the majority of the circles, maybe 70 or 80% of the circles being included in those areas. That has already, again, look at the position that we are there. Team Gremlin, just like the last Sanhok, we have Team Classic, then we have Team Bad Intention coming from the right side, then we have Team 1952 coming from the north angle, Team NBS also leaving the Paradise Resort. This might be a few of those teams that are might favored for this circle, but unfortunately for Team MAKPEN, they might just get caught out, as they are almost in the center of everything. 2 of their players are towards 1952 and NBS, 2 of their players are towards Gremlin Esports, and they might just get shot from multiple angles, so they have to be careful as they're trying to find any kind of space between these 3 teams.
And it's not going great right now for them. Stuck in a very difficult corner between 1952 and NB. Both top teams, I must say, but MAKPEN specifically have been on a great run so far, so I'm sure they will try to push forward, push strong, and make this happen, but it's easier said than done now. Look,
I think what I really like in terms of the way this circle has set up is that we've got some crucial teams on the edge in the likes of SITM and Seal. Both of these teams may potentially clash if SITM look to take the southern rotation, because Seal are the kind of team to not necessarily go for the rotation early. They like to take their time with the rotations and they then like to make their decisions felt. So I think because of that, we might see SITM in a really good spot to try and deny Seal, or vice versa, while Seal might try and put the pressure on SITM early.
SITM, I feel like, do you remember the last game from the map of Sanhok? We did the same circle as well. They were waiting for in the Camp Alpha for a very long time. They waited for everyone to rotate and to leave those areas of like Hatin, Tat, Mok, Padas, Resort, Cow, and even the areas of Bhan completely empty, making it very easy for them to rotate. And this is, look at that. All of those 4 players are dispersed very fairly, in a wonderful way. They will get the maximum amount of loot for themselves as they can. They will get the maximum amount of first aid kit. Late rotating into the circle will be the best strategy that they can employ right now. But for MAKPEN, as we were discussing it a bit earlier, their position wasn't exactly very favorable. They tried to create some kind of space, forcefully create some kind of space between these 3 teams, and they might just have been punished to do so as well. Obviously, losing one of their players right at the start of the game is not going to be very easy to go it from there. But I understand their incentive as well, their motivation to do that. Obviously, this was the circle that was being formed again and again and again, so they were trying to create some kind of space, but it came with a cost.
Exactly, and a cost that I think they'll have to figure out how they can pay. But the circle right now resulting in a heavy concentration of all these teams, and curiously so, none of them adopting to take early fights just yet. MAKPEN again, they got out of they got out of the firing pan just to jump into the fire, as they have now found themselves in the crosshairs of Victor Gaming potentially. On the other side, we see teams trying to get into Quarry early, and for that, a fight may ensue between Classic and Gremlin Storm. 1952 and NBES as well, trying to make those rotations happen, might get caught out. Meanwhile, Equinox, we've seen them before in this position, will likely just stick to boot camp. They like to play that late game.
Right now, with the team Gremlin Esports, they have lost one of their players. It's get knocked down by the hand of Team Classic as they're trying to rotate from the right side. They have to be careful with the Rowdy on the back end, and Team Classic, Team Gremlin Esports, hopefully they will try to revive their players as much as they can. MAKPEN, as we were talking about them a bit earlier, they got punished by yet another team with losing Momo as well, and now we have D46 biting the dust with the team Gremlin Esports, also finding it difficult to survive in those circles. Obviously, at the same time, this was the circle that was favoring Query. The center will be clustered again. It's going to be the same story, just like the last time. The things that is different with the MAKPEN trying to spot anyone as he trying to find any place as they can, but unfortunately they weren't able to do so, and now we are left with Pelzang and Valeska only in this game, and they are trying to hopefully hold their head down while the rest of the teams fight out. But this was like VG gone, just holding that position. Momo didn't exactly know that there was one player right next to him while waiting for him to make a mistake, and exactly he did. As soon as he got careless, he got eliminated from the game. At MAKPEN, they got their hands on another kind of buggy, and I don't know exactly what their plan is right now, how to hold this, how to survive in this situation. They might just not be able to secure that vehicle, as well as there's no garage that exists within the map of Sanhok, so anybody might just spot you in this situation. So you have to be careful with these 2 players surviving. You might just get rushed, but as the circle might just start to close in a couple of minutes, we have already a big cluster being formed on the center part of the map with the 1952 Team Classic and Team Gremlin Esports right at the center.
Yeah, and look, with the way it's set up, right? Seal and SITM, like we expected, making those late rotations. That's going to be very interesting as well. But Quarry fights already breaking out as teams hunt for cover. Shouldn't result in much, but maybe we see a couple of long-range fights pan out, because it's something that we have seen both of these teams excel in before. Right now, though, all the focus in the lobby on trying to make sure that these teams are able to get into a comfortable spot and play for that later game. And K9 pays the price. 90 degree, meanwhile, one of our top performing players goes down very early. That's going to be a big blow for TRZ, RZ.
BE Sports, they have tried to deal a lot of damage on their side. Solar takes a bit of damage, but A1 and B on the upper ground right now, they have the advantage in terms of getting more and more vision on the BE Sports. They have to be careful. But on the side of Team Astra and NBS, Team Astra loses one of their key players. Billy Sinister is just holding that ground, not getting a bit aggressive. But Monda also loses like his HP. But Monda, while going down, Monda takes one player from the Billy goes down at the hand of Monda. Monda also is able to take one of those players down. K9 takes a lot of damage, it gets knocked down. Sinisters try to retaliate as much as he can, but we have the first team getting eliminated from the game. A nade coming from the side of Team B Sport put Sinister down, and now we have Sketch and one only player left on the side of A1 and B. They're looking really dire. Team B Sport trying to get as much aggressive as they can. Spot K9 takes him down, and they're just looking to secure more and more elimination in terms of finding the last player.
And A1 and B in a great spot right now, pushing forward for the win, looking to find the victory right here in this matchup. I must say it's a difficult one for them to try and pull off, but I don't think they're going to give up. No, not just yet. And I think that's going to be a crucial factor going into this match. B Esports, meanwhile, facing a lot of pressure. And NB, A1 and B have been eliminated by B. So I must say I'm quite happy with this, because my prediction impossibly going the right way. And meanwhile, B putting themselves into a great position. While you see Classics with very comfortable spot towards Quarry. Now, since we've seen many a Quarry circle before, RZ, one question that I really would like to explore is how teams adapt considering the tendencies that they already know about their opponents. Where you know that Classic is going to play a very safe game. You know the likes of Gremlin Storm 1952 as well are going to play it safe, but you also know that you can bait the likes of Victor Gaming into a fight. So I would love to see teams actually understand these tendencies, try and spot out a player and maybe exploit them for exactly that.
But if you look at right now, Monda is right in front of a cast. A cast doesn't get realizes that there is a player from Monda in front of him. Monda spots him, takes him down, and VG is going to be very difficult for them to revive their player, as he's really far ahead and dispersed from his team. He's trying to go back into this cover safely right now with the one of the players coming from behind. The cover exists that is like covering the angle of Monda, so he might just be able to revive his player. Warzone waiting for a cast to come out into this, like come back into safely. Smokes are being deployed. Monda don't realize that there's a player that is like crossing the smoke as well, but VG, that's a great level of commitment, utility being used from their side just to revive their player, and I feel like that might just put them in a greater position. You have to go for that kind of commitment as well. Monda tries to go out of his way to spot the last player, needs to be careful that VG still on that higher ground, might just be able to spot you out, and whatever the case was, VG might be the case with you, and exactly this is what happening. Monda gets spotted, takes a lot of damage on his side, has to go back into the cover safely, while at the same time VG gets revived, but unfortunately he's just been revived to get a minute from another player.
And Victor Gaming, this is what I was talking about, the propensity to be thrown into fights can sometimes be very successful for them, sometimes be quite damaging. This time it's a one player gone, quite literally living up to his name, and the rest of the team lives to fight yet another day. Still not in the greatest of positions, since while they have picked up a compound, their position now known teams are likely to look to exploit, especially since it isn't towards the middle of the circle. They'll probably have to play on that rotation game once again. But what is even cooler, I think, in this matchup right now is the fact that this is showing us exactly how cautious our teams are. It's showing us how the stakes have really increased over the last few days, as we now near day 4, the very last day of these teams, their journey to try and qualify for the top for PMPL and to try and make that dream come alive. They've got to all make it count now, but man, it's easier said than done, and everyone just taking it slow, making sure they don't catch anything up. As Sanchar with a beautiful headshot knocks Mamba and finishes him as well. Seal coming up huge. Maybe they will find that chicken dinner that we've been talking about that's eluded them so far.
Warzone tries to spot Unknown, deals a lot of damage. Unknown with that shots coming on to him and losing his HP, he will have realized that they needs to cover that angle very perfectly, but that was a lot of distance between Warzone and OPX, and despite that distance he was able to land some shots that was quite impressive on the side of VG. Warzone didn't expect that. Warzone also takes a lot of damage from the side of OPX, so I feel like while I'm getting impressed by these two teams, everybody out there is mechanically very skilled in terms of long distance engagement, even the close distance engagement as well. But TRZ TRZ is the third team to get eliminated from the game. We have TRZ, A1 and B, and 2A leaving us on the day number 3, and we'll see them on the day number 4. Hopefully with a much more advantageous position. But Farhad goes down at the head of Dylan. That's just Math getting aggressive again and again, securing the first elimination of his game. Rolla on the lower ground as well. Is Dylan on the front foot with the team Bad Intention on his backside. Just not like multiple players rushing. It's just Dylan trying to get aggressive on multiple angles. Rolla has his hand on only one nade. Throws that nade on the side of Bad Intention, but I feel like it's not going to get connected as the distance and the dispersion between Bad Intention is too much, and they were really far away from that nade. Sino on the background trying to spot any player as he can on that high ground. Spots one, but Dylan goes down for the second one and take 7 out of the game. Now we have only 2 players left on the side of Team Stronger Esports. Rolla is on the very risky position as he's really far ahead from the other teammate. And Team Bad Intention, if they have the information, especially Dylan, he might just go for this knock as well. So they have to be careful. Rolla has to hold his position with the Sinor providing some kind of backup, and hopefully if things go their way, if they use that cover wonderfully, they might just be able to pull off a 2v4, but highly unlikely.
Exactly, quite unlikely in this position, so not in the greatest of thoughts right now, Stronger. But they will be able to hold on and hope that these last few members can pull off decent placement points. Remember, this is a team that is towards the bottom half of the table, but still not far away from trying and securing their spot in the top 5. They need miraculous performances, and having lost few players early is not going to result in that. Meanwhile, Bad Intention with a beautiful spot in the circle right now. Not only do they have high ground, they've also got compounds for cover. So Bad Intention really making it count, and in fact they like it so much that they've enacted a 2-2 split instead, and this 2-2 split puts Stronger exactly in their crosshairs. Stronger now sandwiched from either side as Senior will be knocked, and it looks like Stronger's days are not long to live for. They will likely be taken out of the equation and the lobby soon enough. There we go.
It wasn't a very great game for them. Not a great game. It was a very terrible game for them as they were getting caught by multiple angles. But what went wrong was just Dylan getting aggressive on Team Stronger Esports, tried to catch them off angles, and he was exactly picking on the weaknesses of Team Stronger Esports. Their dispersion, they're not exactly covering those right players as well, not exactly counting those angles into the play, into the account as well, that there can be someone who's coming from the right side and who's able to look on those angles. And exactly Dylan capitalized on that fact, came from the right side, take one of those players down. The rest of the players just rushed 7, took him down as well, while Rolla and Sino had no say in that fight due to the dispersion they have. Obviously that dispersion wasn't really that great in the spot where Sino was on the background, 2 players on the low ground, 1 player on the right side. Bad Intention just collectively as a unit took all of those took Team Stronger Esports out of the game. Now we have the circle going towards the query again with the 1952 in a very great position, but Jenny Jr. tries to go aggressively into this compound right now. He goes down at the hand of the player of Classic, but for now Lukashi comes in, try to provide some kind of support to his teammate, but he wasn't even able to do now. For now, 1 player from CSE, Vanzi, goes out of the compound, try to pull off the first aid kit. At the same time, Lukashi probably going to try to revive his player. Needs to be careful because Vanzi is cooking that nade, and if that nade gets connected, he might just be able to get like 2 players down, but no, unfortunately for him, that was the last nade on his hand and the last Molotov as well. Vanzi gets some shots landed from the right side. He needs to be careful, and his team Gremlin Esports trying to land some shot, dying to third party as well. Vanzi needs to go back as the Molotov just gets connected right next to him.
Oh, and 1952 in a precarious spot right now, but meanwhile Seal are under pressure from Classic as well. Unknown shuts NB Esports down, and fights popping off all across the board right here as teams scramble to make their rotations. Seal under a lot of trouble right now as SITM come in for the third party, and OPX pay the price. Soon enough we might have OPX exiting the lobby, and SITM in a great spot now. OPX getting burned down while NB Esports look to make the move, and SITM chiming in from the long range fights as we pick up yet another elimination. Teams still stuck towards the outskirts, especially OPX and NB Esports need to make their way in, but Rifa, he gets caught out. The double peek from NB Esports comes up huge. They shut down Rifa, and now in a 2v1 battle they should be able to finish off Fantastic as well, but they might not have spotted him out. Fantastic, can he clutch it out for his team? They know where he is though, and it should be a matter of time before that nade lands. But they look to regroup first, don't want to give him isolated 1v1s.
OPX Fantastic, the only player left on the side of OPX, tries to go into the circle 78 meter with NB Esports right in front of him. Not exactly the whole of NBS, just 2 players left on their side. It's not going to be an easy job to do so. Zach going on the right side, Fistboy on the left side. Team B Esports, they're looking really good with the 5 elimination. Unfortunately, they lost one of their players. Solus on the aggressive right. Equinox lost 2 of their players, but 2 players still surviving. One on the right, one on the left. Cassette gets spotted. Solus uses his Molotov, but I don't think it gets connected to this Cassette, but he gets spotted right now. Solus out of his way, tried to take that engagement, but he didn't have exactly the cover, and Equinox tried to capitalize on that. Cassette, but unfortunately, Scooby is right there with a shotgun, tried to trade him, and obviously traded him out as well, but Scooby uses that nade on the backside as well, try to go for that shot, coming from the left angle, spots him, takes him down, and obviously after losing Soulless, they were able to come back. Dexter wasn't able to spot, wasn't able to help in this fight, but exactly, Scooby didn't need anyone to help to eliminate Equinox from the game. He got a 1v2 at the same time, he was able to revive his player as well. So Team B Esport at the same time having a wonderful game right now. 8 eliminations, just a tiny bit of issue right now. They have like lost one of their players and 250 meters away from the circle, so things are not looking that much great for them.
Yeah, things aren't looking great, that's for sure. But Seal, on the other hand, despite the initial trials and tribulations, despite all the fights, they've been able to hold strong. We've got a very standard shift of the circle as well, all focus around Quarry, so teams don't have to move much. And my eyes really on Seal and Classics because they're quite close to each other, and their position might just decide the winner of this particular game. Now, Classic, split, 2-2 split, I think. No, it's a 1-3 split, I believe, because, yeah, it's a 1-3 split, leaving one of their players in a forward location while using the other 3 to engage in the long-range fights. But it's the fight I was talking about. Arrow lands a beautiful long-range shot and downs one of Classic. And now, while it will not be converted into an elimination, it's knocks like this that really force a team into a bad position, because then they have the fear of their rotations being cut out by Seal, but most importantly, they have to use resources to get him back on his feet, to smoke, a healing kit, and all of that counts towards the long-term goal of Seal to try and pick up the winner chicken dinner for the first time across 3 days.
Team Classic, they are also looking really good as they are like 4 players alive with like towards the west side of the game, as we are talking about the chances of Team Seal Esport getting the winner chicken dinner. Things are looking really good for Team Classic as well. B Esport try to make a very big rotation right in front of having everyone. Fortunately for them, we still haven't seen them go down at the hands of any team right now, but this is it. This is was something we were talking about. Steel shot gets his hand on Solus, takes him down, and he's gonna bite this dust. Now we're left with only 2 players. SITMs also take a lot of damage from Team Gremlin Esport. Gremlin Esport at the same time taking a fight with Team 1952. Multiple fights happening on the right side of the map, with SITM losing one of their players, QB bleeding out. Desert trying to going a bit aggressive, needs to be careful. One plays on to his left side, and one of the players from Bad Intentions is also coming on that high ground. Dope is also covering that angle, but MAKPEN, somebody who tried to rotate very early, gets eliminated. QB still bleeding out. At the same time, player using a couple of utility, trying to create some kind of fake cover, and also gonna be coming in and revive his teammate. SITM not getting a bit aggressive on those teams right next to them, while they are not revived their player B Sport with those 2 players left behind. They are just taking the fight with 1952. C-Man is very low on HP, possibly he got knocked on and is also revived. The B Sport also has their hand on 2 those nade, but that nade also gets wasted, and this is the last piece of utility that he has on his hand. Needs to be careful. They have a bit of a disadvantage. With 1952, they're playing very defensively, not getting out of their way to throw nades, to throw any kind of throwables, or just generally going for those knocks, as well as even if they have the advantage in this fight. But if they let B Sports sit there for longer, they might just get too comfortable in this fight.
Yeah, exactly right, and that will put them into a very difficult spot. So they've got to really push on and put the trouble on B right now, who are in trouble with just one player, Scooby, here, and the other player in the blue zone. Scooby, it's an impossible task to pull off a 1v3. Will get a chance to do exactly that, but the flick coming in from Lukashi, and instantly he gets shut down and said, that's the end of Scooby B and my prediction. But hey, just like that now, B, of course, they have one more player alive. They're not done from the lobby, but they will just play the healing battle. Meanwhile, Kenoxy from the long range, keeping Classic in a beautiful position. Time and time again, Classic have gone for that quarry hold, and always the circle has shifted away from them. But finally, their time has come where the circle takes a standard shift, and Classic are actually able to make this work. On the other hand, NB Esports with the high ground, overlooking all the rotations that are bound to happen right now, might catch all of 1952 out here, RZ.
But as 1952 wait it out, probably the team NBS have to rotate into circle as they're the farthest away from the white circle. But VG Akas in a very difficult situation right now with the SITM right in front of him and him being very low on HP. Damage throws that nade, probably gets it connected, like takes only 35 of the damage. But obviously Akas try to get aggressive. Dobu has his hand on a wonderful shotgun, takes him down, and now he has 12 first aid kit in his hand. Probably gonna go for that heal battle as well. At the same time, teams SITM is a bit early for those heal battles right now. They can still move a bit into the circle, but VG, despite the fact they're losing their players, there's still a couple of players right on the outside of the circle. Dobu not gonna be pushing in, he's just gonna go for that heal battle and gonna make sure that he survive probably the top 4, top 5, but it's gonna be very difficult as he doesn't have the great amount of first aid kit for himself. But look at the teams getting eliminated left and right. We have only 17 players alive, 18 teams, and as I was pointing it out, where you have one more team getting eliminated from the game, and that's going to be 1952 at the hand of team Gremlin Esports, and the team Seal Esports also trying to get a bit aggressive on team Classic, as there was a lot of dispersion between their teammates, and Eric goes down, Hopeless goes down, and team Classic probably lost their chance of getting a winner chicken dinner, because I have only seen one player left behind. Vanzi is just trying to revive Hopeless, but team Seal Esports trying to get a bit aggressive from left and right, try to spot anyone as they can. But look at that steal shot, he knows some players on the high ground, that's going to be bad intention. Dylan, it's not an easy fight, as Dylan is one of the best out there.
Yeah, it's not the best of situations right now for them, that's for sure. But hey, look at Memo right now. Gremlin Storm looking to move in for the kill, but Gremlin Storm not in the greatest of knowledge with respect to where their opponents are. Meanwhile, Mehdi and Bad Intention X holding on to the southern part of the circle. Gremlin Spawn, they have been split up and they're trying to make them count. Seal, meanwhile, trying to get into the circle themselves, caught out in the middle of quarry, will likely pay the price. And aye. Bad Intention X now in a great spot, man. It's that the compound and high ground combination that gives them such a good area. From the balcony, they witness the death of Seal Esports and they are shut down. But once again, applaud to be given to Seal. They finish in the top 6, leave us with 5 teams overall. Bad Intention, B, SITM, Gremlin Storm and Classic. While B, I believe, are still playing the healing battle, if I'm not mistaken.
We probably that might just add, but we have Team Classic on the left side, Team Memo from Green Gremlin on the right side, Bad Intention on the south side as well. But we have a lot of area within the circle that is just being empty. Nobody tried to push in. Dylan takes a lot of damage from the blue zone, and obviously he's gonna go at the hand of blue zone. But the Dexter also bites the dust. Now we have Team B Esports also getting eliminated from the game. Bad Intention, they have lost one of their players. They have still 3 players alive. Gremlin Esports with also 3 players alive. They have the most chance of getting the winner chicken dinner. The only team within the circle comfortably have the cover in front of us. Bad Intention has to lose that high ground to come into the circle. But Team Classic, they are just pinned down right now in the lower ground of the map, where they have to come out of that cover. Hopeless goes down. It's just a matter of second because Vanzi has to go out. SITM Dobu, the only player surviving for SITM, is pulling off those first aid kit. Hopefully if Team Classic gets eliminated before them, he might just make it to the top 3, but things are not looking really good for him as well.
Yeah, it's a healing battle all in all out, when the win really between SITM and Bad Intention X is they look to hold on the fort. Bad Intention X in a way better position, but SITM, they have access to the circle.
Oh!
And meanwhile, Gremlin Storm, they're paying the price, but Dobu, while trying to take the shots, he ends up falling prey to the circle itself. So 3 teams now left in the equation, and look, Bad Intention X, they're pushing from Vinyl, and just like that, Bad Intention X, I believe, will pick up the winner chicken dinner. It should just be a matter of time, with Gremlin Storm facing off against them, not in the greatest of positions. But we've seen Rowdy and Gremlin Storm pull off impossible before. Memo especially stealing that winner chicken dinner from SITM earlier. So maybe they can do it once again, because they haven't got their star player, Bad Intention X. They haven't got Matt 2v2 right now. Bad Intention X, so far they've been extremely aggressive in their approach. They've won every single fight that they have tried, and that's what's resulted them to be in a good position. But their position in that low ground not so great right now, and Bad Intention X wait for the last 18 seconds to make their move. Craven meanwhile trying to be the hero and spot someone out, wants that isolated duel so he can then get the advantage for his team. But with the play area now starting to move in, Bad Intention are gonna have to make their move. And Gremlin Storm, they're split up, man. It's all down to the 1v1 battles, the individual prowess for each of these players to make it happen.
Team Gremlin Esports right now, No, but there's not a single armor on their either side that is like a comfortable one. Look at the Memo, he's almost down, like his vest is broken. Kevin also has like helmet and vest broken. Mehdi has no healing left. Kevin has no healing left. It's just a 2v2. The circle is just gonna be pushing in a few seconds. Bad intention, they might be the first one to get up. Throwables are being thrown. Cravens try to get a bit aggressive, lands a shot, but obviously Mehdi has to reposition since the Molotov is being thrown on him. Cravens gets out. It's a 1v2. Spots more Memo, but obviously he won't spot Rowdy. But despite the fact that he did spot Rowdy, that was a great reflex from him, was able to take him down. Mehdi coming from the left side. It's a 1v1 with the Mover having an advantage. He has the shotgun in his hand. Will he able to pull it off? And he won't be able to pull it off because Gremlin is full of a shotgun. That's a huge amount of area that he will have access to that. Obviously, a wonderful performance by Gremlin Esports, despite the fact they lost one of their players right at the start. But it was Memo on the backside that he was able to do a lot with the shotgun as well, and with that cover. Team Gremlin will get a winner chicken dinner, but they won't be number one as well, as the team Bad Intention also had a lot of eliminations in this game.
What a matchup, man, for Bad Intention to not just pull that victory off, but to also do it in for Gremlin Storm to not just pull that victory off, but to do it in such a style with that shotgun. That's their second chicken dinner today, stolen away from a team that has looked rampant in their run to the final circle. So props to be given to Gremlin Storm. They're the kind of team that is able to really stand against the toughest of storms, weather all odds, and come out victorious irrespective. And once again, just like their last chicken dinner, it is Memo leading the charge for them. 4 eliminations picked up with over 600 damage. Memo doing his very best to keep the hopes of a PMPL slot alive for Gremlin Storm.
Look at that damage from Memo as well, like 607 damage. Is also received the most damage within the game. He has the most elimination and most knockout from his team. He has been the MVP for his team. Might just be the MVP of games that we have to see for the later graphics coming in. But for now, he's definitely carried his team into a wonderful winner chicken dinner. While there was a 3v3, he was able to survive to the latest part of the game. But look at the head-to-head with Gremlin and Bad Intention. But it's gonna be Bad Intention dominating each of those categories by a big margin. 10 eliminations, 1757 damage, and 6 assists. Obviously Bad Intention, as they were moving on into the circle, they were able to knock a lot of those players out which were trying to come in. But we have Bad Intention, Siam and Memo right in front of us, with the both having almost the same elimination. There's a tiny bit of damage difference in terms of dealt and received, same amount of knockouts as well. The survival time is obviously gonna go towards the Memo side, as he was able to get a winner chicken dinner. But I feel like I am looking at the same stats from the same players here.
Yeah, exactly, right? Siam and Gremlin Storm, more or less the exact same stats all the way through. It's just the survival time where Gremlin Storm's Memo had a better day. So all in all, a curious affair, this Sanhok. While it was very standard in the circle approach, I think a lot of teams were caught out of position, and Bad Intention X just towards the end were one of them. Where throughout the circle they had the better position, just towards the end they were slightly caught out, with Mehdi not able to pick up the pace and catch up to his teammate. Now B, though, on the other hand, a great game for them, particularly Scooby, 5 eliminations and 854 damage, and Cravens as well with 3 assists, had a great game for Bad Intention. But I see 3 players of B in this lobby, with Dexter just trying to hold on in the healing battle for as long as he could to get them the points, and I see a lot of hope for B Esports going into day 4.
It's gonna get very interesting with the team Gremlin Esports also securing a chicken dinner. Bad Intention having that back-to-back performance. Obviously they weren't able to secure a winner chicken dinner, but it's gonna get very interesting obviously with these two teams coming up and giving competition to SITM. SITM, despite the fact they made it to the top 4, so not a great news for 1952, not a great news for Team Seal Esports as well, as they got eliminated a bit earlier than Team SITM. So SITM is still continuing their lead, still increasing their lead bit by bit. But we have B Scooby in front of us with 5 elimination, 854 damage and 19 minutes 9 seconds survival time. He got eliminated a bit early despite as compared to the other players from any other team, but in those 19 minutes he was able to secure those wonderful 5 eliminations.
Yeah, and Scooby played this very, very well for sure. I think Bad Intention X were the team that are really dominating the lobby. Matt again with 4 eliminations, Siam with 4 as well, Memo with 4 of his own to get Gremlin Storm that victory. And again, Akazi, a consistent player from NB Esports, while Fizzboy and Akazi have both been players where even though NB Esports may not perform and reach those top spots, they have been pulling out elimination after elimination, just keeping them going in their run for that top 5 spot overall.
Look at that bad intention and Gremlin Esports, but this was VG gone, just holding that angle. Momo not realizing he walked into a bit of trouble and a bigger trap, but NB Esports just taking Riley and Siri down really far away from that angle. That was a wonderful, like some long-term space getting connected, but NB Esports, they had a wonderful start. They weren't able to continue that domination going to the later part of the game, but yes, that was a great move coming for them. But at the same time, A1 and B, the way they got caught at the hand of B Esports, that was quite unfortunate. But look at this fight that happened with bad intention and Team Stronger Esports, Dylan getting them an absolute advantage in this fight and trying to secure them as many knocks as they can, but he like got 2 of those players. Unfortunately for him, the rest of the Stronger Esports to choose to rotate out, but for now VG, he was holding that angle, obviously trying to create, like, not to give any more information as he can. Seal Esports try to rotate into the circle a bit hastily with the using of that vehicle and got punished at the hand of multiple teams.
And that punishment was really key. That shotgun to finish it off, man. It reminded me of QB's 1v2 in Sanhok as well. And for a second, I thought it might not work out. But the way these players have continuously shown their caliber with multiple classes of weapons has left me feeling very proud overall of the displays we've seen across the PMNC SA wildcard. Because, man, look, this is the end of our day 3. Gremlin Storm pick up the victory. But look at the even spread of damages across almost 10 teams. Every team giving it their very all, and that's the way I like it.
Obviously, we don't like to see such one-sided domination. We've seen some of that in the map of Miramar when SITM absolutely dominated everyone out of the game. But for now, we have Team Bad Intention with 1727, then we have GSM with some kind of good damage, and then B Sport with some damage. Look, not just like some. We have a lot of the teams more than 1k damage. We have like almost half the team with 1k damage. Then we have some of the team with like more than 500 damage as well. Then we have very few teams with almost 200, 100 damage. Like we have like Team MAKPEN, A1 and B, and TRZ with very few damage, and maybe STR. But other than that, almost every team have dealt some huge amount of damage to the other team. They weren't able to secure a lot of that, but it's just unfortunate for the Team Classic, as they have been able to secure, like, deal 1200 damage or 1300 damage. They was just able to secure 1 elimination. Look at that, getting eliminated at number like 3, having like 11 points in total. This was not exactly how it turned out. They were like looking to turn the game in their favor. They were a great spot. They tried to get some knocks as well, but unfortunately they weren't able to confirm those knocks into an elimination point. But we have Gremlin at number 1 with 22. We had Bad Intention at number 2 with 22 as well. Both of them are at the same point. Then we have SITM, there's that heal battle coming in at number 3. Then we have B Esport at number 4. And this is something we talked about a bit earlier as well, that SITM, despite the fact that they didn't get the chicken dinner, they still been able to secure those 15 points. So that lead that we are talking about, it just got increased marginally.
Yeah, and the marginal lead, I think even tomorrow will make a big difference. Now B Esports, they had a decent day today overall, and you can see, man, for this team it's all about elimination. It's not about placement points. They love playing aggressive. 78 elimination points to push them to the number 9 spot. Meanwhile, Victor Gaming, with somewhat of a decent day, have got themselves away from the last spot, but I don't think they stand a chance yet to try and qualify for top 5. And I think it's just at this point B and Equinox, unless Stronger pulls off a miraculous day and pulls off multiple chicken dinners. So we'll have to see which team can actually make it happen.
Team B Sports making some kind of jump. Equinox losing their edge, losing their position right now. Bad Intention making a jump as well, taking the position 1952 away. They are 7th position right now, but this is messy right now.
Wow.
SITM, they are 211 points right now, almost 33 points ahead than Seal Esports. Still a 2 matches margin against the Seal Esports. Seal Esports obviously had a good performance in this game as well, and we also got some secured points. But the lead, if it continues to build, you won't be able to do a lot in those last games. The last games are very pressurizing, especially for the team that are looking in the top 5 position. You cannot risk any kind of moves. You cannot do a lot of you don't have a lot of leeway to make some new moves as well, so to make some kind of risky rotations. You have to play it safe. So these are the couple of games. The next 2 couple of games might be the game that you're looking to dominate SITM, but SITM, the way they're just playing, I feel like they might just be the champion of PMNC 2022. A bit early to call it, but they're looking really good for their top contender.
Yeah, and not just is SITM looking like the top contenders, their players are as well stepping up to the mark. Desert and QB continue to occupy that spot in the top 5 contenders, top 5 performers. Fizzboy and Matt as well, no surprise, but Becker coming in from Seal to take away the number 5 spot in the top performers. So that will push 90 away from TRZ, and that will make sure that tomorrow is a spicy day, that's for sure. But hey, one thing I really love about this top performers list right now is it's showing us a clear difference between individual talent and team synergy, and how team synergy can result in success for the relevant team. Where we've got Matt just dominating the charts just like he did in the semi-finals week. They're just not able to actually push forward the way SITM did, because look at those games, man, for SITM. Not just the Erangel and the Miramar, but the first Miramar as well, where they picked up 28 points. That's in the 14th match, they picked up 28 points, in the 16th, 27, and in the 17th, 25. That itself is almost more points than our bottom teams combined in 3 days.
Look at that. What a wonderful picture that is. We have 1952 with 2 chicken dinners, then we have just DSM with 2 chicken dinners, then we have SITM with 2 chicken dinners. Only 3 teams dominating the day of grand finals with back-to-back chicken dinners. Not back-to-back, with 2 chicken dinners during the whole day as well. Gremlin, the way they started grand finals, they were the team that was absolutely in the, I was like, most difficult position. And the way they could come back into the grand finals, and the way they have able to secure those 2 chicken dinners in the day number 3, that is quite impressive on their side. They believed in themselves, they believed in the early clashes as well, and look where it got them. They are continuing to dominate. Obviously, they're looking to end the grand finals in the top 5, qualifying for the PMPL as well. But it's not going to be an easy ride. But we have the grand finals day 4 schedule in front of us with Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, then Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok again. So it's just going to be the same schedule from yesterday and from the today as well, with 2 maps being played twice, with the map being played twice on this like last day as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we are almost done with the day number 3, and it has been a very interesting ride, CA. And after today, we are only left with one more day. That's 6 games, and after those 6 games, we will have the grand finalist in front. We have the champion of those grand finals in front of us. It has been a very long journey. It has been a very interesting ride so far, with 16 teams clashing again and again, and the top 5 also being really close, and all top 5 also being contending for that top position right now. It's gonna get very interesting, ladies and gentlemen.
Most definitely is. It's gonna get spicy, thrilling, and it's going to be one hell of a ride as we get ready to go into day 4 tomorrow of our game. And boy, oh boy, all these teams, I think in the top 10 specifically at least, deserve to be in the PMPL, but only 5 can make their mark. And which 5 we'll have to see tomorrow, RZ.
I feel like it has been it might be just be a lot of teams potential to be top 5. At the same time, very few potential to be the champion right now, with SITM having a huge lead. But I feel like the top 5 is the biggest question right now. Every team have the potential with a bad intention. 1952, Gremlin Esports, Team Classic as well, Team SIT, not SIT, SITM is the number 1 as well. Obviously, Team Seal Esports. These have the potential to be in the top 5. Obviously, we got a total 5 of them out of those 16 teams. At the same time, somebody from the page number 2 will definitely have the capacity to come on the page number 1 as well. So there's a very slight, minute chance of a comeback coming from those teams. But who like, it might happen. Who knows?
Yeah, it definitely could, right? And it's something that we will have to find out tomorrow, and something that we'll have to see if there are any redemption stories, because last time around in semi-finals week, it was mostly the likes of OPX giving us that surprise factor and making it here to grand finals week. Now it's down to the likes of 1952, Classic, Bad Intention X to try and make that happen, and be even to a certain extent, right? But all of that is for us to find out tomorrow. I think for today, that is the end of our day. And hey, before we close it off, I will ask you, Ozzy, what are you looking forward to most of tomorrow?
I feel like I'm a bit biased going to the grand final. I want to see Team Seal Esports come up and give a competition to SITM right now, because this is the only team right now I have my most hopes in who can give some kind of competition to SITM, as the SITM has generally a very wonderful tournament as well. It will be very interesting to see any team coming up and try to give them challenge. With the team Seal Esports, even team Gremlin as well, having the most having the most chance of doing that right now. Team Seal Esports is looking really consistent throughout the whole journey right now. So I want to see some of that. But what are your expectations going to the last day of the grand final?
My expectations is for it to be a crazy day, crazy circles, all of it. So all of you out there who have not missed any of this action, or even if you have, go text your friend. Do not miss it tomorrow, because we will find out who picks up the victory. But for today, that's sayonara from us. See you tomorrow with a fresh batch of games.
Yeah.